Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon, so a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Giuseppe Montesano, Naughty Thumbnails, Mitch Kennedy, Original D-Rose, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMels24, Unimento, M, Iron26, Endless, Goldie McKinnon, Phoenix Rising 86, Retro Bill, More Books, Cannabear, Bogey, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W., Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Nealand, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Tina Baker, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
I noticed, I looked at the logs this morning and I noticed you got the temp muted by the bot for posting, I think, a link or something.
Oh yeah, I put the YouTube link in the chat. Or yeah.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
No, YouTube links are allowed. It could have been a Discord link.
I think it's because it was the YouTube link and the Discord link attached. So when I hit paste, I think it did both. So I messed up.
All right.
Yeah,
All
it's all good.
Good.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Another day.
There might be some interruptions to today's show. So I got notified about a month ago that they'd be doing major works on our internet. So our internet's been going in and out all morning. So if that is the case, you just have to bear with me. What I will do, just so you know, is leave the recording running. So if for the sake of argument, we start the live show, 10 minutes later, I lose internet and it does actually cut off the show. At which point I won't restart another one, but the recording will continue. And for whatever period, while there's no internet, I'll be jabbering to the audience about whatever I can think of to jabber about. And then hopefully at some point it will reconnect. And then the Uncut and After Show will continue. That make sense?
So in other words, don't bail.
Yeah, don't bail. You'll lose connection with me and think, oh, it's all failed. It's the computer. No. It's just the internet. They're doing some works on it. It'll be done by tomorrow, according to what they've told me. And sure enough, it's been failing all day.
Right. And since you like audio control and stuff like that, remember how that guy was roboting on a QV show yesterday?
Yes.
If
Mr. Robot, his name was Robot Guy or something.
Yeah. You and QE have access to the bit rate for the voice channels. There's like a cogwheel next to live stream, right? And if you enter in there, you have access to the bit rate. So if one of us is not around, you or QE can both enter it and turn the bit rate down. Sometimes that helps, not all the times. But in that guy's case, it did help. So there's something to keep in mind. Okay?
Okay. Yep, got it.
Yep. So it's right next to the live stream. It says it's like a cogwheel, edit channel, right? And right there, you'll see bitrate as soon as you click once. That's that.
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, 10th man.
You're at the good morning. You're at the 2:30 mark. Best that I can recall on the Jeranism debate. So we need to finish that before.
I don't want to.
You got to finish it.
Too many days.
You got to finish it.
Nah, we haven't. Too many days of it. Unless there's something specific in there that you know that's
you got to finish it. I'm telling you, there's so much revelation there, and quit feeling sorry for him at this point.
I don't feel sorry for him. I just think the audience will get bored of listening to Jaren over and over and over again.
All right. If you want to put it on the shelf and come back to it, I'm okay with that.
I'm happy
we're
to
at
come
the
back
2:30 mark.
Next time it comes up in conversation, we'll cover that.
I think it's a mistake, but it's your show.
Okay. How long we got now? Let's do a bit of it now.
Oh, somebody told me, Nathan was saying today he was strawmanning you by saying that you said dirt causes water to boil. like, what? So I had to go listen to this, and he's just saying that to his audience, like, he wasn't necessarily saying that. He was like making a character of me. And Jaron goes and says that, oh, it's dirt that causes the water. And so and it's not dirt. So we proved it wasn't dirt. You know, he's going through this whole thing. But it's just, to me, I don't see the need for it.
That's an example of a failed hypothesis. In other words, you validated the null because you tried to induce water boiling by adding soil. And no matter how much soil you add, it never boils. So you're saying there's no need to what? Misrepresent your position by claiming you're saying soil will make it? No. That's an example of a null result. Zero difference, no matter how much you add in terms of soil. So he's just missed the point. Shame.
It's not like
This is in reference to when he was claiming the shape of the bowl is what's causing water to boil. He didn't explicitly say that, but he was in his citation where it was actually at the end of it reached the conclusion that the vapor pressure is where you check the temperature and get the 100 degrees C. The part that he completely ignored when he was reading it, yeah, it was from that citation.
Making some crazy claim. And then for them, I think that they both were mad, or, at least Nathan was mad at Bob and was mad at Austin for saying things about the ether. They don't believe in the ether. Bob.
Not about belief. It's about Bob and Witsit claiming they've got science for it. Well, as you're suddenly starting to recognize, that means that they have an adherence to the scientific method if their claim of science were to be considered as true. The claim alone. Now, they haven't got science, and a non-adherence, cutting and pasty thing that you said I was just cut and pasting, yeah, that was a citation about what pseudoscience was. That is to say, mistakenly regarding your belief as being based on the scientific method. A non-adherence to the scientific method is pseudoscience. Well, it's not that I don't like Bob or don't like Witsit. I don't like being scammed. I don't like being told I've got science for something when you haven't. That's the objection. It's the same objection we put to the ballers for years. But suddenly when it's our side that are saying, oh, I've got science to prove this. Have you? Let's see it. You're a scammer. No. We just asked for the science that you said you'd got. Suddenly I'm a scammer and I hate you. No, just asking for the science. What is it that you haven't got any? Oh, right. That's the problem.
Were you angry about that though, Nathan?
No.
I never really seen you get angry about that.
No, definitely not. Jaron seemed pretty angry. Bob seemed pretty angry.
Bob and Austin do, and they didn't like that very much. So then when they go and attack me, Nathan was saying things like, oh, and Jaron trying to pass off this ether science to his audience is real. And like, I've never even mentioned the ether.
That's not true. So on QE's show, almost immediately after he'd said that, QE got a whole bunch of clips of him talking about ether. So that's a total lie.
Like, never even mentioned it, never talked about it.
Other than the multiple clips that QE has of you mentioning it and talking about it and naming it specifically. Okay, just a liar.
Experiments that prove it right. Never have I even done that. So they're like,
so what? Like you said, you'd done an experiment for Netflix? That sort of experiment. See, again, that's the problem, isn't it? You say you've done an experiment. We say, all right, that's interesting. So a prediction-based actualization of a hypothesis. Fantastic. What was the hypothesis? Oh, right, you don't have one. And it wasn't an experiment, contextually. You just used the word to make it sound more snazzy than it really is.
Like, even, including me with Bob and Austin, like things that they believe, and just assuming that I must say the same thing. When you have, and we've got clips of you saying it. Mostly keep to myself. I mostly talk about the things I want to talk about. I don't want to have to listen to other people's shows where I don't learn anything from Nathan's show anymore. Used to learn a lot. There's nothing to learn there now. All there is, oh, you'll need a flat baseline for that. Oh, what did they do? They got an angle? You'll need a flat baseline for that. Cool. That's really going to get us far. Now,
what, proving Earth is flat by demonstrating how it's measured flat? No, I'd say that would get us pretty far as well, as that is proving Earth is measured flat. Can't really get any better than that, if you ask me. Obviously, Jaron's got an objection because Toon told him you can get a tangent from a sphere, he assumes. Therefore, we should be considering the danger of not recognising how we beg the question of a sphere Earth with a tangent from it. No, we need you to get an elevation angle measurement from a curve. Like, maybe listen to the questions we ask daily, repeatedly. Like, how do you get an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline? That's because you're going to be measuring a baseline. You know, it's just facts. Even you, when you went through the process yourself. Yeah, my bad, I need help.
This happened.
That he doesn't understand the importance of a baseline. He's a freaking moron.
Thank you. That's so helpful. So when Jaron went through the example, he drew a tangent to a sphere. Sorry, from a presupposed spherical Earth, and then detailed how when you're measuring a flat baseline, because the Earth's so biggy, you can just consider it flat. So even in his apologies for Toon's annihilation of him, he explained how you had to assume the sphere was flat. So it in no way works with a sphere. But he's saying, oh, it's really good that you go on and on about how flat it must be. Yeah, it must be flat, though. That's why we go on about it.
Nathan,
now we will take over science.
Hang on. Why do you think that they always draw a tangent plane on top of a sphere and show it that way? Why is it not possible in the absence of a tangent plane, since the sailor on the boat is on top of a sphere in their fairy tale globe, to show him with a sextant using the curved portion of the sphere? Why do they need a tangent plane? What does it do?
Establishes a flat baseline for your angle because you're measuring an angle. It's giving you the ground that the GP is going to meet, the ground position of the star that's miles away from you, not curving away, on that line.
Right. So when he's with McToon, he can't see that McToon is drawing a flat baseline in order to get an elevation angle that he can't do if the Earth was a sphere?
Yeah, Jaron even admitted to it. Yeah, once we get to the obvious assumption that we're on a sphere, dangerous not to be assuming we're on a sphere, according to him, then we can appreciate how flat it must be, and we can just take it as such, on a sphere. No, you can't.
Myself and I, all three of me, struggling for words early in the morning, said Jaron's a poor researcher. All he has to do is go into celestial navigation and realize that it's never coming from a sphere, but the equatorial plane, when the sphere is cut in half and you're using a disk where the vertex meets.
Yes, that's right.
If it's never being done in their own methodology, and the only thing they could do is transpose the center of the Earth on top with a tangent. If Jaron did any thorough resource investigation on how these things work, he could have spotted that, but he didn't.
Yeah, never on a sphere, always in a sphere. It works in a sphere, but he's telling his audience that I'm somehow in the wrong and it's dangerous to not recognize how it works on a sphere. Well, it doesn't for us, them, anybody. It doesn't ever. It's always inside it. But he doesn't understand this stuff. It's just above his pay grade. Like I say, he's the duller end of the tip of the spear that we sit on.
Science, and the world will believe us because that will say to them, you can't get angles from a curved Earth. They'd be like, what?
No, you can't. That's correct. Two straight lines. That's what an angle is. By definition, two straight lines. You want to explain how you can get two straight lines from one curved line? That would be the surface of a curved Earth. Answer, you can't. It's a stone cold flat Earth proof. But Jaron's more inclined to deny it. Over a personal vendetta against me. So just so you, the audience, who may be giving him money, recognise what's happening, he's turning you away from a stone cold flat Earth proof because he's got a personal vendetta with me that he's projecting onto me.
Can't we just look up at the star and say what angle it is from us? Yeah.
You could, when you recognise that that angle would be two straight lines, because one of them can't be curved. You understand that yet, Jaron? Maybe we'll have to drill this into you for 3 straight years.
Yeah, but you only can do that on a flat plane. Well, but what if we lived on a sphere? Wouldn't the star be there?
You just wouldn't be able to get an angle to it because one of the lines would be bent. So you wouldn't, as the housekeeping question suggests, be able to acquire the elevation angle measurement because it's two straight lines, Jaron. I mean, this is really basic stuff. Like straight lines for angles. So what, if I was on a sphere, I couldn't get an angle? No, you couldn't. No, that's correct.
Well, I think there's a confusion between a vertex and an angle, because the angle is a type of vertex, right? But a vertex is any two lines meeting at a point. You can have a curved and a straight line, but that's not an angle. Like, it's like all Chihuahuas are dogs, but not all dogs are Chihuahuas.
Oh, bless you.
They're not understanding that.
Making apologies for Jaron. I didn't hear him say vertex. Did you?
No, but that's the word he should be using.
Maybe it is. Maybe a smarter person would have said that to make the equivocation so we could point out that fallacy. But he hasn't actually said that. He actually thinks he can get two straight lines from one that's curved. An angle, because that's what he actually said.
And he's mistaking the word angle for the definition of vertex. He doesn't understand the meaning of the word angle, so he's confusing it with vertex.
I see. So what you're saying is his inaccuracy is redefined accurately as vertex. Yeah, I'll go with that.
And Nathan, before you start, good morning, by the way. I just want to address his complaints about not learning anything. Well, whether you go to a martial arts class or any type of class, there's always a regimen, a routine that all masters do with their students. You have people coming in that never heard the show before, and you have people that are part of the panel, and we reiterate that which we know in order to make sure our blade is always sharp. And considering that we do that so redundantly, as Jaron says, and we're becoming boring because we keep speaking about the same stuff about elevation angles on the flat baseline, yada, yada, yada. Nevertheless, his dumb ass still does not comprehend it.
No, that's fair enough. I'll go with your dojo example. That's a very good analogy. So what you're saying is you're at the dojo, we've got the trainers at the front, and everybody in the dojo's drilled and following a drill as this story transpires. So they're all running a drill, and as they do so, about a quarter of the way into the class, Jaron walks in with a burger and a milkshake and sits down on the bench, starts eating it, says to the guy next to him, I've been coming here for years and I learned nothing from this class.
Can I say something real quick? Here's the thing. See, Jaron, like you're in his head, flat earth debates in his head. He checked to see how many people you have, you know? He checks to see, oh, they're doing this video on me because they want more people to watch. So he's all over the place looking to see how many people are subscribed, how many people tuned in. You keep doing that, Jaron, instead of getting on board.
Well, hold on. Why, if that is your justification for what is true or not, you should have never left the ball, though. You should go back to the ball, Jaron. You're obviously a consensus opinion type of person. You know, you don't want to, or is it that you want to lead consensus? Is that your problem? I don't know.
Yeah, but there's some definitions.
I want to comment on what John said when everyone's done.
Go ahead, Ted. I'll go after you.
All right. Well, go on.
Or Eli. I don't care.
Can somebody tell me when telling the truth was popular?
Never.
I don't know why you would boast about having more numbers.
The not the very last comment from John Refractor Curvature, but the one before about vertex. When you must subtract from 90 degrees, whatever angle you measure, 50 degrees above the horizon or 30 degrees above the horizon, if the methodology says now minus from 90, that's a vertical and horizontal meeting, a perpendicular relationship. That alone, Jaron missed. You can't have that if one of the lines is curving. That's why they go, shh, don't say 90. This is so simple. But he's sitting in front of Toon and saying, well, Toon just explained you do a tangent plane on the sphere and it works. Yeah, but you're on the sphere and it doesn't work on the sphere. So you're forced to make it flat for it to work because you're really never getting it from the sphere. That's the point. You can't get a 90 from a sphere.
All right, let me read this real quick. This is what Jaron's problem is. Hold on. It says, this is what he looks up, and this is why there's always a problem, because he Google searches says about science and the scientific method. Our observations often play tricks on us, and even though we do everything possible to verify and make sure we are right, it is never 100% certain that your observations and the interpretations are correct. This is what they give you when you look up the scientific method. It's ridiculous what you find.
Yeah.
And they
Right.
hold on to this like it's law.
Yeah, but that's why Jaron's so close to the mark, which is why he's worth drilling.
Oh, you're out of your mind.
Just hear me out. Bloody hell, I don't need commentary the moment I start talking, Neil. Thank you. Right. Jaron understands that that is what the claimants of science currently use and lean on. Well, still science. No, we're not 100% correct. We never can be. But that's why, should we need to modify our views on the ball, we can. We can change the model whenever we need to. Because that's how science works. It ebbs and flows. It's like a river. Yeah? And some of the old ideas that were scientific, that aren't any longer in that river, they're like a little oxbow lake that's meandered its way off the river. So just understand that's how science works in a really beautiful story. Okay. Well, Jaron's come along and gone, no, you need to actually prove things, and you haven't. You're just a bullshitter. Just because you say there's a light in the sky and it's got this particular density because of Kepler and all the other things we identify, doesn't make it science. Science doesn't prove anything, if that's what you call science. And in that respect, he'd be right. It's like, right, well, what they're calling science was only being called science because they needed to lend some credence to their story and leave the door open for their story to be wrong. Now, real science, as we all are well aware, is the empirical validation of a cause and effect relationship through systematic experimentation based on a hypothesis after observing a natural phenomena. Now, if you do that, you have an empirical outcome because you can't have anything else at the end of the process. But that isn't what they have claimed and what Jaron has braced against. Now, that may take a little bit of time, but he's 99% of the way there as far as I'm concerned.
And I'm back to the truth. Truth is empirical, and truth is redundant, and truth is consistent. Therefore, as boring as truth is, it's never going to change just to appease you and to make your opinion validated.
Yep.
He popped himself on mute.
Nathan, I don't know the last statement I caught from you. Can you repeat? Who's 99% there?
Jaron, he understands where he's been swindled with science, and he is continuously highlighting that swindle of quote-unquote science. Well, he recognises it's going to be one of those days.
No. Okay, I'm just saying. Okay, that's obvious because he's attacking the method as well. But if you throw the baby in the bathwater out, did you do the right thing? And that's what you're trying to explain to him. So when he says nothing Nathan Oakley could do will change my belief, he's already telling you how he constructs and lives his life. It's by beliefs.
Yes, and in the same way, the anti-flat earthers will happily brace against their own globe claims because they hate me. Jaron is willing to do the same. Brace against his own flat earth claims in this instance because he hates me. Okay, well, that's sad.
Playing to do it's
Well,
just what happened. They used to have sound
We're never going
arguments.
to cover this. We're never going to get through an hour's worth
it's
of video.
okay. It's okay. It needs to be covered, for goodness sake. If you would have said he's 99% there on how science has been misused, the way you put it in the last back and forth you and me had, yeah. But you said he's 99% there, which meant the whole thing, and I disagree with that.
No, he's 99% there in respect that he understands that the word of science isn't... Who's off mute? Who is that? Eli, please.
What?
You're off mute. Every little noise in your background.
There's like not a peep in sight.
All right, okay.
Maybe it is me. I don't know.
It is. You're off mute, and I'm watching the line dance, and everybody else is on mute. So you're cutting my line. I can watch. I've got a really sophisticated setup. I can see exactly who's doing it. Trust me.
Sorry.
Thank you. See, that's the problem.
Stop being mean to your people on the panel. That's another thing Jaron don't like. You're too mean.
Too mean because I want clear audio? That wasn't rhetorical. I'm asking.
Well, I don't know. He just says you're too mean, And why ain't ballers going there no more? Not the fact that they get destroyed, the fact that it's better that ballers coming there because he used to learn so much from you. Now he learns nothing. Now this show's a shit show.
He said he learned nothing and then went through the flat baseline that he started bracing against. All right. So you've learned about our flat baseline, what proves a globe, when you imagine it's so biggy that you can make it flat. It's just absurd. Okay. I mean, you've braced against the things you've learned. That's more clear because you disseminated them and then braced against them. So clearly he's learned something. He's talking about flat baselines, right? Obviously. So again, just total falsehood in terms of what he's saying versus what it actually means and how it can't mean the thing he implies. I've not learned anything other than flat baselines, which I don't think are true. Because if you imagine the world's a globe, it's so big it could be flat. Therefore would work with a flat baseline. Okay, great. So you've learned nothing. No, you're a spaz.
That they kind of would bounce off globers or each other until they refined it. And that's why the housekeeping questions were...
What, like Zanuck coming in and telling us that we need a flat baseline? That sort of thing. It was refined by the ballers coming in and telling us it's flat. About Kosho coming in and telling us about how we would need a flat baseline. What about Dave McKeegan telling us how flat it must be in reaction to what we educate people with here? Yeah, those are all direct consequences, and Globers telling us how flat they must measure Earth to get around our argument. And what's that you say, Jaron? If we imagine it's a globe, we can imagine how flat it would be so we don't have to worry about the flat that the baseline isn't on a globe. Flat. No, we have to worry about that because it's an angle. Very specifically and rigidly defined.
And
how about McToon? Excuse me, Deros, let me just keep on. I'll be short. How about McToon, the very person he's talking to, saying on the show, it is triangle. It is triangulation.
Yeah.
Exactly. And back to, I'm going to be hyper-specific with his percentage of being correct. I would say he's 55% correct. Why? Because he does say the same thing you say, Nathan, in regard to the word being misused and the people claiming science using it wrongfully, making it seem as if to Jaron and to others that science does not prove things. However, the other 50% of him is spoiled because even though he'll concede over 6 times with you, he won't admit it. So I think he does agree that it is being a bastardized and abused, misused term, but he does not believe the other half. So he's 50% there, if you ask me.
You guys ain't getting it. It bothers him that he hears people on other shows saying, you're going to need a flat earth for that. You're going to need a flat baseline for that. That annoys him. And it's coming from here. So the information being pumped out of here is spreading everywhere, and it's annoying him. Listen carefully.
Now, we did listen yesterday. He did expressly deliver to an audience his frustration over hearing our arguments in chat comments. So, yeah, you're right.
We're good. Now they're saying things like, you can't do celestial navigation unless it's from a flat baseline. What's the other one they keep saying? There's some other new one that they have too. Celestial navigation. I can't remember what it is. But anyway, it's not the same show anymore. And it's sad because I really would hope that Nathan would just say, yeah, you know what? It's better for the show. It's better for Flat Earth. It's better for everybody. If I give up on the mute button a little bit, let these guys talk, I'm going to gain more viewers. I'm going to gain more subs. That's the way he should be approaching this. But because he's locked into the new thing over there, if you haven't noticed, is they're never wrong. When have they ever been wrong? So if you have that kind of chip on your shoulder, then by default.
So let me get this right.
That's pure projection.
What an accusation. Go on, Eli.
Let me get this straight. Jaron, he keeps making this point about there being only but a few viewers, and at the same time, there's so much of an effect, an impact that we have, that our arguments keep reaching his doorstep. I wonder what matters more, impact or viewers? You tell me, Jaron. Anybody running around with your arguments, Jaron?
Which argument?
Yeah, you nailed it.
Which argument would that be? Look,
that's the point.
Here's some space fakery.
Circular routes now.
Look, here's an editing trick. Look, here's another production technique. Yeah.
No, he talks about great circle routes now.
I want to cover the other part, which is we never admit we're wrong. Where is he pulling that out of?
We don't need to go and gather up examples where we've said, "Oh, I was wrong about that." Then, yeah, we say that plenty. It's just a lie.
Hell,
your
guys
projection.
You guys in here, we like to expose our own family as being wrong when we can. If they make an error, not that we love to, but we'll jump on the heartbeat. So what is he talking about? That's what I was talking about yesterday. To Witsit, I said the same. No, not just Witsit. Somebody else. That guy that was coming in. I forget what his name is. You know, the guy that was talking on QE Live. He was talking about calling us.
Yeah, he was white knighting for Witsit.
I was saying, I was like, bruh, we do what we do to our own panel, what we do to those that come into the Discord with the same nonsensical fallacy. We will chop our own heads off. We're not hypocrites here.
Yeah, but when
what
it's
is
that,
Jaron talking?
When it's that we're being too mean, I'm being too mean to the panel.
Yeah, it was on Live. It was QE Live. I'm sorry, it was QE Live. It was some guy that came in who called us. You know, he was giving us mad props, but one of his compliments we first took as a compliment with a mouthful of food and spitting on me while he's giving me a compliment. But he called us Flat Earth Society 2.0. Then he cleaned it up later saying, no, we are what Flat Earth Society should have been before it became toxic, and saying that we are the center piece of all Flat Earth, and we are representing the most eloquently and professional way. And unfortunately, some people don't like that. But on the other hand, he was talking about how people say what Jaron said. But we're not hypocrites. We don't double speak. We chop off our own brothers' arms for saying the wrong thing. So I don't understand where this, misconstrued perspective is about us.
You're going to become somebody who's protecting things that aren't true. And it doesn't matter what you say to them. They will never admit, again, we proved that they were wrong about water boiling at 100 degrees. So what did they do? Did they admit it? No, they just go on and say,
did you? What?
No.
Sorry, no, you didn't. You are having a laugh. You think you debunked that dumbed down example that used something that everybody knows is true, and you're going to overtly state that you debunked the premise that is used only because everybody knows it's true that water boils at 100 C. Wow. You think you debunked that? Are you having me on? Is he serious?
Yes, he is.
That we made that up in the funhouse mirrors between our ears.
So you think we made up the notion of water boiling at 100 C? Oh my God. It's like an anti-flat earther. If we've said it, it must be wrong. So when we say, yeah, water boils 100 C, yeah, suddenly that's wrong. No, it isn't. You really hate us. Amazing. Notice how it was us then, not me.
When you see me or you see Austin doing that kind of shit, you run. Stop watching us. If we're
denying reality? Yeah, I'd agree. But I don't want to dissuade people from watching you. That's not my aim.
We're blatantly lying.
Well, hang on. When you see us, Austin and me, doing that shite, run from us. That's what you're doing. My goodness, that's exactly what you're doing. This is why after debate where he's allowed to talk, he reveals so much.
Like, I said, okay, well, I'm going to change it a little bit this way. I'm not blatantly like, when this guy plays a little clip of me saying, and if he says science proves things, then you know he's a scammer. Okay, great. That's not the only reason. That whole video was about him being a scammer. Okay. Or it was in a response to him about being a scammer. But I don't even put his name or his thumbnail or his picture in there because I'm not about that. Why am I trying to draw attention to a fight between Nathan Oakley and I? To me, those things are hurtful.
No, you just hang on. So you just make a video instead. What a joke.
Sorry, who cares? This isn't important.
No, I know, but what I'm trying to point to the audience, he is trying to contrast the review videos when flat earthers or uh, anti-flat earthers, whoever, when we do a review video on Sabine Hassenfelder or Neil deGrasse Tyson, we're doing the same treatment on everybody. We're just reviewing what they say. So when it's him and Witsit, it's all of a sudden off limits. And so we've got pictures and thumbnails. Hey, if you want to see this review on what Witsit said or what Jaron said, it's here. He's looking at that and he's saying, I don't do that. I don't do that. Why are they doing that? Oh, why is it bothering you? Come and tell us we did it wrong and we'll take it off. No. But I'm going to go make a video. But he's like, wait a minute. He can't complain at this point.
Listen to the admission, though. He's saying, I'm using his quotes, his material, but not giving him credit for it.
Not helpful. When you go to his channel and you see my video up there 100 times, that's not good for Flat Earth. Same thing's happening with P-Brain. P-Brain, 15 of his last 30 videos are about me.
Why is that not good for Flat Earth? Are you Flat Earth? You mean it's not good for you? But, oh, right, you embody Flat Earth, don't you? So something that's not good for Flat Earth is essentially the same as something that's not good for you.
It gets a little bit ridiculous. Like, we have much bigger problems to worry about than me.
You mean you might have bigger problems to worry about than P-Brain and I critiquing you?
And these guys all want to keep calling me, oh, and the Flat Earth leader. And who said that? I don't
take it as a compliment, right? In other words, we appeal to you because we see the importance of that. But you don't recognize that. You just see it as us, trying to scab views off you? Oh, how arrogant. No, take it as a compliment. People say, no, we realize that people look up to you and respect you. Therefore, we want to appeal to you for that reason. That's a massive compliment.
Oh, I don't want to be considered that at all.
Well, tough, you are. You don't have to like it. You found yourself in that position. You just have to deal with it.
I'm no leader.
Well, no, we know. QE said, and step down.
Yeah, then step down.
Step down.
Exactly. Right. If you can't cope with being the leader of Flat Earth, I will be. No problem. I can do that. If you want to relinquish your position, no worries. Yeah? I will only disseminate information about Earth being flat and how the globe isn't real. Kind of like globe busting. Yeah? I will do that. No worries. But if you are considered the ruler and Flat Earth leader or whatever pathetic title people want to strap on to somebody who just gives good information and is respected, then you need to relinquish that position because you're currently telling people how they should be assuming tangent points to spheres. Now, maybe that's your position here, Jaron. We can only speculate, not suggesting that you are an agent in place, but were you to, Tiger Dan your way out of here and say, actually, maybe it's a sphere after all, I'd just roll my eyes and get on with what I do.
I'm just myself. In fact, I backed out of...
Excuse me. Pardon me. Did I miss the memo? Are we patronizing him? Because my personal opinion, he wasn't the leader. Ghosts, whatever, they weren't the leaders. To me, they were the beginning, the genesis of the fumble of Flat Earth, personally to me. Number two, like I said, the platform Jeranism never was a specialty in Flat Earth. He contributed, but most of his contribution was that which we are now speaking about and trying to correct them on.
That is not true.
The only reason why he may have been the leader.
Stop.
The only reason why he may have been the leader is because he had more.
Can you hear me? Hello? No, that's not true. No, Jaron was entirely focused on Flat Earth at the beginning of my watching him, about 2014 mark. Maybe it was later, I can't quite remember. It's a long time ago. But around that sort of time, what year? How many years have we been here? About 8 years? 2015? Something like that. Well, that's all he made videos on. His very first video, his first expose into this subject matter, and indeed YouTube, was specifically about NASA being fake and Flat Earth. So that's all he focused on initially. You weren't there, man. You weren't there.
Wait a minute. Now can I finish? All right. I didn't know him back then. I've known him since I got on. That's why I said it's my perspective. Okay? And like I'm saying, he had more subscribers than FBD. But as far as being the leader or anything like that, I wouldn't say that. And I would say he wasn't even on the level, to me, from when I got on board and started hearing, now that I am more aware of the discrepancies of the topic. Because back then, remember, I was listening to everybody, from Eric DeBay to David Murphy to OBTV. I mean, all kinds of people. So he was not any leader. To me, Mark Sargent was the leader who started off, as you even have mentioned. But as far as being the leader, no, I couldn't give that to him. But I would say he has more influence and subscribers than maybe Nathan Oakley, FED.
Hey, does it matter
So,
how we qualify it? He's been ascribed that title by not just me, others. Does it matter whether it's justified or not? Who cares? Seriously.
Yeah, but it is interesting that the people
all right.
In the Behind the Curve documentary, right, where they made flat earthers look ridiculous, the people they selected out of that are the people considered to be leaders of the flat earth now. Now, did they do that based on their viewer count, or did they do it for a nefarious reason? We don't know. But we do know that because of that documentary, they were perceived to be leaders. If you don't want to be a leader, stop talking about it. Tell people to go find their information elsewhere.
Do we have the internet issue, or are you on silence?
Still connected with Discord.
Well, would he want us to keep talking?
Yeah, well, he said
Wouldn't
that he
you
has,
guys wouldn't you
Hang
guys
on.
drop too? Being that if he lost connection, wouldn't you guys drop because you guys are in his Google?
You step away for 10 seconds to get a drink from the fridge. And suddenly,
Yeah, but you told
nobody
us
knows how to
earlier
keep a
that if
conversation
the
going other
internet
than whether or
goes
not I'm
down-
here. Bloody hellfire.
Yeah.
Subtle. I thought it'd be subtle.
Yeah.
Subtly slope off to get my Coke ready for the live show. No chance.
Oh my, yeah, but you came on the pre-show saying the internet might go down, and you're just going to record the show, and
Brian
then it went
was here.
silent.
I could get a 3-course meal ready. Have a poo. You name it. I could get it all done.
Well, tell us
If
next
it's
time
cool,
when you're leaving.
because I never
Kevin.
wanted to be responsible for
I
doing.
don't want to tell you that I'm leaving. I want you guys to carry on talking. And when there's, I don't know, 3-4 seconds where I don't respond to you, just go, what was the last point I was making? What was John saying? Oh, right. I'll respond to that.
Where he's saying, right, where he's saying that he never wanted to be responsible just then for being the leader of the flat earth. Then why did you take that documentary? Why did you use that to, put the information out there? You accepted that position when it was offered.
When it was convenient.
Hold on. Right. You're constantly leaving me in these positions where I've got to defend Jaron. People approach me to do things like that. Not so much recently, but have in the past quite frequently approached me and said, would you like to do this and that? Who's off mute? Pound scissors Eli. Yep. He's just dropped when I said that too. Hope it wasn't because of what I said. Or it was out of shame. Anyway, people contact me and they go, would you like to do this interview with this, that and the other journalist? And I tend to do a bit of background research on what they do, what they've done in the past, who they've spoken to, how it's been presented, and so on and so forth. Now, 99 times out of 100, I will say no. Because I think, no, you're just like every other normie. You just want to ridicule me, right? And you think you're being smart. Like, what do you think I do daily on Flat Earth Debate? Right? Try and pick through the nonsense of some idiot that's trying to get one over on you and see if they can get some lie or flat earth use through you without you noticing. So most of the times these people are pretty transparent and you don't have to actually do a great deal of research. Half the time, you can tell just by the way they talk to you that you don't want to be involved. However, there has been a couple of occasions where I've gone, tempted by that. There was one specific example that ended up going to the woman with the crazy black hair from Sun, Moon and Zodiac Group, whatever it was called. And I think it was with the Daily Mail or someone like that, just another newspaper. And I considered it and I ended up turning it down, right? But I had very much considered it. And then found out after the fact from Mark Sargent that the interview had been handed to her and they just ridiculed her. But at the time, it seemed kind of kosher. It seemed like, oh, this seems legit. Now, the only one that I ever got a good vibe from, they won't misrepresent me, right, was Weiss. Now, again, when I did the research on them, it's like, you're putting a positive spin on kooky people. So they're the tantric expert was on before me. He was the one that I looked at more closely than any of the other interviews because it was the only one out at the time. But when I assessed it, I'm like, this guy's kooky and could very easily be taken the piss out of by the people who are producing this. And they've presented it in a kind of, look how strange this guy is kind of light, but not in a, look, you need to ridicule this dick kind of light. So off the back of that, I was like, no, I spoke to the producer. She seemed legit. She put me at ease. She put me in touch with various other people that were on the production, which I thought was above and beyond what I'd asked and put me at ease. She was very, good about communication. Things like that all gave me a good vibe. So when I eventually did the Weiss thing, I felt 90% it was positive. I don't think people would go back and look at that other than them cutting in me, rolling my eyes whilst trying to say sphericity. People have used that for their thumbnail about 1 billion times. So what? I roll my eyes when I'm trying to say a word. Who cares? It's not exactly anything other than what they could have done when they were pitching it. They didn't. But everyone else who used that particular part is like, look, this guy looks a bit weird. Yeah, people do when they've got their eyes in the back of their head. Does that mean anything in regards to the information passed on? No. Did they ridicule me? No. The only thing they did do that was negative was play one of those theremin or whatever you call them instruments. Ooh, over the top of me. That was it. But for the most part, Jeran, to get back onto the whole point of this, would have been given some sort of vibe in the similar vein that I got from Weiss, which is, no, these people seem all right. I don't think they're here to ridicule me. They seem interested in what I'm doing. They seem genuinely inquisitive. They're nice to me. So if it had got the vibe that, no, they're not going to screw me over, by the time they've got what they need in the can, they're going to present it in the light that they're going to have decided to present it in before they started befriending people. That's how it's dog eat dog in that sort of production world. Getting a taste of it is just like, yeah, well, you know what subject you're in. You needed to be a 200% caution level with everyone you dealt with, so you didn't end up in that trap. Now, further to that, the reason I've elaborated on it so much is so I've got justification for saying one detail, which is to say that for both Bob and Jeran, they both fell into the same trap that is literally the justification I've given for going in front of Jeran in the first place. Understanding scientific methodology, when Jeran and Bob affirmed the consequent and claimed scientific empiricism with words like experiment. Now, had they have understood how to acquire empirical validation for their suppositional statements of cause and effect, then they'd have known that what they were doing was not that. Furthermore, if they'd have understood how a begging the question and affirming the consequent fallacies were constructed, they'd have realised that their statements that they gave to the production company that were filmed, especially Bob Nodell, about his affirming the consequent, about gyro drift, yeah, that fallacy was then used against him when he apparently had a proof positive of 15 degrees an hour drift in a fibre optic gyroscope. Suddenly there's a big issue with that. Why? Because you've affirmed the consequent with it. Even if you did get one, you still haven't proven anything with your affirming the consequent fallacy. But like always, our main objectives here is to understand how you've been deceived with the lies of the globe, typically with fallacious logic, and how Earth is measured flat. That's what we do here. We do very limited. Our scope is narrow, right? I know it's an evergreen subject, but it stops being evergreen the moment you veer off the beaten track. So we're hyper-specific in what we do here. And an understanding of logic and the lack thereof, that's fallacy, and science based in logic, would have saved them every little ounce of embarrassment that they suffered at the hands of Netflix in the case of Behind the Curve.
Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Nathan, while you were doing the intro, I was, because I think Tenth walked away and some of the guys left, but I was saying back to what you were talking about, if they would have just concentrated on what we always say, concentrate, having the Globers prove their claims versus going through all these other things of proving ours, making a mistake like who you said made the mistake. I don't drop any names, but at the end of the day, it was like when this gentleman came in on QE talking about we were all wrong. Globers and flat earth people have it all wrong, and we're all working for Satan. He's a weird guy named Blood is Thicker Than This or Blood is Flatter Than That or what I don't know his name is. And I said, at the end of the day, bro, it's not a sphere. It's not a spinning ball. It's not a sphere. And we're not in a vacuum. That's all that matters. He was like, okay, well, you're halfway there, but it's not flat neither. I said, dude, you're being pedantical, bro. I said, you know what I mean? You know, and I wanted to go further, but then Brian or either Adam interjected, and then he started just raising his voice and really being a narcissistic, pompous idiot. So at the end of the day, whether you want to say the earth was created within the waters and the waters is the greater value of the creation from the creator, at the end of the day, it's not a basketball sitting in a tub. It's not a ping pong sitting in a cup of water. It's not a rock sitting in a lake, if you want to give that the type of, metaphorical model about it. It is a consistent from shore to shore, above sea level, which is leveled consistently across, and that's it. It's not like when you go to South America, you go bloop, 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 underwater to go to South America from Greenland. So stop it. We don't care that it has peaks, valleys, and craters, and crevices, and canyons. Across the board, from the furthest end to the other end, it's equivalent in sea level. So therefore, he said land. Yes, we live on land. So the earth we live on, which is a noun, it's not a verb, it's not an adjective. It is a thing. Yes, it is considered leveled, horizontal, and flat, which is not a description of a shape, but you know
as we've gone back in. Just one second. As we've gone back in time over this pre-show that we've just been doing, check it out if you remember. I want to go back to a time where lots of people were misrepresenting Neil deGrasse Tyson. So he's talking about pear-shaped Earth. I'm sure you all know what we're talking about. A bit chubbier at the bottom, right? Well, I remember Morgile taking the bit after he says that and juxtaposing it in this scenario that we're discussing now, Daryl. So what Morgile did was say, first he plays the clip. So he's got Tyson describing how it's chubbier at the bottom. But then in context, he then says, Tyson says, if you were holding up a bowling ball and you ran your hands over the bowling ball, it would feel perfectly smooth and perfectly round. And he says, in the same respect, that would be how Earth would feel if you had it in your hand at the scale of a bowling ball. You'd run your hands over it and it would be perfectly smooth. There'd be nothing to it in terms of, the undulations of the microscopic crevices that you would find on the bowling ball, likewise on a sphere Earth at that scale. Now, if memory serves me, the reason Morgile was actually detailing this was a slight aside from how we're approaching it, because someone was, from memory, approaching him about I can't remember the map, but it looks like a bowl. So it's got it looks a bit like a roulette. Is it roulette or the one with the double zeros that you spin? You chuck the little ball thing. I'm not a gambler, you can tell, right? Roulette, right? It looks like a roulette wheel, yeah? That's the map he was actually critiquing and saying, no, it's not turned up at the edges and big curve and concave. No. It's like Neil deGrasse Tyson said, this is Morgile now. If you were to compare it to the flat plane that we dwell atop, use the same example as Tyson. In other words, like with a flat tray, like a silver tray that you've got, right? Ignore the upturned edges and just run your hands over the flat surface that we're all actually existing on. That's how it would present itself. Likewise, for a flat plane. In other words, the overall topology is irrelevant. On a mass scale, it's just one big flat plane, reference to zero sea level. So you run your hands over Earth in the amount of, let's say, the Mercator projection, if you shrunk that as it exists as the world down to the size of a serving tray in front of you, and you run your hands over the flat bit, you wouldn't feel anything. It would be perfectly smooth, like Tyson's example with the bowling ball. So credit where credit's due to Morgul. He was the first to juxtapose that, probably back in 2015-16, long time ago now. He'll remember. And he'll remember that I've got a good memory too in terms of that map that he was referencing it to as well, because that was, I'm pretty sure, what he was talking about at the time. So there you go. Shout out to you, Morgul. Anyway, hopefully that helps, Daryl. Also, we've had some flat-on-flat action over that particular subject too with Bev Try Thinking. So shout out to you, Bev. Go and subscribe today to Morgul and Bev Try Thinking. Both good guys. And, you know, his argument was exactly the same. He's saying, I'm not a flat earther because Earth's not flat. However, he personally has given examples with a whiteboard where the undulations and microscopic imperfections of the whiteboard would be analogous to how Earth and its topology is representative if you take it at that scale. So same principles apply, right? You wipe your hands over a whiteboard, other than getting quite dirty, you feel how smooth it is. But when you get down to the microscopic level and compare that by scale to huge valleys and mountains on Earth, you're like, yeah, you can see that in the whiteboard. But it might seem massive to us, but by a huge scale, it isn't. It's perfectly flat. Earth is flat, perfectly flat, if you want to put it in those terms.
Yeah, dude.
The geometric orientation of the Earth's surface is perfectly flat.
Yeah, as an orientation, it's flat, and you can just say that without any caveats. The geometric orientation is just flat. That's how Earth represents itself. It's how it's mapped, it's how it's measured, it's how it's built on, it's how it's dealt with. Oh, well, we've got mountains and hills. Yeah, that's right. And we measure them with reference to zero. Like how high above sea level they are. Me, here, I'm about 250 metres above sea level. Okay? Right in the middle of England, right in the slap bang centre of it. Only 250 metres above the flat reference of the sea. That's right. Yeah, not very mountainous around me. So even though you go really far inland, where's that 8 inch per mile squared? There's not hardly any of it. Just a mild topographical discrepancy from me to sea level. And then from that sea level to the next bit of land along, and then the rise in elevation that you get when you reach it, is all reference to the same flat plane. Because Earth is flat.
Right. The overall topology is not going to affect the baseline that you measure that topology from.
Exactly.
Precisely. And that's how all of the globe references and derivations of your fundy sphere belief, if you have one, were originated. They all came from the flat baseline that we measured to take angles to stars to give us the celestial movements and the predictions therein. So we could say where stars would be over the land at a given time. That predictive capability has then been taken and turned into a spherical surface based on the arc of the tool on screen now, sextant. That arc, that's on the bottom on a sextant. It's not as good as an example. Imagine a protractor with the arc on the top. That arc becomes the ground. In other words, they've taken the arc that you measure the angle through the stars to give you a globe model that makes the arc of the tool you measured the two straight lines, flat baseline and angle to star, into the arc of the tool. So now you're standing on the arc of the tool. When you transpose these angles into hell and make a flat plane in the center of a redundant, or useless, I should say, sphere wrapped around a flat plane that you get the angles from to the stars. That's how it's always worked. Or to put it another way, the globe is based on a flat Earth.
Thank you. And I wanted to elaborate with him, but like I said, he was waffling loud. No matter what shoreline, whatever continent that you get on the ship, you undock, you debark. It does not matter. That sea level we're there. Even if you get off the sea and get out of the boat onto an island that has predominant peak mountains and volcanoes, where you get off at sea level on that land right there, on that shore, is the same angular baseline differential from that Zenith GP star above you as the man standing on the shoreline of the continent that you left, and his star Zenith above him and his GP. That baseline goes straight across from shore to shore, all throughout the terrestrial plane. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Okay,
Nobody sails up and down sea like a hill and shit. Excuse my language, sorry.
No, it's sea level. But I'm going to ask you guys housekeeping questions right out of this section of the show, potentially. But in the meantime, before I do ask the question, I'm going to ask the audience to give me a little vote. So, for the last 2 or 3 days, we've been covering Jeran in respect to what he waffled on about for hours on end after I'd left, having got my concessions multiple times. In other words, what I had aimed to achieve was achieved. I wasn't going to stay for personal attacks. He carried on talking. Now, I'll qualify this by saying, first of all, let's put a bit of bias on it, I did not want to cover this today. And I was shouted down and overruled by my panel in the pre-show. So we did cover it. Okay? So that's just so you know, right? So I'm going to ask the audience, because in this respect we are live, so you can have a say. If you still want to cover, and I will again qualify it, there's lots of meat on this bone. There is plenty to react to in Jeran's outpourings, let's call them, after I left. So there is plenty to cover. It's not going to be dull, but obviously we have covered it because there's so much of it for a fairly significant chunk now. So type 1 in the chat if you do want us to continue covering Jeran's outpourings in the, let's call it, after show. Or 2, if you prefer we dig out a new video, give us all a breath of fresh air. While they're all doing that in the chat, any evidence that you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from, let's just repeat that, from, not to, a curved baseline.
You just need to know the height of the star, Nathan.
The baseline is part of the angle. An angle is 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex. It must be flat.
Wow, it seems like the votes in chat are about 50-50, Nathan.
Yeah, I was just counting them up. Yeah, it is about 50-50, isn't it? Didn't hear the question, says Jeff.
I'll break the tie.
Let me just ask the question again. If you want to cover Jeran again, his outpourings after the departure of myself, then type 1. And if you do not want to cover Jeran again, then type 2. You're not allowed to vote 10th. What are you doing?
Why not? I mean, we have a 1.25 and a 1.5.
We covered it in the pre-show at your behest.
I didn't know we were the Senate.
I just want you to finish the video. My goodness, you just, I work hard to give you videos, and you go 3/4 of the way and say, okay, that's it. I go, no, there's meat on that bone still.
Okay.
Finish your dinner, Nathan.
Look, this isn't Ethiopia in the 80s, for God's sake. Okay, it's clear from the audience now that it's predominantly ones. More people want to cover it than don't by the looks. Okay, yep, fine. You're the audience. You have it your way. We're going to cover a bit more of it.
Doing any kind of damage to some group, meaning that I don't want to spout off on my show and say something and then, oh, FE Core gets in trouble for it. And then I'm like, fuck, I shouldn't have said that. And so I stepped down as a board member because I didn't want to be I gave Bob the Globebusters channel. Same reason. As I say, if anything ever happens to me, because of something I say, I want it to be separate from Globebusters. You take it, you manage it, it's yours. That's just me. I don't want to be a leader because I don't want to be held responsible if I do something wrong. I say a lot of things wrong. I've done a lot of things wrong. I've messed with people in the internet I shouldn't mess with. I've taken things too far. You name it. I make mistakes. I'll admit that. But when somebody else can't admit at all that they've ever made a mistake, to believe that Nathan Oakley is perfect and that Quantum Eraser's never gotten anything wrong and that we're making things up in our funhouse mirrors and that we're just confused about things. And you never said that. It's just we're making it up when it's not the case. There's no reason why Quantum Eraser needs to toe tag other flat earthers. Like, what are you doing? It seems like shill behavior. It seems like controlled
Correction
off.
and criticism, numpty.
I mean, who has divided this community more than Eric Dubay and Nathan Oakley? The answer is pretty much nobody. So if he thinks he's doing a good job, more power to him. Again, it's his channel. He can do what he wants. I'm not going to tell him how to run his channel. I have ideas that I think would be better for everybody, but I'm sure people have ideas for me as well that would make things better, and I would appreciate if they just keep them to themselves. So I'm not going
to... Well,
I have a great idea. Step down. Great idea.
Well, that's the thing. He said he'd appreciate it if people would keep it to themselves. Is he keeping this to himself? Or is he sharing it with the audience?
Okay, right. Yes, there's lots of hypocrisy in this one, but let's try and keep that particular critique, the really obvious hypocrisy. Yeah, we'll keep those critiques to a minimum. Sorry, John. Anything else?
Morning, folks.
Hey, Chocolate. Chocolate, let's do a roundup. Have you got anybody that you need to shout out from campaign support? In the meantime, if you are in the mod, maybe Divergent Droid, sorry to specifically lean on you to do something I don't typically ask. Can you dig out Chocolate Sane's Give Send Go link? So Chocolate's fallen on hard times recently. He's been toughed out of a job and a house that he got into to make sure his job was secure. How wonderful. By a drunk asshole that came into a job that Chocolate was doing really well in, just to write him up over and over again whilst pissed. Just asshole behaviour in a job that Chocolate had been doing really well in and been doing for a long time, making his bangs and cracks in this show for a long enough time. Now he's not in that position. After doing a previous Go for Send Go to get himself in a better position, it's all fallen apart around his ears after doing that, which is very unfortunate. So hopefully you can all contribute to one of our panel members that we all love dearly, Chocolate Satan. So help a brother out, hit up his his Give Send Go, and if you can't contribute financially, hit him up with a prayer. It's like a leave a nice comment, basically. It's a comment button, but they call it a prayer. Just leave him a nice comment, say, sorry to hear that, man. My thoughts are with you if you can't financially contribute. Obviously, it'd be better if you could give the guy $1 at the very least. But there we go. Hopefully the link's going by for that campaign right now. So, hello, Chocolate. I'm sure you weren't expecting that big blurb, just as a hello.
Good morning, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I could shout out the the people that contributed if you want.
Yes, please.
Give me like another minute or so.
Yeah, well, while you're doing that, I can say
mostly secret agent.
If you want the full explanation of what's going on, I actually released it intentionally on a good video that was about a subject that wasn't just e-begging. In other words, 2/3, 3/4 of the video that I released, which is called "Why Is This Happening," contains an explanation about scientific method, why Jaron and I are at loggerheads, the outcome. It's a full conclusion video, basically, which is why I kind of didn't. I thought that would wrap it up for today, 10th. But there we go. Anyway, there was another thing that happened. Did anybody see my Drug Busters video?
Yeah.
So if you say, I want to see if everyone clear the airwaves. Everyone clear the airwaves. I want to see if it happens on this video in the closed captions when I say Globe Busters. See what that comes up on in the closed captions. Anyway,
it's gonna happen every time you say God. Hard comes on, HOD. But I didn't know you were 5-0 when you're not doing flat earth debate.
Oh, that's what you meant by 5-0. 5-0
yes.
as in the police. That's not a British reference I would get immediately, Neil. But now you've said it, I get it now. I didn't get your comment at all. Anyway, check it out. It's just an interesting aside. Why do you find this interesting? Was someone's question in the comments. Fair question. I thought it was interesting because I was interested by it. I looked at it and went, interesting. That was it, basically. Anyway, check that out as well. Just a light-hearted video about a crazy mix-up in the YouTube closed captions. Anywho, where were we? What were we talking about? We were waiting for Chocolate.
While Chocolate's looking for that, that really bothered me what Chocolate shared with us. And we know, like even Eli said to me when he said he was going to put me on to what he's doing, he said, he advised me to sometimes, change the TikTok account because we're scrutinized whenever we represent Flat Earth. And I'm speculating, but I would hate that this guy is a glober who might have somehow found out through the grapevine, inadvertently by Chocolate's eavesdropping on Chocolate's conversation with another coworker or whatever. Anything indicative to have Chocolate exposed as a flat earther. And this guy, once he got on board, knew this and just had a prejudice just for that. And wants an incentive for him to be an asshole.
Indeed. Did you manage to dig it out, Chocolate? I want to focus on the positive, though, Daryl, so as much as I've given the preamble. Go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to say, Nathan, about that, the video, it was called Soft Underbelly. It says interview with a flat earther. It's pretty new, less than a week old. But, you know, Soft White Underbelly is a pretty popular channel, and they interview a flat earther, and everything's going, you know, a lot of fallacies when he's explaining himself, and then all of a sudden it turns into, oh, he's a crackhead, he was molested. You know, it's all some, you know, everything's wrong with the guy after he explains himself as a flat earther, and it's pretty funny. But you know,
That's when he had Hum's
just
begin,
showing
right?
you how they treat us.
What was the video
What was that?
called?
I believe it's called Soft White Underbelly.
What's the
YouTube channel.
What's the channel? What's the video called?
Interview with a flat earther, I believe.
From about a week ago.
Yeah, but the channel is Soft White Underbelly.
Yeah, I'm on
You'll see it there.
Soft White Underbelly. Last 3 or 4 videos, and I can't see it.
Oh, boo-hoo.
You'll have to dig out the
But
link
it's funny, like everything's wrong with the guy. I can put it in the Discord chat.
Stop. And it's not going to be contextually validated unless I can get that link. So unless you can post me the link, I've gone to his channel, I've gone to his videos. There isn't a video labelled interview with the flat earther on Soft White Underbelly. I'm there now. Unless I'm in the wrong channel that's a different Soft White Underbelly.
Is everything black and white?
Yes, everything's black and white. Who else is talking?
Yeah.
Why are you talking? Is it not clear that I'm having a conversation with somebody? God's sake.
I was just going to say,
yeah, it was
is this Michael?
Just carry on while I'm having a conversation about this video that I'm trying to get onto the live show. Just keep talking when I've obviously made it clear that I don't want you to do that. Just keep justifying it.
Here it goes, going into the Discord.
Thank you very much. Can somebody post in Master B the link to this video, because I'm unable to find it, and we'll just end up dragging out this time forever trying to find this link to this video. But it does mean that we can, you know, eventually get off Jeran.
I wanted to also cover my video with WitsitGetsIt as well. QE told me to send it to 10 so he could do something.
I have your video. I've been listening to it. I have the.
If you work
next time you put.
All right, gotcha, Tim.
Yeah, next time put the minute mark, because I had to find it. But I'm not done with Jeran, Nathan. I know the minute mark you paused on.
Okay, yeah, but I've got it queued up, so, you know, should we get tiresome of this?
Let's take a break from Flat Earther on Flat Earther crime.
And go to a different...
It's not Flat Earth on Flat Earth. The crime is truth versus false crime.
I'm not going to do another straw poll. I'm pretty sure people want us to cover Jeran for now.
How to run his channel, but I do think that having me, Dave, I mean, he's been, I don't know if you guess people don't know this, but he's been messaging me, and if you saw his messages that he says are not copy paste, ridiculous. The messages are so long, and I saw a bunch of things he was saying to Dave Weiss. I mean, this guy is just rude and calling Dave Weiss every name in the book, you stupid retard, and this, and I'm like, doesn't he? I mean, why wouldn't you want Dave Weiss on your side? Like, if you're so hurting for views, do you realize that
Dave Weiss isn't on my side? He's made it explicitly clear to an audience when I was mentioned alongside you, Jeran. You were there. He shut down the person talking about me and told the audience that we're not watching Nathan Oakley. So what makes you think that he is on my side? He isn't.
He keeps projecting back to we're so desperate for views. Like, it's like he's the only one focusing on that.
Well,
Like,
Chocolate, it's worse than that, Chocolate. Dave Weiss, was a friend of this channel, I guess.
We used to jokingly call him the boss.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
We used to have fun with that, didn't we? But Dave Weiss came here and said, protect my Bitcoin, Nathan. He didn't go to Jeran to protect the Bitcoin, or Bob, or WitsitGetsIt. I thought WitsitGetsIt had more IQ than all of us combined. Why didn't he go to WitsitGetsIt to protect the Bitcoin? So all of a sudden, because that group decided to not defend their feast of nonsense, Dave Weiss says, well, I don't even listen to that channel. Dave, You asked Nathan to protect your Bitcoin from ballers.
The relationship between Dave Weiss and I deteriorated quite literally at the point that I tried to take him to one side and explain the scientific method to him. I'm not even joking. He shut me down, and from that point forth, our relationship deteriorated. I'm not even joking.
Let's go back.
Running around
Hey,
saying,
hey, Nathan, let's go.
Jeez.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
It's okay.
It's all three chocolates going at the same time.
All three chocolates. I mean, what was I gonna say? Because so now he could say things like, "Oh, you could scientifically prove the angular size of something," which is that clip that I heard, and it's like, not even sure if that's really science, but you want to use that word, but don't want to learn how to actually use the word. It's weird. Very weird. Anyway, I did pull up the list, Nathan, if you still want me to go through it.
Yes, please shout out the people who've been supporting you.
Yeah, I do want to do that. I don't do it as well as you do it with your English flair and all that, but I will try my best. So Jerry Merciel donated $100. Thank you very much. Anonymous donor, $5. Thank you very much. Somebody named AmericanERC.com donated $100. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I hope I don't mess up this name. Ife Awosika donated $10. Thank you so much. Another anonymous donor, $12. Thank you. Appreciate you. Another anonymous donor, $10. Another anonymous donor, $7. Thank you, James Williams. A big shout out to James Williams. He donated $50, and then another donation of $200. Appreciate you, brother. Very, very grateful for that. Flat Coon, $25. Definitely appreciate that. Banta, $10. Appreciate you, man. Another anonymous donor donated $250. I appreciate that. Very blessed for that. Retro Bill, know that name. $25. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Secret Asian Man donated $100. Definitely appreciate you for that. I've seen you around in a while, so it's good to see you back. Anonymous donor, $5. Appreciate you. Dank, what's up, Dank? $25. Thank you, man. Good looking out. Anonymous donor, $10. Appreciate you. Original D Rose, $50. Thank you, man. And another anonymous donor, another $50, and I appreciate you. Just thank you to everybody who's helped me out, whether it was before or now. I don't know what I'd be doing if it wasn't for you guys, and thank you. So
perfect timing. 100 people or over 100 people watching when you're giving out your thanks to all the people who've supported you. So I'm so grateful to all of you who've done that, because it was off the back of, like I say, that video with a discussion about the scientific method, followed up by a discussion in, I don't know, 10-minute format about chocolate situation. So if you want to know more details about chocolate situation, go and check that video. And you'll find out some good flat earth information in the first half, and then the second half is that explanation. Why did this happen? And that's the video that was released. I think it was released today or yesterday, one or the other. Anyway, check that out. And yeah, thank you to all of you who supported it. It backs up the point that I was making, which is that we can go after all lies and deceit when it comes to science, because we've got a community. So it's not the case that I'll just get wiped out as a YouTuber by somebody like Jaron, who tells everybody I'm a scammer, or someone like Dave, who encourages people not to watch and shuts down any discussion about anything that's brought up with my name included. Things like that don't affect me in the way that they could or did when I was on Globebusters. So now we can do this. Well, why? Well, because it's beneficial. Yeah, unfortunately, the sword does cut both ways. But for those who have a bit of humility, they can just accept that and go, all right, okay. I mean, I'll give you the best example. He probably hates these an example for this, right? But Dr. John Dee had worked in a field considered science in terms of spectroscopy. And he'd got away with, sounds worse than it is, I'm so sorry, John, using those words in the same way that we're attacking them now. Now, given that he was obviously a friendly, I, behind the scenes, approached him and basically laid that out for him. And he braced against it, pretty much in the same way Jaron did. He wasn't quite as aggressive, but we were close. He was pretty aggressive about it. Because why wouldn't he be, right? He's far more educated than me, and I had to walk a very fine line in respect terms to not just alienate him entirely immediately. And after about, I don't know how long it took, a fair amount of time, I don't know, to put it in days or hours or months or whatever, but after a reasonable amount of time, he came around to those notions, and that was it. He was just like, okay, I get it now. Now, did that mean he suddenly lost any credibility as a spectroscopy expert? No, far from it. We still lean on him all the time. Did it mean that he wasn't any, or he was any less coherent in his descriptions and his analysis of information that he's putting out online? No, definitely not. If anything, he got sharper. So it didn't negatively affect him. But initially, there was something to brace against. That magic. And it was just magic. Saying, well, I've done this, that, and the other, and it's science. And everyone go, ooh. And having that higher degree of respect, which wasn't necessary. He commands enough respect as it is, as a professional and a learned man in his field. But you don't know that when you've been used to using the magic word of science and experiment, when it's not necessarily valid, and assume that, oh, well, that is why people gave me the respect, because they saw it as a science. Go, okay, well, see how you get on when you don't use those words. Any negative effects? No, not really. Oh, well, there you go. Well, that's the same for Jaron. Well, in terms of Dr. John Dee, it's the other end of the scale in terms of Jaron in both aspects. It's a very stark contrast. A small YouTuber with a huge amount to lose by decrying his own scientific training that it wasn't. Yeah, he went through the door of science. Yeah, he got trained. Yeah, he got qualified. Yeah, he's got a career ahead and will always have as a result of that. But does that mean it was science? Unfortunately not. You just have to accept that. So did Adam. He had the same battle, but just not with me, with Quantum Eraser. Exactly the same. No different. Now, we have enough respect and whatever word you want to use, insert platitude here, for Jaron to want to take the same time with him. Say, yeah, okay, yeah, there is unfortunately a slight downside to this. And that is to say that there may have been things that you said in the past that had scientific vernacular attached that weren't. Like your experiment with Netflix. On the other hand, every time somebody claims they've got science from here forth, you don't have to go through find the white paper. You can just ask them what their hypothesis was, if you understand what a hypothesis is, and then you can take it apart at its foundations based on a fairly limited understanding of just what science is. You need to know what their claim is for the most part. I'm really lazy. That's why I like it. Yeah? Cuts through all the dross really quickly. So it's a benefit. So by contrast, Jaron hasn't got anything riding on this. It's not going to affect his career if he understands why science proves and therefore why charlatans claim it when they haven't proven anything. It doesn't affect him in the same way it affected Dr. John Dee. His title is ascribed to that position being science when it isn't. Well, that's something to lose by contrast. I don't think Jaron's going to suddenly lose a load of subscribers by benefiting his own argumentation style with a recognition of science proving things, therefore charlatans claiming it, and then going, well, let's see your science then. Now, that is unfortunate for Dave when he says that you can prove scientifically that the angular size is too small. It's an absurd scientific claim. It's not in the remit. It doesn't fit into a hypothesis. It wasn't science. It wasn't proving his point. Now, that's a shame for Dave. Dave's a big boy, we hope. He'll get over it. Bob, unfortunately, wasn't. He couldn't face that. He couldn't get over it. But he's dead now. So now it's just you and Dave Weiss, you know, people who we consider to be perceived leaders, if you want to detach yourself one notch from it, of the flat earth. That's how you're perceived by the general public. That's why you were put in the position on Netflix. And you declare it yourselves to us in the messages. Their tone's very different with me about how much weight they've got, right, when they're talking to me. I'm not going to parrot off their behind-the-scenes private messages with me, but I assure you their tone is different. Yeah? Well, you can better yourselves, that's Dave and Jeran, by simply understanding the scientific method. Yeah, you might have to have a bit of humility. Yeah, you might have to be eating a bit of humble pie in regards to some of your claims that you thought were science and turns out they're not. And yeah, you might have to relinquish that magic trick and actually lean on decent arguments rather than just telling them that you've proved your flat earth claim with science. Yeah, it won't work as well. It's not that shortcut that you used to be able to take in your debates out on the road. Right? Well, that's it. Big girl pants time. Got to just get over the fact that you didn't really know what you were saying when you claimed you had science for stuff. Well, yeah, that's it. Just deal with it. There is plenty of flat earth science that you can apply. And there's plenty of debunkings to take place with a limited knowledge of how science works when someone says that word. You just then end up listening out for buzzwords. You're listening out for that guy on the opposing side to say hypothesis, theory, experiment. That's what you're listening for. And the moment they say any of these words, you go, oh, really? A theory? What, like based on scientific validity? Having formulated a hypothesis and validated it? That sort of theory. And when they look at you with a blank stare and go, no, I just meant it was some guy's idea of what would happen. Oh, well, that doesn't sound very science. It isn't. But yet you've called it a theory. Why did you use that word? You mean Mystic Meg theory, like Nostradamus theory, as opposed to scientific theory, which would be based on empirical evidence. That's what scientific theory is. But when these charlatans use that word, you'd spot it, hear it, and go, what's your hypothesis? And if they say, oh, well, my hypothesis was that this, that, and the other, blah, 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 you go, no. Independent variable, like I did with Jeran. You're only going to be varying one thing. It's the only thing that's going to be checked to see if it's going to cause the outcome or not. And it's only one or other that's possible. It will or it won't. And that's the only thing tested. Independent variable. So when they start babbling on about crock pots and fire intensity and pressures, you go, no. Independent variable. Limited scope of the method. Empiricism doesn't come easy, and it certainly isn't offered by a broad method. It's limited to the independent variable you're testing, and only the independent variable. So you can really screw people to the wall with it when they bullshit about having science. Now, does this all sound beneficial for someone debating other people about the nature of reality? Yeah, it is. Extremely. And it's effective. Go back and check. Then you'll find out why the ballers come in limited numbers now. Because for the good solid 5 years that we've been arguing using the methodology of science and how it absolutely proves things, with examples, as was also given to Jeran, by him, he was the one offering them, right? You can show how it proves things and how the methodology is sound. Empirical, repeatable, testable, observable, falsifiable. That's how you offer the audience the knowledge that what is being claimed to have all those things hasn't. Because if it lacks a hypothesis, if it lacks a naturally observed phenomena, it just becomes a Nostradamus theory or a Mystic Meg theory. Some nonsense some guy said and just labelled science incorrectly. There we go. Rant over.
Nathan, I'd like to read an excerpt from page 38 of a book I'm reading. It's called The Metaphysical Foundations of Modern Science. It really encapsulates what you just said. There's a lot before it and after it. It's a good treatise on this.
Perfect. Before you start, there's 106 people watching. Mad props to everyone who automatically shares the show. Thank you to you. And if you've just joined us, thank you for joining us. Good to have you. Please share the show if you've not done so already. Over to you, 10th.
In the light of these considerations, it is safe to say that even had there been no religious scruples whatever against the Copernican astronomy, sensible men all over Europe, especially the most empirically minded, would have pronounced it a wild appeal to accept the premature fruits of an uncontrolled imagination in preference to the solid inductions built upon gradually through the ages of men's confirmed sense experience. In the strong stress on empiricism, so characteristic of present-day philosophy, it is well to remind ourselves of these facts. Contemporary empiricists, had they lived in the 16th century, would have been first to scoff out of court the new philosophy of the universe.
AKA pseudoscience. Where was that from? Perfect.
Metaphysical Foundations of Modern Science, E.A. Brute, B-U-R-T-T, page 38. It's a fantastic read.
Perfect. Right, let's do a bit more, Jaron.
Dave Weiss has an app with about 100,000 people that get notified every day when he sends out a notification. Why wouldn't you want your show on there? Why wouldn't you want me, because I tell people who I'm a patron for?
I would. I was. But at the moment Dave told people that you weren't watching me, yeah, shut down conversation specifically brought up by an opponent of yours using an example that we use that he wanted to argue about, you, Dave Weiss, shut him down and told him you weren't watching. What are you babbling about? Why wouldn't I want it? I would want his support. I was getting it, then it was taken away the moment that I tried to disseminate the scientific method to Dave. Shocking, isn't it?
Why wouldn't you want me to be a patron of yours? Why, you know, it's just,
hang on, Nathan.
I would,
hang on,
Paul. I would want you as my Patreon, Jaron. Yeah, I'd want you on side. That's why I'm appealing to you. Why would I want you as a Patreon? Because I'm poor. I've got bills to pay. Got a wife and 2 kids.
Nathan, Dave Weiss was using your videos on this app.
Yeah, it was. I told him to take them off.
What's he saying?
I asked him to remove them.
Jaron knows that.
Sure. I asked him to remove them when I heard Dave stab me in the back.
It's baffling to me. Like,
right, but Jaron, hang on. Just for context, prior to all this, it was agreed upon that you allowed him to use your videos, which means he was watching you. Then when Dave stabbed you in the back and said he wasn't watching you, you said, how can you do that? Take them off now. But Jaron is saying, why wouldn't you want your videos and your show with Dave Weiss's app? I mean, this is not correct historical readout here.
Right. Why wouldn't I want Dave to just listen to his opponent make an example that was used here by me when he named me specifically, as opposed to shut the guest down and refuse to talk about anything associated with me? Yeah, I would want him to, but that's not what he did. Dave Weiss, that is.
Community, we could do so much better if we stopped hanging each other. You know, and I just, it's a sad thing because I realized too, I said,
what, like the examples we just gave of us being hung out to dry, me specifically in that example by Dave Weiss. Yeah, it would be better, Jaron.
A lot of times that there's no male role models, people get mad at that. But I also realized that the reason that there'll never be a good male role model is because even if there were a good person.
Sorry, who gives a crap about whether or not we're role models? I don't care, right? I'll care that you win arguments about flat Earth. That's it. I just don't want you having your ass handed to you by Toon. Same goes for Dave. When he's talking about science and making us look stupid because he hasn't got any empiricism attached to his claims, when he's saying he can prove things scientifically. In terms of my messages back and forth with Dave, what I actually did with Dave was ask him for his science. That's what I actually did. I'm happy to prove this. While Dave told me all about his numbers and how much more popular he was and how sad I was and how pathetic I was. That's what Dave told me while I asked him things like, can you define science, Dave? That's what I was asking him. I'm not even joking either.
They would get shit on by people like Nathan Oakley. So we would never.
No, I went to Dave and asked him to define some of the words he'd been using. Then I pointed out that the words he'd been using were claimed to be scam words by Jaron. That's what I actually did. You know, set them against each other because Jaron's claiming I'm a scammer for saying science proves. Hey, Dave, just by the way, Jaron's calling you a scammer because you say specifically that science proves. Just out of interest, do you know what science is? Spoiler, he didn't. Yeah, he called me a lot of names instead of defining the terms he uses on these shows that he says he's got proof on. Yeah, he didn't define the terms. he went on to also call me a scammer. Couldn't make it up. That's Dave Weiss, by the way, calling me a scammer when I asked him to define some of the terms he uses. And invite him onto the show. Invite him to be educated, like Jaron was.
Wow, really?
Yes.
I didn't even know all that.
You know what he told me when I asked him to come on the show? He was too busy spending the money on the boat he bought with the money he got from all those app payers. He told me, I'm off to go on my boat. You're insignificant to me. I was inviting him on to discuss science and the scientific method, and he gloated about how much money and sent me a link to how many links he was getting, how many people were giving him money. That's what he did in response to me asking him to define a few terms and be educated by way of an invitation to discuss science. That's what he did.
Are you serious? And that son of a bitch,
Absolutely
and that
serious.
SOB always says that his app is irrelevant. He just does it to educate people. He's not out to make money. He's not out to.
He's out on his boat. He really enjoyed rubbing that in my face.
Wow.
Yep. That's Dave Weiss for you. Fun guy, huh?
I'm kind of speechless right now. I had no idea he did that. That's crazy.
They're all catching up.
Never know they're a good
That's
person.
crazy.
So everything that people said about Weiss that I tried to defend were correct. I apologize for those who warned me and said he's a typical blah, 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 which I'm not going to say.
Tiny hat?
What did you say, Adam Sandler? What did you say?
Because somebody's going to shit on their name. And it's just sad. That's how we deal with in this community now. There's nobody who is like got no marks on them because everybody has thrown rocks at everybody else. How do people not realize that? Look at what science does. Bill Nye never talks shit about Neil deGrasse Tyson, who never says anything about Brian Cox, who never says anything about these physicists and Lawrence Krauss. Why? Because they're smart enough to recognize that them going after each other would hurt the entire movement of science. So we will never.
That's
win.
smart.
Movement of
Even though they're
science.
all full of shit.
Oh my
The
God.
movement of science.
That makes absolutely no sense. I mean, okay, people.
No, it's smart to just be buddy with everybody as long as
think about what he's
everybody's
saying.
on the same team.
Think
Instead of
about what
pointing
he's saying.
out.
You got these people that if they're not friends, won't advance science. I'm sorry. Truth is out there to be had, to be discovered. That's what the scientific method is for. It's for discovery, for the world that you live in. You could do that as a team, and you can do that alone. I don't know what the advancement of truth has to do with other individuals not getting into arguments or not having differences of opinion, which, by the way, when there's objective truth, there is no opinion. That's such a silly statement.
Since he doesn't watch the show, he doesn't know all of the other reviews we do of fellow so-called scientists saying that Neil deGrasse is wrong, and Sabine coming and saying that. And the latest one was Michio Kaku, and the YouTube video says, lock him up, from a fellow scientist.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
How does Jaron just spew these things out? Where does he come up with all this stuff?
That's true. That I also forgot about. In his video, 100 quotes that tell us we've been lied to. They're talking about some physicists or some philosophers not daring to go against academia. Clearly, there's some tension there. What are you talking about, Jerry? You're talking about actors on TV that are upholding a lie? That's what you want to be a part of? Broski? Let me know.
I just posted the video, Mastery, of Eric Weinstein challenging Michio Kaku's claims.
Let's just shout out Theo Megaworty first. Being a flat earther doesn't cure human nature. No, it doesn't, Theo. Thanks for the super chat.
That's facts. I don't know. It kind of sounds like a weird
Scientists are
path to
among
go
the
down.
smartest people on the planet. However, they squabble among themselves too, just like the rest of us mere mortals.
I can't play this. I'll just end up getting a copyright strike for it.
I didn't ask you to play it. I just posted it.
Oh, okay.
We've played it before, and you did a review on it.
Did we? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Why is it? Don't remember getting a copyright strike for this. Okay, I can't remember doing it. Anyway.
Yeah, Eric Weinstein came up and said he's full of it. He says they've gotten everything wrong for 70 years, but they keep doing it, saying like it's working.
I'm having an airing about whether or not I should read out Dave's comments regarding his boat or not.
I think that seems appropriate.
Okay.
You've not brought this to the table previously, but it's now been put out there about why you wouldn't want to cook to those things and curtail and make sure you only do certain things and say certain things. Because look what you could have worn, Nathan Oakley.
Nathan,
well, that's kind of the sentiment. I will read it out now you've said that. Hold on, 10th. So I'll read out his comment. I'll start with his. You do realise you either love...
No, before you do, this is concerning you reading the comment. Wait until he responds saying that he didn't say it. You've already said what he said. So I believe you, and you're about to read it, but why? Just wait until they deny it.
Okay.
I am appalled, personally, because as much as I've learned from you about David Weiss behind the scenes, I've always tried to advocate for him, and you know it. It's on tape. I try to always give the benefit of the doubt. But I'm not shocked what you said, and I know you would not say that on record. You might say it on the early show if you were fabricating, but I know you would not say on record for the public to hear you make that announcement about David Weiss. I'm appalled. I'm disgusted. I'm glad I unsubscribed to Flat Earth, whatever his thing was, back when he did what he did that you did reveal to us. But this right here, I employ everyone to unsubscribe to
don't do that.
Money profiting
Stop.
shyster.
No. Dave's wandered off on a beaten path where he's more interested in gloating about his boat and the amount of people giving him money for his app when I'm asking him specifically about science. Literally, you can read the context. I just dropped it in Master B. There you go. It's there for you in black and white.
I got
Have
you.
a read.
Yeah.
So basically,
should we call him?
I'm sorry. So basically, he lost control and composure and said something to stab you in the side, basically, to be, like when people say later on, I didn't mean what I said. I didn't mean what I said.
Yeah,
he
that's
said
right.
that. He didn't really mean.
That's right. While I'm
that's
right, D. While I'm struggling to pay the bills, scraping by in a limited way, doing my daily shows, producing videos, staying up all night, just doing Flat Earth, Dave was keen, while I asked him for a definition of science, to gloat about his boat and how many people give him money. That's right. He also told me I could have had a share in that if I wasn't a massive CU. I won't carry on. You can read for yourselves.
I'd like to take this moment to say D-Rose had a great pun, but didn't realize it. Since David Weiss said that from his boat, D-Rose meant uphold.
Just on that.
1 sec, Adam.
We
The
were asked
Megawitty
last night.
says, Nathan, it's time for all the receipts. Read it. No, I'm glad 10th stopped me because it's not something I typically do. I don't like reading out people's personal messages. So I started to. Someone stopped me. I'm glad they did. Thanks for the super chat, though.
After reading it,
More
I get the
important about
context of it.
Why would somebody think that that's the important thing? We said last night, me and Kiwi did, a few other people, why are you in this game? Why are you doing this? Yeah. I stated why I was doing it. Kiwi himself. Is that why Dave's involved? For more money? To earn money. So when we come across a challenging time, a crossroads, what validates him? Those things that is described to Nathan, that's why he's here. And there's a level of class you should have as well, isn't there? Yeah. And when you talk to people like, look what I've got, you've got nothing. You could have this if you cooked. I've seen this as well a number of times.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Satan dangling a little carrot in front of you. Right, Dave? You could have had a boat. You could have been rich. If only you'd have cucked to our science bullshit, you could have had money, but you haven't. You're poor and nothing is essentially the sentiment that Dave is saying to me while he gloats about how successful he has bled flat earth dry. That's right. You read it for yourselves.
Exactly. Hold on. You know what?
You don't throw rocks when you live in glass houses. So Jared, Dave, Bob, next Witsit, they're all being exposed.
Yeah.
The test's been put out there a number of times.
Go ahead, Adam.
The test's been out there and there are a number of people have passed. Now, it's often done under the guise of being friendly and supporting and shouting. I'm now a Patreon of Mitchell from Australia. When Mitchell wasn't prepared to deny the scientific method, he was booted off very unceremoniously, very quickly from that side. And I think the same with Flatsoid. You don't curtail to those things, then you'll get nothing. You'll get ostracized. You'll get called a scammer eventually if your clear and concise message is undermining what they're trying to tell people the nature of reality is. Being demonstrated here, and I think whether you share the letter or not, the sentiment is clear and understood. That's how these guys are behaving. That's what's important to them.
Yeah. And
now,
again,
what I wanted to say, was
just one more thing. I want to shout out Thea Megaweti again. He's slapping down the cash in the hopes that we'll read this out. No, I'm sorry. It's not going to happen. But he says, no, read. Okay, I'll try that again. No, read. That's it. I'm pulling my funding. Fair enough.
No, what I was going to say was, metaphorically, this is like Nathan is the pastor of a small church, humble church, with a congregation that is learning the truth. Jay Weiss is the big money-making, charging at the door, tithing every 30 minutes, sucking the money out of people, giving them pipe dreams and false doctrine. And when Nathan calls him up and says, hey, brother, you're misleading the sheep. You need to lead them in the right path. And he says, well, tell that to my Maybach and my Rolls Royce and my yacht. What are you doing over there? You still haven't got your roof leak repaired. I'm doing fine. Maybe you need to think about that. And then that kind of like makes you kind of sit back and look at the two levels of the intent and the agenda that people have. Now, when you read that, I can look at it also as maybe he was just rubbing that in your face because you pissed him off for exposing him as a scammer. But if he was humble and about righteousness, he would say, gee, thanks a lot. You know, what can I do to get better? But instead, he gets like Jaren and he takes a stab back at you and probably exposed himself, not knowing that you was going to tell on him that he is actually getting rich by spewing nonsense and making people more stupefied, which he says he's not about that. He's about science and truth, and the money doesn't matter. He always introduces his app in every place he goes, but always try to say, that's not why I'm here. I'm here to teach the truth. Dave Weiss, you're full of shit. Excuse my language. Straight Franco.
I just feel like there. All right, being that I'm in the position I'm in, where I'm literally begging for money because I'm broke and my life is falling apart. I can respect trying to make money. I get that, right? I'm not gonna hold that against somebody. But that's really, it's weird because what he regards now as his enemy, who is Nathan, was trying to do was help you make more money by sharpening the words that you want to run around and have all these interviews and videos with people on YouTube and wherever you go. He's trying to sharpen your words. You're the one running around saying you can scientifically prove this and that and the third. So why, to me, I don't get why you wouldn't want that those words that you use to mean what they're supposed to mean. because it's that simple thing that has turned these our enemy, which is the Globers, right, around completely. Where they used to say science proves this, science proves that, science proves we live on a magical spinning water ball flying around in a vacuum. And now they don't say that. Now science doesn't prove anything. Why would you want to be doing the same thing they're doing when the sharpness of these words is how narrow the scientific method is? Why would you want the scientific method to just be, it could be this, could be that, we don't know? When the Globers themselves are telling us, nah.
Well, this is
we
this.
don't
This
we
is
don't
this,
got
is
no
it.
science.
This is the quandary that unfortunately David Weiss has found himself in, which is to say that he's now left with kind of an ultimatum because of what Jeran said on his recent discussion with myself, which is that according to Jeran, he has stated that Dave Weiss specifically, because that's how this came to pass in terms of what Jeran's currently discussing, came to pass. I explicitly told David that Jeran was exposing him as a scammer by way of the words he was using. That's a fact. That's what I was pointing out and letting both of them aware, making both of them aware that that was what I was doing. So here you go, here's my copy-paste message to Jeran, explaining that by calling me a scammer and saying that science doesn't prove things, David Weiss, who explicitly says he has proven things with science, is automatically, by that standard, a scammer also. That is a problem for Dave. So, I have subsequently approached Dave and said, you use these science words incorrectly. No? Want to define a few of them? Can't? What's that? Got a big boat that you've got to get to? How nice for you. I'm inviting you to discuss this matter. So he's now got a choice. He's only got two options in this choice. Option number 1. Deny his frequent claims of proof with science, because as Jeran has now claimed on David's behalf, David would deny his use of this word proof and say, like Jeran, I didn't really mean it like that. End quote. Jeranism. So Dave, are you going to state, as Jeran has claimed you will, that when you told all those interviewers that you could prove it scientifically, in fact, you didn't really mean it was proof, like Jeran has stated you will say, on your behalf? Or would you like to take me up on my offer to understand where you can continue to use these very, very poignant and powerful words of science, but actually know what they mean when you say them? That would be to say, take me up on my offer and very kind invitation to educate you on what science actually is, as I have already in person verbally attempted to do with you when you shut me down and refused to take on board the information. So we'll try that again, shall we, Dave? Or you can do as Jeran has said you will and deny your claim to be proof with science because you didn't really mean it was proof. Right, Dave? That's what Jeran is stating that you will say. So either say it, affirm what Jeran has claimed on your behalf, that no, you didn't mean proof when you lied to all those interviewers about having proof. It wasn't really proof. You didn't really mean it like that. Yeah, well, once you've established that, obviously we'll know your position in this regard. Or you can take me up on my kind offer and learn what science actually is. Sharpen your wits, win more debates, earn more money, refurb the boat.
And I want to, and Dave, in case you forgot, Adam knows. Adam saw me when I wrote it down. One of your main focuses of your scientific theories is that it is scientifically unprovable and impossible for us to be living in a spinning ball in a space vacuum. You don't even mention the law of thermodynamics in that quote there. And then you turn around and say, however, it is scientifically possible and provable to live beyond the ice wall in other worlds, in other ponds, and you even show a graphic diagram that you quote from somebody with little ponds on an infinite plane that we haven't been able to voyage yet with because the Antarctic Treaty won't allow us. That's scientifically possible and provable. But the space vacuum, that's not scientifically
So where
possible.
did you get that?
So just in case
hold
you,
on,
yes,
hold on,
yes, he's.
hold on. Don't paraphrase. Do you have an actual verbatim quote that he said?
You can go on any Dave Weiss deep dirt and you can hear it for yourself. I'll pull up 5 videos. That's his comment.
Stop. I've already got 3 examples of him saying it that I've played at nausea. If you've got a specific verbatim quote, then fine, quote him. But if you're just going to paraphrase something into him saying that the scientific proof of the ice wall and living beyond it, then I just got to stop you and say that's outrageous unless you can verbatim quote him.
Verbatim, he said is scientifically impossible and not scientifically probable to live under a space vacuum on a spinning ball. But however, this is scientifically provable. And he points to this diagram with ponds of different worlds. We're here, he'll point to us, which is that famous thing with the ice wall,
Okay,
and then
fine.
he'll show a bunch of other
No problem.
on paper.
Okay, fine. So were he to affirm, as Jeranism has stated he will, that he didn't really mean you can prove this little story he spun to an interviewer, it isn't really meaning proof when I say this is possible to prove with science. He didn't really mean it because it wasn't really provable with science. And Jeranism, strictly speaking, is true and accurate when he says that Dave would be correct to rescind that stupid shit because it isn't science and he couldn't prove it with science. It isn't science. So either way, I win. If Dave says, as Jeranism has declared, that what he was saying wasn't really proof, that's absolutely correct. Or if he sits in front of me, as I have offered to do, and educate him on what science is, he'll understand why it wasn't science.
This is the trouble, isn't it? So you can look at what Dave's saying and realise that it's not science. I'm not particularly that bothered. The point I would highlight is what's been highlighted in the clips. It's that juxtaposition between the two sides. Juxtaposition on the one side, where we say science proves things and we're clear what science is. Over there, one side saying science does prove things, the other side saying science doesn't prove things. That's the juxtaposition that is nonsensical from them. What are they doing? Why are they trying to keep science proving things alive? What science are they trying to keep alive and for what purpose? That's what you need to look at and just highlight that between the two of them, they can't even make their mind up in their own camp where the science proves things.
We still agree with the juxtaposition. So not complicated.
I mean, you can only really speak for yourself, can you not?
I can speak for both Dave and I. And the nuance that's being left out is, yes, science can prove things relative to control variables and human fallibility. So everyone's talking past each other, and this is just a false dichotomy.
I'd agree with that. So you're saying you can prove things with science, providing you've got a valid hypothesis, controls that are actually controlled, and you haven't got an idiot experimenter. Pretty much what I told Jeranism then.
If that's what you told Jeranism, yeah. And I mean, more specifically, there could be a variable you just don't know about. And that's what Jeranism is trying to say.
No,
clearly,
he said that's not correct. Right? That's not correct. Jeranism was trying to say that when you find a different variable, it would invalidate the original cause and effect relationship that had been validated.
This is where I disagree with Jeranism. Okay.
Me too.
But this requires a little bit of good faith also. So
no, it doesn't.
When we say
no faith is needed. The empiricism is embedded in the method. You don't need any faith.
Okay.
Why don't you tell him that, though? Why don't you tell him that?
Hold on, Chocolate. Go ahead, Witsit.
So let's just use a real quick example of the scurvy thing, right? So we gave them lemons and limes, and then the scurvy went away. Later, we found out it wasn't just the lemon and the limes. It was the constituent part of vitamin C, right? once you discovered that it's vitamin C, did you disprove that lemons and limes cure scurvy? No, because you can still give them lemons and limes and cure scurvy. But technically, you can give them anything in the world that contains vitamin C and cure scurvy, right?
Okay.
So
okay,
that's
okay,
the
fine.
gray area.
Well, let me just put this to you. Just imagine for a second, Witsit, that I gave those people lemons and limes, but, you know, I gave them like, I don't know, 3 or 4 lemons, and they didn't get better, right? As far as you would be concerned, you'd given them a few lemons and that, and they've still got scurvy. So what would be your response to that?
That would be the human fallibility aspect.
So your position in response to Jaron's position that he put to me would be to respond the same way I did, which would be to say that that would make you an incompetent scientist. Those were my exact words.
But that's why he's saying that as applied in the real world.
No, that's why he's saying I'm wrong and a scammer, Witsit.
Yeah, but
Not yeah. What an arsehole. Not yeah, arsehole.
No,
yeah. Calling me a scammer because, as you appreciate, you can prove with science beyond the fallibility of idiots like Jaron. You can prove things. You've already conceded that already. Jaron's saying I'm a scammer because I say science proves things. It does. You've affirmed that. He says I'm a scammer because I say that. Now that just makes him an arsehole, Witsit.
Well, it seems like you're
stuttering much. Yeah, it does sound like you're stuttering while I point out what an arsehole Jaron is.
I didn't stutter at all.
Yes, you did. And you will continue to stutter while I call Jaron an arsehole based on your affirmation that science can absolutely prove things.
No, what did I actually say?
That science proves things? And then you gave caveats about idiots like I did to Jaron when he challenged it?
See, you always have to remove the context. Science proves things.
So therefore Jaron's wrong and I'm not a scammer. No context needed. Science proves things. Jaron is wrong. That is as simple as that.
Context needed if you're dishonest, right? So science proves things relative to control variables. Why do you keep leaving...
Like, with the scientific method and that, the thing I was trying to educate Jaron in. So you're saying so long as you follow the method and have control variables, IV, DV, CV, a method, then it would prove things. Yeah, like I was trying to educate Jaron in. He still tried to call me a scammer at the end of it, though, Witsit, making him an arsehole.
No, because if you discover a new control variable that you didn't previously know about, that could, in fact, be the cause.
When you hold that independently of the thing you were varying initially?
Say again?
When you hold that new variable independent of the original variable in your experiment, both could prove something? That's right. Both could be varied independently and prove a cause of an effect. But that doesn't invalidate the original experiment, Witsit. The original experiment would still be proving your original predictive statement as true because you would only be varying that independent variable.
It would prove your original predictive statement true.
So I'm definitely not a scammer then, if you're proving things with that methodology of science. So I'm definitely not a scammer for saying it proves things, though, as you've just affirmed for the 3rd time.
I don't know if you think that if, like, you make sure I don't get to say it, then you can pretend you're right or something, but everyone sees that, bro. So can you just chill? So if we control a variable, okay, then we control every variable we know about. What happens when we decide to control the previous IV and then we manipulate that unknown control variable that we discovered and we still get the same effect? What we've shown is maybe it wasn't just the IV relationship we thought about at first. You can say that's human fallibility, but that's Jaron's whole point.
So not just. So in logical terms, not just would also include the original statement as proven. So like I refuted your affirmation that Jaron's justified for calling me a scammer by saying science doesn't prove, it's not just the original proven statement, but also a new independent variable proving to cause the cause. cause the effect. So we've got two scientifically validated and proven experiments in this scenario, then Witsit.
Sure.
So on two occasions, we're showing that science absolutely proves things then.
I
aren't stuttering much, you little bitch. Your boy Jaren's been proven so fucking wrong it's untrue. He needs to make a retraction, and you need to start putting some pressure on him to make that retraction. I am not a scammer. Jeren was just wrong and doesn't understand science.
You would not be a scammer if you start...
I'm not a scammer. Science proves things. You've affirmed it. I wouldn't be. No, I'm not. Jeren says I am because I say science proves. He better get on with retracting it, and Dave Weiss better get his ass in here so he can be educated on science too, Witsit.
I knew it was too good to...
You speak for Dave Weiss. Dave Weiss will be attending here, won't he, Witsit?
Why are you so toxic, dude?
You will be speaking for Dave Weiss, you say?
He can speak for himself.
You told me you could speak for him. That is what you told me upon entrance.
I just don't understand why you have...
You said you could speak for Dave Weiss. Now you're going to be doing that.
Okay.
Okay? So Dave Weiss will be attending his education on science, won't he, Witsit?
I will happily discuss with both of them that...
No, you'll speak on his behalf as you told him and me that you could. Right, Witsit? You've got permission to speak on his behalf, you said. Stuttering much? Dave Weiss will be attending. Witsit will make sure of it. He is his representative here, aren't you, Witsit?
Why are you... can you chill?
You're not stuttering much? Now that I've got you over a barrel to make damn sure that the audience will expect Dave to be here. Yeah, they will.
Me over a barrel. I started this with an immediate concession from you.
Yeah, that Jaren's wrong. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm shouting at you and making damn sure that I lay down the law about what I'll be getting. I'll be getting a concession for Jeren about me not being a scammer that science does prove. And Dave, with his idiotic claims of proving puddles with science, he's going to get an education and you're going to make sure he, who you speak for, understands that. You understand that, don't you, Witsit?
I understand you think...
Good! Now get to getting Dave in here, because he needs to be educated on science, so he understands like you do. And Jeren will hopefully be corrected too, because you understand that that's where you and he differ, where he calls me a scammer for saying science doesn't prove when it does. Twice, right, Witsit? You could vary other things and prove other stuff. Yeah, you can. Science proves stuff, Witsit. You understand
talk like
that.
This in real life to me, dude. So this is what I'm trying to say. Science proves things relative to control variables and the limitation of our knowledge regarding those control variables and human fallibility. And basically,
basically proves things. Yeah, if you follow the method, it proves things, and Jeren is wrong. Yes, thanks. We got that for the third time, Witsit. Thanks.
Now, one validated experiment doesn't negate another validated experiment.
Yeah, it's still proving stuff.
Eternal.
Yeah, still proving things, still making Jeren wrong, still making his claim that I'm a scammer for saying that absolutely outrageous. That's right.
So let's use the lemon and the lime.
Let's not. Let's get Dave in here so he can be educated, so he understands as you do, Witsit, that science proves things.
That's why I'm saying we're talking past each other. You guys have to censor me. So that's why I'm saying you guys are talking past each other. Because in reality, I agree with you in the sense that, yes, you still proved your first experiment. Science proved that cause and effect relationship. Although in the future, you learned additional information that you find out, oh, well, that was too vague. And really, I wasn't entirely accurate and precise enough because actually it was the vitamin C, not the lemon and the limes. Does that mean that lemons and limes won't still help with scurvy? No. So you are talking past each other.
But no. So you're saying once you find out it's vitamin D, you said D, it's not going to be the fact that if you give men with scurvy lemons and limes, they will stop recovering then, according to you?
The opposite of that.
The opposite. So they'll still recover. So it's still proven that the lemons and limes...
I just said that.
Are you censoring me? I absolutely love being right. Because I get to gloat. I get to make demands. I get to tell Dave Weiss what he's going to be doing because his representative here who speaks for him. I get to use your words of how science proves to demand retractions from Jeren. It's wonderful, Witsit, wonderful. And when you chant through me, right, I'll scream about your censorship in like parody of you screaming that we're censoring you. Not at all, son. No, what I'm actually doing is censoring my own panel because they can't shut the fuck up. Like G+ cannot keep their mouth shut while you're here. I've had to censor them, not you. Do you appreciate that? I had to shut them down so you could be heard. Did you realise that, Witsit? How ironic. Yeah, there's me still talking, Witsit. Thanks. I'd appreciate if you didn't use your fundy mute button while I summarise what I will be demanding from Dave Weiss's representative, who definitely speaks for him, don't you, Witsit?
Nice projection.
No, that's what you said. You said you spoke for Dave Weiss, specifically.
You accused me of funding muting.
No, I accused you of speaking for Dave Weiss. That's what I accused you of.
I'll happily talk to Dave Weiss, yeah.
No, not talk to him. You speak for him. And when I demand that Dave Weiss is going to get an education, you understand that Dave Weiss will be coming here to get an education as his representative. He will be because he's wrong when he uses those words. You also understand that, don't you, Witsit?
I know you act like you give people commands and you're the king of the hill of flat earth or whatever, but you're so toxic.
Yeah, I'm going to snatch that crown off Jeran's head.
What it
That's
is.
right. There's a new king announcing himself here. It definitely ain't Jeran, who's a pathetic cuck, and is declaring how incapable he is of holding that crown, in spite of him holding it by virtue of him doing stuff that he probably shouldn't have, like on Netflix. But yeah, I am snatching that crown off him. That's right.
There's no crown. That shows that you're...
Really? Why is Dave Weiss telling me all about the wins that he gets then, and the money he gets, and the boats he gets? Are they not the wins, the spoils, the victories that Dave Weiss talks about? You'd know, you're his representative.
Dave has a boat. I've been on it. Dave actually makes money outside of flat earth. So you don't know anything, per usual.
So why would he use that to gloat at me, War? I don't understand. As his representative, maybe you can explain why he was using that to shout me down when I asked him to define some science terms.
I am almost positive that you're taking things out of context because that's what you guys do, which is why you have to censor so you can
As his representative, would you give me permission to read out his words?
No, you can send me the message and I'll read the full context and then ask him what the conversation was because you guys consistently lie about me. So why would I believe you're telling the truth about Dave Weiss when you got the douchebag QE running around?
Let's just read one sentence. I'm going to my master's swimming class and then I'm going to my boat. Fuck off. That was Dave Weiss's words.
Okay, so he said he's going to go to his boat where he doesn't have to worry about petty dudes that act tough on the internet across the ocean.
That was in response to me saying, you don't know what science is, Dave.
Okay, so you think he's like saying, I have so much money and I'm better than you? Or
I'll read it in full context. I'll just read it as it comes off the page. You don't know what science is, Dave, full stop. Are you sweating? Response from Dave Weiss. I'm going to my master's swimming class and then I'm going on my boat. Fuck off. My response, you'd think you'd just define it. There's the full context of his boat comment, with my remarks either side.
Okay, yeah, so he's definitely not saying, haha, I'm so rich.
Yeah, I'm asking him to define some science terms, though, and he's fobbed me off by telling me he's going on a boat. So, do you think he could come around to telling me about those science terms he uses? He sits in front of interviews, telling people to give him money for his app while he uses those words.
I think it's funny you immediately got exposed for taking him out of context, like I knew you would be, because that's what you guys have to do. You do it to me.
I told the audience that I asked him for some definitions of science words, and his response was to tell me that he's going on his boat. He also gloated about the money he gets and the size of his audience.
Don't worry about it.
Why am I getting rumpus?
No, you're saying don't. What you guys need to worry about is lying about people, like how you guys lie.
Like Jeran says that Nathan's a scammer because he says science proves things, and then you come on and back me 100%. That sort of lie.
I'm explaining that from my assessment, you guys are talking past each other.
I'm not talking past each other. Science does prove things. You've affirmed it. Jeran's told an audience I'm a scammer because I say science proves things. It is that simple.
I don't have to agree with Jeran on everything, right?
Well, he's called me a scammer for this that you would disagree with him with. We know you've got quotes of you saying it also. So, Witsit, you were next on the list to be coming here getting your ass spanked because you too have said that you can prove things with science, haven't you?
I still say that, and I've actually explained why I say that, right? And I said that you guys are talking past each other. I bet if you guys censor me, you'll become right. You know, that'll happen. The 57 people that watch you will really believe you destroyed me today. So, hey, can you
Respectfully,
chill?
why are you here then? If you disagree with your friends, why have you come over here to agree with us, but somehow not agree with us? What's the purpose? Surely your time would be better spent over there educating your friends who think that science doesn't prove things.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's because you guys can't keep my name out of your mouth. And I'm just going to go back to pretending you don't exist. But what I get censored every time I speak, and I get it. That's what you have to do. But the reason I'm here is because I'm not a little bitch. So when I have beef with someone, I go talk to them face to face. I don't circle jerk for 5 hours a day for a year and then lie about what they say where they can't defend themselves.
This has got nothing to do with whether science proves things or not. You're coming here because you're your nose is out of joint because we keep mentioning and citing you, yeah, when we're opposing Jaron, who says science doesn't prove things. You're
Hey,
objecting
don't
to us
omit the
using
line part.
you're objecting. I'm nearly done, son. Calm down, Triggerbot. Yeah, you're objecting to us citing you. Is that why you're here? You're offended by that. It's got nothing to do with whether science does things, just your nose is out of joint.
Well, no, I just now addressed the beef. I'm saying that I think you guys are talking past each other and that I perfectly agree with the fact that science proves things and establishes a cause and effect relationship, as in the method itself is empirical. It's like the best method ever when it comes to verification empirically. I love it. I'm not going to stop saying scientifically proved things. I think Jaren's mixing in some emotion and spite with you, so he's going all the way down. He's not completely wrong. I think you guys are talking past each other because what he's really trying to say is what Oakley just said he agrees with, which is that it's relative to human fallibility. So yes, the method is very valuable, but in real life application, we always have to account for fallibility, potential bias of interpretation of the experimenter, and unknown control variables.
We appreciate all of this empiricism you're reciting to us, but we know that here. You really want to be saving these sentences for Jaren and Dave. Yeah, go and explain to them. Because clearly you've got a good grasp. You've agreed with everything Nathan said. So I just wonder why you're here. Your time would be better spent with correcting your buddies, wouldn't it?
Well, it's not that I don't entirely agree, because what happens is you guys always leave the context out, and then you say it as if you guys have the capability of having godlike knowledge. And what Jaren's actually saying is that us as humans can't have a 100. I get you guys have to interrupt me, right? But it's going to be okay. So what I don't like, before I go talk to Jaren, I just messaged him a second ago and I said, I don't agree with everything you're saying, by the way. And we're going to talk about it. It's fine. I'm not his dad. Unlike you guys, we don't have a cult. But what I'm saying is it'd be cool if you stopped lying about people. That would be cool. Do you think you guys could consider not lying?
Okay, yeah,
because why would I defend you if you're going to lie about me?
Are you done,
Why would I go
Thank
defend
you,
you?
thank you. Yes, we'll endeavour to not lie about people. Thank you for that, Witsit. Just a couple of things. You mentioned earlier about independent variable, dependent. Guys in G+, please, can you all pop yourselves on mute? You said about independent variable, dependent variable, control variables, and how it's fallible if you don't follow those parameters. I understand that, right? Am I following you? Just so I'm clarifying, you do actually understand, basically, Witsit, as patronising as that may seem, so I might as well just tell you, you're not stupid.
Yeah.
I want a bit more from you, just so we are in agreement that you understand how the scientific method works, but without me dragging it out of you, I just need something that suggests that you clearly understand IV, DV, CV, null, alternative. Just give me something so I don't have to labour it.
Yeah. I obviously understand it all, as I've been like flat smacking people with it for like 5 years. I agree with the sentiment that they've run around being pseudoscientists, not following the empirical method. But I would put the strong emphasis on potentially unknown control variables. So in the future, we'll have a more precise understanding. It doesn't necessarily disprove our previous understanding, which is how Jaren's interpreting it, that no, you can't say it's lemon and limes now because really it's vitamin C. That's why you guys are talking past each other.
So did you say doesn't?
God.
Oh my God! Do I need that? Is that a really good interjection? Whoever that was? No, I don't need that. He said it doesn't necessarily disprove the previous affirmation by way of varying an independent variable. No, it doesn't invalidate it. It's not that it doesn't always or might not. It doesn't. It's still proof regardless. Yes, Witsit?
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's your disagreement, is that he's basically saying that it does. He's saying he's looking at it like once you determine it's not actually lemon and limes, that's like a too vague.
No, you don't do that, Witsit. No, sorry. Like in your example earlier, when you were like, it's vitamin D, and then it might not be lemons and oranges. No, it will still be a lemon and orange solve tomorrow. That doesn't change, but you're inferring that Jaron might be a bit right, because like when it's vitamin D, it isn't, it's vitamin C, and no, oranges and limes will still cure scurvy tomorrow. That won't change. It was proven with science. It's empirical. That will never change. Witsit, I'm still talking. I know you need to censor me. What was your bleat earlier? You know they need to talk to you. No, Witsit, we're just having a chit-chat. Nice and calm, like, about how science proves things and it won't change. Once you've validated it empirically by doing your IV, DV, CV, that you still haven't confirmed that you do actually understand. I just need an affirmation that you understand that hypothesis construction consists of your presumed cause of the effect, independent variable. Do you understand that, first of all? We'll take it step by step.
Yeah, of course. You have a naturally occurring observable phenomena, dependent variable. You then propose a cause and effect relationship test. That's a hypothesis. It's an independent variable, which is your presumed cause. You manipulate and vary it to verify the cause and effect relationship test when controlling all the other variables you know about.
I see. So do you think you could tell me how Dave Weiss gets an independent and dependent variable from the puddles he talked about when he said he got science for it? Could you do that?
I would never call that science, would I?
Me neither, because it isn't. Dave's just a scummy liar, bleeding people dry with lies about science there, isn't he, Witsit?
No, because what...
Yes, definitely. It isn't science. It doesn't have an IV, DV, CV relationship for things like angular sizes there, Witsit. You see, Dave's just scamming people by saying he's got science, IV, DV, CV, and he hasn't, has he, Witsit?
I think he throws the word around.
So I don't want to know about how he chose the words. He hasn't got IV, DV, CV for that shit he made up, has he, Witsit?
No,
No, he doesn't. Hey, Dave, we've got a date. A little educational date, you and I. I will be teaching you how stupid and ignorant you are when you use these words you don't understand and can't define when you tell me about your boat. That's what happened there, Witsit. I asked him to define what science was because he was out there spouting it and lying about what he can prove with it, and he told me about his boat. That's what happened, Witsit. So I need Dave to get his ass in here so he can have his ass educated on the stupid shit he's lying about. The scammer, Dave Weiss. See how I'm justified in calling him a scammer? Because like you've affirmed, Witsit, he hasn't got IV, DV, CV for his little puddles there, has he?
No, but you actually...
No! So, Dave, you better get your ass in here because we, the audience, will be expecting it.
You depend on toxicity for views.
No, not toxicity. When I'm called a scammer for claiming that science proves, you're damn sure I'm going to have some venom in my tongue. When arsehole liar scammers like Dave Weiss say they prove things with science, but yet the fact that it does is claimed to be a scam by Jaron, better get retracting that shit, Jaron. Your boy here says you're wrong, like I did. Now, he didn't get called a scammer, did he? And neither did Dave, who will be educated in science. The audience will now demand it. Being as your representative who speaks for you has been here, and damn well knows how much you've lied about it. Your rep knows you haven't got an IV, DV, CV for your stupid shit, like angular size change, Dave. So you need to be educated on science. You don't understand this stuff, Dave, even though you're getting paid for it. Still paying for the boat with it, but you don't understand it. It's an outrage to the real flat earthers. Now, I'm not calling you a shill. You are mercenary, but you can be educated, Dave. By me.
Just to clarify, Dave's position...
You don't need to clarify anything, Witsit. You can bugger off now, thank you. We don't need anything further from you now you've affirmed that I'm not a scammer and science proves. And Jaron will also be making that retraction, won't he, Witsit?
No. If you can let me say...
You can speak for Jaron. He'll be making his retraction now you've just shown the audience how wrong he is for a live audience.
No,
No? You mean you don't call your own boys out when they're wrong? What kind of club are you running over there, over on Globebuster? You're not going to call out your boy.
Sorry. You're going to end up getting cancer being like this.
Sorry, don't tell me I'm going to get cancer. That's an outrage and an insult to anybody who's had cancer. Secondly, I'll say it again. So you're not going to call your boy Jaron out for being wrong as his rep?
I already told him today that I disagree with some of the things that he's saying.
I don't give a shit if you disagree. He's wrong, and he's going to be retracting that shit, isn't he?
Well, he's not going to retract because...
Oh, he's not? So you're not going to call your boy out on his outrageous behaviour? Wow, funny club you're running over there. Is it just about the views and the money there, Witsit?
No, you don't... What?
So how was Dave's boat? Was it good, Dave's boat? Is it just about the views and the boat trips and the money, Witsit?
Can I respond?
Can you stutter? Is it just about the boats and the money and the views? It's not about the truth and calling out your own boy when he's wrong, right?
No, that's absolutely not true.
So you're going to go and call Jaron out about how wrong he was when he said that I'm a scammer for saying science proves, then aren't you?
Yeah, based on...
Good! Yeah. So we've all understood what's going to happen. Dave's gonna be here getting educated on the stupid shit he lies to multiple interviewers about. When he says he's got science and he doesn't have IV, DV, CV, like his representative Witsit has made explicitly clear to a live audience. So Dave's gonna get an education, and your boy Jaron, yeah, he's gonna be retracting that shit he was wrong about when he called me a scammer and caused me a massive amount of damage.
Okay, but this is what...
Okay! Now get lost! I don't need you anymore, Witsit. You've done what you need to. Thank you.
Yeah, I knew you would have to not let me actually talk about it, right?
Talk about it. You've done all you need to. You've talked about it all you needed to. I got what I needed. Your boy's wrong. You're going to be calling him out on it. He's going to be making retractions based on how wrong he was and how horribly upset and horribly dismayed he is based on how wrong he was after all, that he could endeavour to cause me such damage by calling me a scammer with such outrageous claims he was wrong about. We're all clear as an audience what needs to be done, and we're clear how wrong Dave is when he's interviewed by all these people he tells to buy his app, when he says he's got science, to convince them with a little magic trick that he's saying the truth. He hasn't got science, and you know it, we all know it, the audience knows it, and they all know that he's had an invitation to correct that shit, and his response was to tell me about his boat.
Okay, I'm honestly suggesting that I will go talk to him about calling you a scammer. Can you please stop interrupting me? The point is...
I'll do as I damn well please here, Witsit. That's why Dave will be coming here so I can tell him what's what. Dave Weiss won't be grabbing the mic and giving his arguments about how right he might have been. I'll be telling him what's what. He, like the subservient little prick that he needs to be, will be sitting here listening to me tell him how fucking wrong he is, and he'll love it. He'll enjoy it, and so will the audience. He'll enjoy getting an education from me. He can sweat it off on his boat afterwards with all the money he got from lying to people about science.
Just to clarify, we are in agreement that
You will be off to Jaron and Dave telling them what's what, and Dave will be here getting educated. Jaron will be making retractions. That's right, that's clear. Now you can sod off.
Just to make it clear, it's relative to human fallibility. We're in agreement. Just to make that very clear.
Yeah, we got clear that I made that clear to Jaron too. I said to Jaron that would make you an incompetent experimenter when I put his example to you. So we're all clear. It was very, very carefully laid out. Jaron's argument to me was put to you, and you gave me the rebuttal I gave him. Yeah, beyond the incompetence of dicks that don't know how to do an experiment, yeah, people are fallible. Yeah, I also told him about the systematic experimentation that goes alongside it, Witsit. You know about systematic experimentation?
Yeah, do you...
Yeah, Jaron didn't. He thought you just had to trust what I said, because he's an idiot.
Do you see how I'm trying...
Do you see how he thought it was just my word? Like, he just had to take Nathan's word for it because he thinks he's infallible. That was Jaron's argument, Witsit.
Okay.
So it's not okay. He's called me a scammer for this. He's an absolute arsehole. It's definitely not okay. You, on the other hand, as his representative, are going to be on that shit because you've told us you will be. Good lad. Chop, chop.
Okay.
Good. Okay. Chop, chop. You've got your instructions like a good little dog. Now on you go with your instructions that I have given you. Go. Be gone. Off you pop to tell Dave Weiss how well you did representing him.
Okay, so...
Good! You stuttering little shit. Get out of my sight, Witsit. You frankly disgust me with your also lies about ether science.
I never said ether was science.
Oh, did you not? So you have no proof of ether, no empiricism for ether.
Hey, can you prove things?
You didn't answer me. That was a yes or no question. So you have no empiricism for ether then?
No, that's...
No. Absolutely epic. You should have went when I gave you the opportunity to bugger off. Witsit.
Can you prove things without science?
So what does it matter what I'm proving? I'm not claiming there's an ether that definitely has no empirical validity to it. Your own boy who claims it has just admitted it. No empiricism, right, ether, boy?
Well, we have empirical evidence.
Do we? Not for ether, you don't. You just admitted it. So let's not talk about what we do have empirical evidence for. There's no empirical evidence for ether, is there?
The empirical evidence...
Stuttering much? No, ladies and gentlemen, I don't need it a second time. I'm really just pouring salt into this very large gaping wound that Witsit opened up himself.
But that's why you have to censor what I'm saying.
Not censoring
because
anything.
you're destroying me so much.
No.
You literally are. So I
Witsit.
admit that ether is not science, okay? I've said this for a long time.
Science proves things, though, doesn't it, Witsit? We've already had that admission from you, so there's no science for ether, so there's no proof of ether.
Sure, there's no proof of ether. But
excellent, man. This day just gets better and better. I can't quite believe it.
I've been honest the whole time about it. You just have to lie when I'm not here about me claiming it's science, so you can circle jerk and lie about me.
I see. So when Bob claimed there was science for it, was he lying?
Yeah, when he said that there was science, he's saying that things we can scientifically validate show that there is an ether. He improperly stated it. I told him that as well, right?
I see. So when Bob basically turned on me and turned the entire flat earth community when I had no community support of my own, and he turned everybody against me, that was a pretty scummy move then, really.
Yeah, you're the...
Yeah, pretty scummy move. Yeah, very scummy move. But he's dead now. I mean, according to Cami Nodal, the stress of this sort of stuff, scientific validity, drove him over the edge. That's
Can I lay out my actual position? So that would be cool. So, yes, ether is an interpretive framework, right?
Couldn't give a shit. I don't care. Your interpretive framework. Jaren says that men are fallible, so your interpretation could be fallible.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we don't give a shit about your fallible interpretation. Jaren made it explicitly clear how fallible men were. Meanwhile, there's an empirical method that you can prove things with. When you've got some science for ether, come back to me. Till then, I couldn't give two shits about your fallible framework.
Yeah, and this is the point.
Yeah, so sod off. Nobody gives a shit. Preach to your own stupid crowd of idiots that like to listen to you babble on about frameworks that you're fallible about. Here, we only care about empirical proof. Which
he has to censor me. He has to censor. So we can only talk about things we can empirically prove with science.
Yeah. When you're talking about ether, I don't care about your fallible framework, only empirical evidence. That would be proof, yes. Come back to me when you have proof.
Okay, so then you...
No, not okay, so shut up, get lost, come back with proof for ether. Till then, sod off.
So, okay, but I'm still going to discuss ether as...
Not on my show, you're not shit for brains. Don't you get that? No. No, we don't do that here. Here on Flat Earth Debate, we are not whimsical, Witsit. We don't discuss fantasies and frameworks by fallible men. We try to divorce ourselves from that shit, because that's where you get yourselves on a globe. So you can go and peddle this nonsense to your audience. You're not going to be poisoning my audience with your fallible framework, Witsit, no.
Except for the photon, right? I'm guessing that you're muting me for the
We do use frameworks here, but we preface them properly, and it's a lot of time metaphorical, like with unicorn farts and all that. That's metaphorical, not literal, right?
What about the photon?
I don't care.
Ether is a one question. How shall I be measured?
Nobody's claiming.
Let's let him flesh this part out. Let's get this going.
There's absolutely
they can't let me speak because they will get dumped.
I just want to say it's my birthday today. And
happy birthday, Adam. Should we sing happy birthday? Will I get a copyright strike? Happy birthday to you.
You smell like poo-poo.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday, Adam Meakin. Happy birthday to you.
Monetization, sorry.
Thank you. The presents I like there were the ones related to the embassy. So for a while, it's been good to hear that a leading etherite has now confirmed to me that A, ether is not science, and B, science proves things. And I'm happy to close the book there, as like Nathan said.
I don't want to close the book yet.
We don't need to discuss ether here. It's been stated
that's not what I'm trying to do.
nothing to do with
I have a couple
science.
more things that we need to discuss before I leave. So
even on my birthday, you had to overtalk. No need.
Sorry.
Gracious thank you for those two presents and honest presents. I like them. I'll unwrap them again later and replay it.
To be fair, there's no reason to discuss anything here
what's
because it's an
said
insignificant
about
panel.
the photon. I would love for
It
this to
is,
be
yeah,
the next
true.
portion of the conversation.
Go ahead, Witsit.
Wait, I just want to make can we talk about a couple more? I'm actually trying to bridge the gap, right? And you seem dead set on like this hateful.
Frankly, based on those gifts, Witsit,
now because I'm tired of the lives.
Everyone, shut up. Right, nobody is going to object because I've just told them not to. Feel free. 2, 5, however many minutes you need uninterrupted. Go ahead, Witsit. Have as much time as you need.
All right, thanks, man. So I've tried to say for a while, ether's not science, right? It's not even like tangibly accessible if it does exist. So we could never empirically validate it. It's just an interpretive framework, which is why I tried to make the presentation where it's like, well, there's been two primary ideas proposed to interpret the material world. And there is atomism and ether. Some people call it a false dichotomy, offer a third option, whatever. So I'm not like real dogmatic about if someone believes in ether. I don't agree with flat earthers shutting it down. And here's why. We have interferometry. Now that's not science, but it is a measurement. Just like we couldn't say the earth is flat without measurement. We can prove the earth is flat without science because that's a measurement question. So you can prove things without science with both logic and measurement, etc. When we use interferometry, which is the most precise measurement known to man, we see that the propagation rate of light is faster in the direction that the sky moves. And when we go higher up, closer to the sky, it moves even faster. And it changes throughout the year based on the position of the sun with the seasons. This has been replicated literally millions of times. It was done over 5 million times by Dayton Miller alone. It's been done in the 21st century with millimeter precision. So we have empirical, replicated, objective measurements that refute the globe model. And we have flat earthers saying, you're not allowed to discuss those measurements. It's just a parlor trick. Okay? So that is a bit of an issue.
Interferometry presupposes the speed of light.
Okay, I don't I don't believe in the speed of light. What it shows is that there's an invariant. That there's a variant speed of light. So you don't understand the experiment that you just
the speed of light then.
No, because it shows that it's variant.
Okay,
do you know what variance means?
So it's the speed of light that's varying and nothing else.
Wait, before he feels like he gets off track, can he finish? Nathan did give him that.
It's a valid point. If it's the speed of light,
but though it valid it may be, let him finish so that everybody who came to hear him speak feels like he finished. Please let that happen.
Listen, this is Nathan's fucking show. Nathan said he'd have 2 minutes minimum uninterrupted. Compose yourself, for fuck's sake.
Thanks for showing your true colors, yeah. So in reality, this is what's not going to happen. No one in this room is going to address the measurements. They're going to keep calling it a parlor trick. So can someone address specifically the measurements?
Sorry about this, Witsit. Outrageous. Did you guys not give him enough time for me to get a coffee? Bastards.
No, they immediately interrupted me.
Bastards. All of you. Let him have his piece. Sorry, can you say it all again right from the start? Go ahead, Witsit.
Are you kidding me? I'm just saying you can prove things without science. I'm openly ready to admit that ether is not science. I did that over a year ago, right? I disagree with Bob about it. I understand why you guys don't want to talk about speculative things, and that's your prerogative. That's cool. I vehemently disagree with the notion that we shouldn't be allowed to talk about it or whatever, because Michelson-Morley, for example, has been replicated millions of times, and we've done it with like millimeter interferometry now, and it shows that light, who people think physically travels from point to point, it propagates more effective, like quicker. It looks like it moves faster, okay, in the direction that the sky moves. And then as we go higher up, it does that even more. And it changes throughout the year. What that proves is the globe model cannot be true, right, based on their claimed evidence of rotation and all this stuff. So it debunks the globe model. We have empirical objective measurements, not science, that debunks and refutes the globe model. So we have flat earthers saying we can't talk about objective measurements that refute the globe model. But where ether comes into it, which again is speculative interpretation, it isn't science, is the idea, why would this light be moving what appears to be faster in the direction the sky moves? And then people propose the theory of an ether drift, right? Which is like if you're swimming down the stream, you go faster than if you swim against it. There's something connecting the sky to us that the light moves faster in that direction. But whether or not we want to go into the speculative interpretation route, we should still all address the measurement. We should address the measurement, right? Like we should be like, wow, this is an objective measurement that goes directly against the globe model, and the globe cannot explain because this has to stay the same relative to latitude, not change with altitude, and it's changing throughout the year when they claim the orbit's a linear speed. It directly debunks their model. So that's another big talking past each other point where it's like, I agree with you guys. Ether's not science. I don't agree with you that we can't discuss it. I don't agree we can't discuss the Michelson-Morley, etc. Right? That's one of the things. And then the last thing I wanted to say while I was here is, please, if you see that I'm being misrepresented, or can you at least try to show me the courtesy of not misrepresenting me or trying not to? For example, QE has a clip of me, and it's me saying, oh, you can't use man-made instruments and experiments. Right? And that wait, I'm almost done.
Everyone
I
in
swear
G+,
I'm almost done. It's like 15 more seconds. It's
Hold
like
on
15 more
seconds.
seconds.
Just one second.
So,
just guys, just let him say his piece. He's given us. I'll just read out this super chat because it illustrates beautifully why he should be getting to say his piece. Thank you, Ask Dad Anything. He gives me $5 and says, you get a concession and you get a concession. Everybody gets a concession. Happy birthday, Adam. He's just given us all these gifts and you can't even let him have a little 5-minute rant. Just let him. What's the problem?
yeah, and to be fair, I'm not really conceding because I've been agreeing with this the whole time. But yes, I disagree with Jeranism. So, but I don't entirely. Anyway, it doesn't matter. My point is that, for example, QE just yesterday claimed that I made the claim that you can't use man-made instruments in an experiment, right? And he has a clip of me saying it, and he plays it and claims I contradict myself and all this. Dude, that clip is me making fun of it. I do my little voice where I'm like, oh, but you can't use man-made experiments. You can't use man-made instruments in experiments. I'm making fun of how stupid the claim is. QE took that clip, claimed it was my claim, and is running around saying how stupid I am. Right? Stuff like that is a really bad look. True. That's super bad. You want to bet $5,000, Neil?
Neil, can't you just let it happen?
So I'm just saying.
It's not here, right? I'll tell you what you would. If you're saying that clip, I get what you're saying. Contextually, you're saying if I was to take up a devil's advocate position of a glober with a funny voice, and go, well, of course you can measure elevation angle measurements with a curved baseline, and then Jeren went and trimmed that out and went, look, Nathan admits that you can get an elevation angle measurement from a curve. It would be misrepresenting me, right?
Right, and it would be frustrating.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
Just on that subject. So
it's not on subject.
Told the audience,
I'm pointing out that that's happening a lot.
Yeah, Jared's also told the audience that it's dangerous to assert that we can do celestial, that we can't get it correct, do celestial navigation on a sphere. It's dangerous to say that, even though they don't actually do it on a sphere. They do it in a sphere. I'm just a bit confused. Maybe as his representative, you can explain what he meant when he said that it's dangerous to deny the fact we can do celestial navigation on a sphere. That was Jaren's pretty much verbatim.
I just recently told him that I don't agree with him on that either, right? Like,
I see.
I think what he's trying to say is that you can put a tangent on a sphere in theory, mathematically or whatever. It's a single point, whatever. But the part that makes the elevation angle impossible, which is what I was trying to explain to him, it's the horizontal baseline. It's the actual extension of that from that point all the way out to the horizon. That's how you measure the elevation. Right. And that's obviously impossible on the globe. So I told him that I don't agree with him on that.
Right. So there's quite a lot Jaren's wrong about, really.
Sure, but I don't gatekeep
so based on all this crap that he
and
said, I mean, just to, as a one reasonable man to another, if you had said a load of stuff that like QE misrepresenting that, you'd expect a retraction over that, right? If he's got it wrong and misrepresented you, and you were actually playing devil's advocate, you'd expect a retraction, right?
Yeah.
Right, me too.
So I get where you're coming from.
Me too. It's weird
I get that.
It's weird that because I took quite a lot of. It's weird that. It's weird that because I took a extensive chunk out of my life to kind of explain to Jeren how wrong he was, and instead of getting the retraction, he doubled down and called me a scammer and gave a whole list of new excuses that he said were ultimately always the excuses, and just carried on calling me a scammer. Amazing, that, isn't it?
Well, it seems like now you are I mean, I'm not saying you didn't already do this. I don't really know, right? But it's like you are addressing the human fallibility issue, and that's one of his main things, which is why I was trying to, in good faith, make sure we're in full agreement before I go talk to Jeff.
So
we agree that the empirical the method is infallible. The method is logically bulletproof. It is when it's applied in real life with humans that fallibility is introduced. So we can never just claim that since some guy did an experiment, we can close the book on it because of potential fallibility with the individual who did it. If we're in agreement on that, I will happily go tell Jaron that and be like, well, technically, you may be misrepresenting what he's saying. And he's not a scammer if he's admitting that the method is empirical, but the real life application introduces fallibility of man. So we can never claim to know 100% due to somebody else doing something.
Oh, well, we absolutely can. You know, if we validate it by causing it systematically, like every time you vary the independent variable, it always causes the effect. That's infallible. That's proven. That's what you get by following the scientific method. Proof at the end of it. We already covered this. It's not 99%, you little weasel, trying to imply that Jaron was a little bit right with his 99% wrong. No, 100% proven when you prove something with the method. That's what it does. It offers proof. It's specifically proof. Not 99% proof, not a little bit of maybe it won't be the cause of scurvy tomorrow. Always. Once validated with science, Witsit. Jaron was just flat out wrong. There is no 99% as you seem to be trying to weasel in on his behalf there.
No, I'm literally not doing that. I'm trying to say, like, I think I will happily tell him I agree that I've told him this. Science can prove a cause and effect, not necessarily the sole cause and effect because of the fallibility thing and maybe not non-variable. It can prove a cause and effect relationship definitively. And if you learn something more in the future, like a constituent part's actually the primary cause, that doesn't nullify the first one. It just means the first one wasn't specific enough. In that sense, it wasn't accurate because it wasn't specific enough, but it doesn't actually mean it's disproven because...
No, accuracy is wrong again. Again, it doesn't matter about how accurate you are when you say that it's oranges and lemons. Well, it wasn't accurate enough. It wasn't vitamins. No, they still cured scurvy.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
but
it's qualitative as opposed to quantitative. Doesn't matter how accurate either. Like if you peg down the vitamin C versus the citrus fruits, that doesn't matter either. It's qualitative. Jaron didn't understand the difference between quantitative and qualitative, Witsit. I mean, again...
Well, I think where you guys were missing there is that he was saying, well, once you apply it in real life to actually manipulate the variable, it requires a quantitative, denotation. And then, like, when do you cap off?
Yeah.
And your response is good, but that's just the incompetence of the scientist, right? That's correct, and that's why I think technically you guys don't disagree to go there. And
no, we do. He called me a scammer. We do disagree. It's not like technically Jaron didn't call me a scammer for specifically disagreeing with me, right? You're like trying to rewrite history here, Witsit, or what? He has and does disagree with me and based it on how wrong he was, Witsit. Those are the facts currently. You're not going to get to rewrite history here, son.
It's a master B.
That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to rewrite history. It seems like you're trying to do. I'm just too sharp for that, Witsit. You're not going to get to rewrite history. We all know that Jaron has claimed science doesn't prove, ergo Nathan equals scammer, and that's wrong. And needs to be retracted quick sharp. Like, I don't know why it hasn't been retracted already, or why he's doubled down on his stupid shit he's wrong about. But you're not going to get to rewrite history about where we were agreeing with each other. No, definitely weren't agreeing, Witsit. He was calling me a scammer based on how wrong he was when he disagreed, based on his incorrect assertions. That's not him agreeing with me.
I will talk to Jaron about it and tell him to retract this. I'm not his dad, but to retract saying that since you said science proves things, you're a scammer, because he acknowledges human fallibility.
All right, what's he going to do about all the damage that caused? What's he going to do about that, do you think, Witsit? Now that we know we're getting a retraction, obviously it's imperative that he does because he's wrong and he's caused damage. Now we need to work out what he's going to do about the damage he's caused. Sorry, I'm talking about the damages Jaron's caused. The damage.
Okay, but I'm trying to explain to you...
I don't care what you're trying to do. I'm the one in the position of being wronged by Jeran, who will be making that retraction you'll be talking to him about, based on how wrong he was. And when we weren't in agreement, he was wrong and disagreeing with me and calling me a scammer. Now I want to know about the damage that Jeran has caused.
Hey, this is another problem.
Yeah, it is. You're damn straight. Jeran's caused a problem, damage to me. What's going to happen about that?
You're a victim. We get it.
Yeah, I am. I am correct. A victim in this. I have suffered loss. There has been damage. I am indeed the victim. I'm a victim of Jeran's ignorance and stupidity and claims, incorrectly, of scams, where he's just ignorant and wrong. Right? I mean, we could rightfully call what Dave does with science when he claims he's got IV, DV, CV for pools. We could rightfully call that a scam. It wasn't. I was called a scammer, and that's wrong. He's going to be making retractions. We've already got to that stage based on what you, his representative, have told us here today. But now I want to talk about the damage that Jeran's caused.
All right.
Witsit.
We have to finish the first part, Oakley. The other reason...
We finished the first part. He's caused damage. Now we're going to talk about that damage. What's going to happen about that? That's all I want to focus on. Now we've established that damage has been caused and there is a victim. Where there's blame, there's a claim.
Okay, listen. The other reason he's calling you a scammer...
Don't give a shit about the other reasons. How dare you start to launch into the other reasons he calls me a scammer? We're going to focus on how wrong he was. And how rightfully we could call Dave a scammer because he hasn't got his IV, DV, CV in order when he talks about his puddles and his angular sizes. But that's a different issue. You, as Dave's representative, are also going to be getting Dave to face the music in that regard. He's already been invited. He hasn't said no yet. It's been quite weaselly. Talked about his boat and all his viewers and the money he gets and that. Right? But that's something else. That issue will be resolved with Dave. But the damage Jeran's caused, I really want to focus on. I've had to do a lot of e-begging and appealing to people to not think of me as a scammer. Very detrimental to my living, my income and my mortgage and stuff, Witsit. So what about the damage that Jeran's caused?
I think it has a lot to do with how you are so toxic and you even...
Right, you're going to now launch into how toxic I am because I've been wronged by a man who's claimed I'm a scammer. Does that make me toxic? Is this victim blaming? Are you literally going to blame the victim now and call the victim toxic? No, I'm the victim. I would rather not be ashamed for admitting that I am indeed a victim of Jeran's idiocy. I am that victim, and there has been damage. That's what we're going to focus on rather than victim shaming and victim blaming, Witsit. Let's not be that scummy, abusive person that blames the victim, Witsit. Let's not do that.
This is crazy, brother. You're not...
Yeah, I know. I've been victimized. Shout out to Original D-Rose with the super chat, who says, common sense premising caveat is scientific methodology be performed by a competent scientist. Duh. Human error is probable with anything. Manufacturing cars, building homes, machines, etc. Right on. Exactly, D-Rose. Yeah. Human error. It's always going to be a factor.
With science, and then Jeran corrected you, and then you acted like you never said it. That's why he's calling you a scammer. That's another reason. So can you address that?
But did I ask you to give me reasons? I heard Jeran's reasons. I spoke to him.
So you're not going to address it, and this is how it's easy.
What am I not addressing? Sorry, were you giving me something that you're now going to claim to my audience I haven't addressed while I was reading a super chat? Are you serious? Is that really how low you're going to steep? I'll give you another opportunity to make your claim. I'll see whether or not I want to address it.
When did Jeran correct them?
Feel free.
You made quantitative claims. You made quantitative claims and claimed it was science, and then Jeran corrected you behind the scenes, and then you didn't admit it.
Sorry, do you want to be a bit more specific there?
Yes, for example, with the water boiling things, you guys said that a scientific hypothesis is that heat causes water to boil at sea level at 100 degrees Celsius. That's a quantitative claim, and you guys claimed it was science. And he said, well, it doesn't look like it's always exactly 100. You shouldn't make a quantitative claim because science is qualitative. And instead of admitting that you guys misspoke, you acted like you never said it. And then Brian literally found like 30 clips of you both and you and QE saying it dozens of times. And now this whole room lies and pretends you never said it.
So do you want to re-summarize your position and I'll address it so we're absolutely clear what you're stating?
Yeah, you guys claimed that science proved that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. That's a quantitative claim. And you claim that the hypothesis specifically was that it boils at 100 degrees Celsius, but science is qualitative, not quantitative. You guys have now lied and said, oh, we're actually just saying heat, but we actually have dozens of clips of you saying the other thing. So you could have just said, we misspoke when we made the quantitative claim because science is qualitative, and then we could have moved on. The reason that it seems like you're scamming is you have to act like you were never wrong, and you won't admit that you accidentally misstepped with the quantitative conflation.
I see. So you're suggesting that when we made those statements, the 100C is a quantitative statement, correct?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. So you wouldn't say that the 100 degree C is inferring a constant variable as opposed to something that's going to vary in the amount of it. You don't think that the stating it... I haven't quite finished there, Witsit. I did give you 2 opportunities to repeat your claim. I did understand it, and I am now going to rip it to
I thought you were done,
brother. You just have to sit and take it. So when we state it as 100 degrees C specifically, would you say that that one number infers that it's going to vary, or would you say that that one number infers a control variable at that quantity?
No, because you're invoking that actual temperature as the cause.
Oh, so it would actually infer a cause and effect relationship with heat then?
Yeah, but it can't be...
Yeah. So even an idiot like you can see how that was actually inferring a cause and effect relationship where heat was the cause. I see, Witsit. That kind of undermines your position there, Witsit. Did you not see how I trapped you really easily there, Witsit? Did you like how easily I trapped you there, Witsit? It was really easy. I mean, there was me thinking that you got a really high IQ, and yet I trapped you really easily just then. It was amazing.
No.
Yeah, it was really amusing. I expect super chats to roll in as a result of how easily I just trapped you into declaring that it's pretty obvious that heat's the cause in that example, right, Witsit? Right?
No, that's not what I said. What I said was...
So you didn't say that? Sorry, Owen's going to ruin this moment. So you didn't say that it just infers heat as the causal influence. You didn't say that, right, Witsit? You didn't say that.
What I said was you're invoking 100 degrees as the IV, which is quantitative.
Oh, it's the independent variable. So when I asked you if it infers it as varying when you give one value of 100C, your answer is, in fact, now, that would be a change in answer, that it does infer it varies when you state it at 100C. So you're saying now the opposite of what you said a moment ago, and that it does, in fact, infer a variation. I see. Where did you get the impression that 100C means varying, Witsit?
What?
Contrary to what you just said.
Nice straw man. No, you're invoking it inside of your cause claim, okay? And science is qualitative, not quantitative.
Sorry, invoking what? Sorry, Witsit, I'm unclear. Invoking what in our cause claim?
100 degrees Celsius.
I see. So, like, it must reach that based on what? The temperature of it? How hot it is?
Yeah, of course. So,
I see. So it's pretty implicit what we're inferring with that statement then. I see, like, heat being the cause of water boiling and that, and then stating a control variable, like 100C at sea level.
The more accurate statement is saying that heat causes water to boil, not claiming a quantitative claim.
What, you don't think it's more accurate to state the control variables? I mean, I would say that it's much more accurate, like you stated earlier, You focused on the CV earlier. It seems like now you're ignoring the CV. Why would that be?
No, I'm not. No, what I'm saying is...
You just said it's just about the independent and dependent variable, and you completely negated the control variables in your last statement there, Witsit. Now I'm asking why, given you focused on control variables earlier, you would ignore them completely in your last statement. You did.
Dude, buddy, 100C can't be the control variable. It's actually the cause you're invoking because that's temperature of heat. When you made the quantitative claim, you're wrong because science is qualitative. And then you decide to say that you never made that claim, even though we have 50 clips of you doing it.
I made the claim that heat causes water to boil.
No. You specify. You said that the science has proven 100 degrees Celsius, and that is not what science...
So you think we would say such a random statement as science proves 100 degrees Celsius?
Well, I have to speak quickly because you keep interrupting me. Yeah, you said science proves that heat causes water to boil at 100 degrees Celsius. Science doesn't prove quantitative claims.
So that's heat as the causal influencer. You just stated it again.
Can I chime in?
Yeah, you feel free, Chikey.
No, with it. The claim was that heat caused water to boil. There was no 100 Celsius in it. However,
Do you want to bet 5,000?
No, there was no number. That was the
Bet
hypothesis.
$5,000.
With it, I was talking.
5,000. You're doing
And I
pretty good,
showed
haven't you?
Nathan that he was wrong because I made an experiment and the water did not boil at all. Not at any temperature.
On
Yeah, well,
Jupiter.
you shouldn't put it in your oven then.
No, you put it on Jupiter, I think.
No, I put it in a lab which is very high pressure.
On Jupiter, yeah, the very high pressure was 100 times the atmospheric pressure. You beg the question that Jupiter could have a lab on it, and that lab would have 100 times the atmospheric pressure that we experience here on Earth. In fact, you specifically clarified as 100 times the pressure. I asked you where the lab existed, and then took that stupid crap argument.
Yeah, of course the lab exists.
2 pieces. Fundamentalist religious zealot muting ensues. Hey, Jaron, should I just let him rumpus straight through the middle of me taking apart his argument based on La La Land going through the wardrobe to get this pressure from the lab?
The diagram, obviously, they test.
See, it's him chanting through me, mute button, right? No, me winning. Because when he infers that we're going to go to a lab on Jupiter 100 times the pressure of Earth, I would infer that that's a different variable, because that would be you varying the pressure. Oh, right, but then we're going to see how hot it boils at what temperature. Now, you see, that's got 2 variables, even though one of them's in a lab in La La Land. You see, but what the fundamentalist religious zealot who's being defeated does
Yesterday we
is
did it,
chant
and the water
straight
boiled.
through the middle of me.
So I-
And what I do is I just close the line, so that the audience can actually hear me take apart his argument. Now, obviously, if you're a fundy zealot, you'd much prefer that you chant straight through anybody taking apart your argument and showing you to be wrong. A bit like Jaron did. Like when I'm trying to explain to him the scientific method and how it proves things, it was far easier for him to claim that I chant through everybody and use my mute button while he does what Chikey is doing now, chanting straight through the middle of the example being disproven.
Because this proof you're a scammer.
See? And what he actually had to say that whole time when he was chanting through me was because you're a scammer. Also, exactly like Jaron needed to do through the top of my examples that showed how wrong he is and how his representative's going to be having a little word with him about wrongdoings and the damages they cause that we now seem to be not talking about. I mean, I don't know how we got off that subject. I gave up 5 minutes to Witsit so that I could talk about the damage Jaron's caused.
Okay, so can we just real quickly agree though that like when QE made his little presentation and he said that science proved the 100 degrees thing, science doesn't prove quantitative because technically there could be some other.
The 100 degrees thing. Again, now you seem to have gone back to leaving off the qualifying statement of heat being the causal influence, the IV being heat still. You've just gone back to this 100 degrees thing, like leaving it as a half statement that we somehow need to apologise for when we didn't make any half statements. So no, we won't be making and apologising for the 100 degrees thing, because the 100 degrees thing isn't a problem. I don't know what the 100 degrees thing is. Meanwhile, I mean, as an example of a scientific validity you can offer, heat causes water to boil 100 degrees C, atmospheric 0 sea level, yeah? That's what you can state, because it's a fact, scientifically provable, and you can qualify it however you like and say that what we've got it wrong. Oh, sorry you feel that way, Witsit. I'm not going to be apologising for that. Meanwhile, being called a scammer is definitely an issue, and there's damage that's definitely been caused, so let's get back onto that.
You won't be called a scammer.
Science causes science is about qualitative cause and effect relationship, right?
Yeah, we've dealt with
so
it.
we can't like say, dude, please, we can't say science.
So did you not have enough when you had your 5 minutes of ranting and I shut everybody down so you could be heard? Everybody heard. We heard.
Well, I waited. Wait.
No, just continually stutter through me. You had your 5 minutes. I honoured what I said I'd do, did I not?
Science can't be involved.
Don't keep babbling. I honoured what I said I would give you, didn't I, Witsit?
Yes, I'm trying to
Right, now you need to honour what you said you'd give me. I gave it you so that we could talk about the damage that Jaron has caused
I
me.
want to respond.
So you just want to chant through me when I shut everybody down so you could talk about your ether and you seeming wronged because you had been taken out of context by QE. We addressed all of it, every little detail of the 5 minute little rant that you had. Now, back onto the damages that Jeran's caused with his lies and ignorance and incorrect assertions about me being a scammer based on his wrong assertions about science, his ignorance and his bad behaviour. That's what I want to talk about, the damage that do you need to chant through me? Do you need to censor this? Because there's damage that's been caused
No,
here.
I thought you were done, dude.
Oh, I see. Did I moan about how I thought you were done when I was shutting everybody down so you could carry on? I don't think I did, Witsit. It seems like there's a very high double standard here. First, it was victim shaming last time. I brought up the damage that Jeran has caused. Are you going to victim shame me again?
Well, I think it's a little funny when you berate people incessantly.
So you are going to go and victim shame me while I try to discuss the damages after bargaining with you and giving you 5 minutes uninterrupted for you to talk about whatever you liked. I gave it you. Now you don't want to talk about the damages that Jeran's caused, correct?
Shit, I don't even get
Oh, I'm happy to talk about the damages. I think that he was out of place to say that you're a scammer because you support the empirical method of science proving things, and that you guys are talking past each other with the human fallibility aspect. So now knowing your context, yes, that would be wrong to say that you're a scammer for that. And I've said that the whole time. I've said that if he said you were a scammer for saying that science proves things, and you're actually acknowledging the caveat of human fallibility, and you're just talking about the empirical method and its validity, then yes, he shouldn't be saying that. And that is not cool. I don't know what you're expecting me to do to go get you some money or something. I'm happy to acknowledge it with him. I agree with that.
Like I said
also
earlier,
agree with
you
him.
asked, was that maybe it was rhetorical? I don't know. I said earlier,
What?
maybe you misheard or didn't hear at all. Where there's blame, there's a claim, right? Maybe I should be seeking legal advice. What do you think, Witsit?
I think you would 100% not win, but I wish you the best.
I didn't ask whether or not you thought I should win. You're not a legal representative, are you? I mean, we've obviously established with one of his own, Jeran, that there has been damage caused by Jeran here, hasn't there, Witsit?
Sure.
Yeah, you don't need to affirm it again. I've got it all recorded. It's going out live. 250 people. So everybody's clear that there's been damage caused. We're all clear about that. Now I'm just saying, as his boy, what do you think? Do you think I should go and get some legal advice about the damages that Jeran's caused me? I'm just asking.
I don't. I said no. I don't think you.
You don't think I should? You don't think I should get legal representation? You don't think that's not something I should seek from these people who are out on their boats with their big channels, raking in the money, calling the little channels who are struggling to get by, pay the mortgage, calling them scammers, causing them damages? You don't think I'd be remiss not to get legal advice on this, Witsit? I mean, it seems like strange advice.
I think that Jeran is raking in the money, buddy. Like, what?
I don't give a shit. What I know is he's got a much bigger pull when he told people wrongly that I was a scammer. I mean, then that's caused damages. Those are the facts in this case. All I'm asking is, how would you feel? I mean, would you go and get legal representative if you were squashed wrongly by some big YouTuber and then his mate started blagging about how big his boat was? How would you feel?
I wouldn't go get legal advice because I'm not a little bitch. But you are.
Sorry, did you just say you seem to have fading facts there? Was it the fading facts of me being a little bitch? Is that what you said?
I'm saying I wouldn't go get legal advice because I'm not a little bitch. It would be like me suing QE.
See, so when people are wronged and there's damages, you would say that it's bitch behaviour to try and right those wrongs.
Well, by legal means, I would claim that.
I see. So you shouldn't do it by legal means, is what you're saying. You said that there should be some other means beyond legal means. What, illegal means? Should I do it by illegal means, maybe?
No, it would be like me suing QE. Like, I would never do that, but you can if you want to.
All right. What damages has he caused you?
I just pointed out he creates he slanders me to claim that I'm a liar, and he intentionally takes me out of context.
There's your
he
word.
Intentionally takes me out of context.
Slander and defamation of character. Slander. You said it. That's warranted for legal action versus illegal by seeing you in face to face, seeing the person that did that to you face to face, and physically or damaging them or hurting their property. So legally, Nathan is taking the right route, and he's just asking your advice. That would be the prudent route and the sensible route, not the bitch route. To react when
so
somebody
then you agree you think I should
sue
QE then?
If you feel that you've been damaged by him, then yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would advise that. I mean, when I was damaged last, there was a situation where my employer caused me damages. and I sued them and won. Cost a huge amount of money.
That's what's up, brother.
It's cool. I won.
Okay.
It's great. I get to say that my ex-employer.
I'm not.
I get to say that my ex-employer unfairly dismissed me, and I can say that, and no one can challenge it. I can name them. I'm not going to. I'm not that petty. But nevertheless, that's what I do
You're
when
not
someone.
petty, yeah.
You don't need to talk to me, Witsit. It's okay. It's not necessary. But that's what I do when I'm
interested.
wronged. I mean, I take the reasonable man's route, which is say, look, here's some damage that I've been caused. Yeah? And I want it resolved. What's the best route of doing that? And that's how that gets resolved, you see. I'm just making it explicitly clear to people like Dave and people like Jeran that, yeah, you probably aren't best going out there and making incorrect assertions about people being scammers. That's probably not a good idea. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah, I agree. I agree.
Yeah, I do. And there may be some very severe consequences to you doing that.
Well, I'm not going to stamp any, like...
No, you don't need to, Witsit. I'm stating a fact.
Well, I wish you the best of luck, brother.
You don't need to wish me anything, dipshit.
Why are you so toxic, man? Like,
I'm not toxic. I'm a victim. And where there's blame, there's a claim. Right, Witsit?
Yeah, but I'm just saying...
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Anyway, you get on with that retraction, yeah? Given the maybe pending legal issues, I would suggest that your boy gets onto that pretty sharp, yeah? Making that public retraction about how wrong he was, how you understand how wrong he was, and you've already spoken to him. I'm surprised he hasn't done it already. But he needs to be getting that out into the public domain pretty quick. You understand, right?
Okay.
Good! Now fuck off. Get on with it. Tell your twat Jeran that he needs to make a retraction. Quick, sharp, about how wrong he was. Based on the damage he's caused me. And then we'll deal with the damages later. Okay, Witsit? You
I'm guessing
understand?
that you're just muting me.
No, Witsit. I'm giving you orders. Marching orders. I said, we'll discuss the damages later. Meanwhile, you need to pop on and get on with that retraction that Jeran's going to be making, based on how wrong he was.
Okay, so...
Good. Marching orders. That means get lost now. Means I don't want to talk to you anymore, Witsit. I had you for 5 minutes of bullshit. It wasn't very interesting. You don't have much else to offer me.
Well, you had to avoid the empirical measurements because you guys...
Yeah, I had to avoid the empirical measurements.
Empirical? That sounds scientific. Measurements? That sounds like maths.
You think that you can't have empirical measurements without science?
Right, I think they're different categories. Science is science. It deals with the physical and natural world. Mathematics is an abstract language to describe things with.
Can you have empirical measurements, yes or no?
You can measure things physically.
Okay, yeah, and it can be empirical because that uses senses. Yeah, it uses your senses and tangibility to physically do something and verify it, like measurement. Like we can empirically measure the Earth.
How do you test a measurement?
You control for any variables that could cause, like sometimes it's not science, but you're just making sure that you're not. I mean, sure, this is semantic. Like if you want to say empirical,
This kind of sound like he's trying to make this maths very science, doesn't he? Control for variables in your tape measure. Sorry, what tape measure variables do I control for, Witsit?
Yeah. Well, I just want to make sure that, like, for example, something stupid, like your measurement device is accurate and calibrated or something like that.
So calibration is the same as control variables, is it? That sounds like calibration. There's already a word for that. It's not a control variable when you calibrate something. It just sounds like you're trying to hijack the empirical sounding words of science and impart them onto the descriptive abstract language of maths.
No, I'm not. I mean, so we can disagree that there's no such thing as empirical measurements because technically there's different definitions of empiricism. Some include the scientific method. So if that's how you're defining it, that's fine. I don't care.
No, neither do I.
So I'll drop the word empirical, man. Okay.
Yeah, I don't care about any of this.
Colloquial empiricism, then.
We'll just use the word
not
objective.
scientific, not
You're
physics.
denying objective measurements, and you had to run away to the word empirical because you can't address the interferometry.
Objective measurements. That's a different word. So now it's objective, right?
Interferometer.
How is that objective?
Well, hold on.
Earth?
Hold on, guys. He's saying he has measurements of ether. All he's invoked is for interferometry, not shown us any measurements of ether. You've not shown any measurements of ether. You've invoked measurement. Now measure ether.
Yeah, it presupposed
when did
light
I
speed and
claim you can
thereby
measure ether? What a
ether.
low IQ strawman. This guy definitely
No,
can't debate me. All he
it
does is lie about what.
presupposed the light speed and thereby invoked the ether through the presupposition, just like I warned you about.
No, I'm not invoking
Yeah.
ether. I already said that. I already said I'm not invoking ether. I'm just saying that as flat earthers, we should point out that there is a measurement that happens on the earth that's been replicated literally millions of times, and it refutes the globe model. It does. It refutes the globe model's gravity and relativity and the claim of axial rotation, and the claim of orbit.
Well, hold on.
Gravity.
We address that. Adam specifically addresses that in Adam's failure. He's talked about it before. I don't know why you're saying we ignored it, but we're talking. You're convoluting interferometry with ether. You're convoluting the two.
No, I'm not.
Ether.
I specifically said it's not ether. I said ether's not science. I said it's an interpretive framework. I can't prove it. You can choose to ignore it if you want to. But flat earthers shouldn't be ignoring the measurement, though.
Measurement of what? You can't prove.
Ether.
Sorry, measurement
You
of
need
what?
to measure it.
How can you say you're measuring it? Hold on, guys.
It's not measurement of ether. You guys don't even understand it. So it's just that interferometry shows that the light propagates more effectively in the same direction the sky moves, and then it gets even greater, faster as you get closer to the sky. That debunks the globe.
That's lovely. Thanks.
Cool.
Okay.
Excuse me, I do know.
So then we shouldn't be berating people for bringing up that measurement. Huh?
Who did berate anybody for bringing up that measurement?
You guys scream about how it's a parlor trick and you're not allowed to bring up the interferometry. It's not a parlor trick. It's the most precise method of measurement we have on the earth.
You've triggered all the G+ panel, guys. You're causing a bit of Discord chaos.
Nathan?
1 second,
I have a
please.
question. Can I say one
Everybody
thing?
shut
No,
up.
No, because you
No. Right.
know who, me or you, or who's getting it?
It's just total chaos from the G+ panel, and now you can't shut up. Still. Thank you. Witsit. So you're saying we call it a parlor trick?
I'm saying
what's the name of it? What are we talking about?
It's just replications of Michelson-Morley and Michelson-Gell-Pearson. So the Sagnac effect. It doesn't have to be Michelson-Morley specifically. It's been done in the 21st century.
Stop. I'm getting confused. Stop. You're going too fast.
No, yeah.
Michelson-Morley. That's a guy.
No, that's two guys, and it's just the name of a demonstration that's improperly labeled an experiment.
Oh, I see. So could it be that the improper labelling of it as an experiment would be the reason we would call it a parlour trick, because it's definitely not an experiment? Could that be the reason? Sure. Oh, well, that's solved. Well, I'm glad we thrashed that out, Witsit. Very reasonable of you.
Okay, so then you agree we should still acknowledge the measurement.
I don't think we've done anything wrong here, Witsit. You've just acknowledged how we don't seem to have done anything wrong in this respect. It's not really an experiment.
Well, it's funny you guys say the double.
Nothing's funny. We just haven't done anything wrong when we call it out as a parlour trick because it's not an experiment. That seems perfectly reasonable. Can we move on?
Okay, it's mislabeled an experiment, but do you agree we should still acknowledge?
Why are we now talking about it still? Who cares? We call it a parlour trick because it's not an experiment. You now call it just the Michelson-Morley. You don't call it an experiment anymore. So as a result of what? Us calling it a parlour trick, you've relabeled it because it's incorrectly assigned. Good. We're all clear. Nothing else needs to be discussed.
Parlor trick.
You started off by claiming that we stop people from talking about this. That was your original claim. Total lie, isn't it?
See, this is why.
Don't stutter. It was a total lie to say that we shut people down and stop them from talking about this, when in reality we've now clarified that it is in fact because it's incorrectly assigned as an experiment. Oh, what do you know? That was the thing I was talking to Jaron about, and he calls me a scammer for pointing out where things like Michelson-Morley's experiment isn't an experiment and therefore isn't science, as you also admitted here. Yeah, that's right, but I get called a scammer when I point these things out to people, Witsit. And yet I'm perfectly justified when you call it an experiment because it isn't. To call it a parlour trick. It's not as shutting you down and not stopping you looking at it. It's that you call it an experiment, making it seem like science when it isn't. We're all clear.
No. Okay, I agree that it's not.
Good! Shut up about Michelson-Morley. We're not stopping anybody doing anything, as you incorrectly claimed, you outrageous little prick. We point out it's not science, don't we, son?
Yeah, but then you...
Good! So don't tell my audience that we've shut people down and stopped them looking at Michelson-Morley's experiment, which it isn't when we call it a parlour trick. It's not an experiment, so we call it a parlour trick. We're definitely not shutting anybody down or stopping people looking at things, Witsit. You're just a liar.
No, you say that...
You stuttering little prick. Don't lie. We didn't shut anybody down. We didn't stop anybody looking at anything. We said it's not an experiment, didn't we?
Imagine bragging about...
Imagine not being able to admit when you're wrong. We did not stop people looking at this. We pointed out where it is a parlour trick and not an experiment, didn't we, Witsit?
Yes, but then...
Yeah. So do you want to rescind your stupid shit that we tried to stop people looking at this? Because you've just lied to my audience again.
I can tell you're...
Could you just rescind what you said and retract that we were stopping people and shutting people down when we were actually pointing out it's not an experiment? Do you want to just go backtracking and correct that shit that you just lied about now?
No, because when I...
No? Why not? You said we were shutting people down and stopping them looking at it. That's not the case.
Yeah, when I said no...
Yeah. You said that we were shutting them down and we weren't, Witsit. We were pointing out it's not an experiment. We've had that conceded by you. So do you want to backtrack and just, take back that stupid shit that you lied about when you said to my audience that we were stopping people? We weren't.
This is why he gets called a scammer.
Dude, and no one on this panel is going to call him out for censoring me right now and then making sure they can't hear...
So is it all about the mute button now? No, it's all about you claiming we were shutting people down and stopping them looking at Michelson-Morley's experiment.
Okay, I admit...
So do we need Dark Slow's white knighting while Witsit gets caught out in his lies?
You're afraid to let me say it out loud because I'm going to expose you. I'm going to expose you for actually being a scam.
You claimed that we were shutting people down, stopping them looking at Michelson-Morley, when in fact we were stopping them using the words of science incorrectly. It's not an experiment, therefore parlour trick. You exampled when stating that we were stopping people looking at it, that we called it a parlour trick. And yeah, we do, because it's not an experiment.
Okay, but
Okay, is that as much of a concession as I get? While you chant straight through the middle of me with your little fundy mute button.
You chant through him, you see, Witsit.
Yeah, it seems he's got a lot of white knights now we've caught him out in his lie. Just to correct Witsit's lie that he told for a live audience. 176 people heard him lying about us stopping people looking at Michelson-Morley. No, we didn't. We pointed out our charlatans claim it's an experiment when it isn't.
Okay, so
Okay, not okay when you lie about our motivation. Shutting people down, you say. Liar. No, we weren't shutting anybody down. We were pointing out how it wasn't science, Witsit.
Chase got a good point, though, bro.
Sorry, do you need these white knights? Is this something you need, Witsit? You need all these white knights to
so
protect you?
please stop. Why? Okay,
Yeah,
so...
Guys, can you stop white knighting? Guys, slow. Chikey, can you stop white knighting? Can you stop white knighting for Witsit? I just need him to rescind his lie, where he said that our motivation was to stop people looking at Michelson-Morley, like censoring it, when in fact we were pointing out it's not science. And as a result of us pointing out by saying it's a parlour trick that it's not science, you've stopped calling it an experiment and just call it Michelson-Morley. So we were quite successful in that, but you used it to claim that we were shutting people down. We weren't. I just want you to retract that. It's about my 7th attempt.
Will you... Okay, so just like QE occasionally says double slit experiment... All right, stop interrupting me! So just like he says double slit experiment, it sometimes slip off the tongue because that's what it's called. It's whatever. I agree it's not a scientific experiment. My point is that when I conceded to you guys that it was an experiment, which had nothing to do with you guys telling me, I've been saying it since I first found out about it online for 5 years and nothing to do with you. You then said, okay, then why are we talking about it? We can't talk about it. Then it's irrelevant. It's just a parlor trick. So you are literally saying that the measurements don't matter because it's not science, which is stupid.
Right, do you want to get me a direct verbatim quote for that, please?
Yes. Absolutely. Whenever I said, no, it's not an experiment, then you immediately interrupt me screaming, saying, then why are we talking about it then? So that's shutting it down.
Yeah, because it's not an experiment, it's not proof.
You can prove things with him.
Sorry, don't tell me what we can prove. Just address my last statement. It's not an experiment. An experiment provides proof. And it isn't proof. So why are we talking about it?
It is a measurement.
So you seem to be stuttering. I say it's not proof. It's implied to be proof with the word experiment. Once we establish it isn't proof, why would we be talking about it?
It is proof via...
Oh, I see. So it's got empirical evidence. It's science. It's got empiricism behind it. It's got the methodology of the scientific method to invite the empirical proof if validated. It's got that, has it?
No, it's not science.
No, it's not science. Science provides proof. It's shocking that this little ambiguity is the reason I'm being called a scammer, wouldn't you say, ladies and gentlemen of the audience? Don't you find that interesting, this little ambiguity that we're having to debate about right now? About whether or not it's empirical, science, experiment, therefore proof, or whether it isn't. And in this case, it's claimed to be proof. It's used to claim the ether. It's called an experiment, but it isn't. So it isn't proof.
You can prove things with
Who cares what you can prove? This isn't. That's the point. So we're not shutting people down. We're not censoring them. We're not telling them what they can and can't talk about. We're saying don't be a charlatan, shyster scammer and claim you've got an experiment which infers proof when you haven't.
I specifically say for years that Nicholson-Morley's not a scientific experiment. It's just...
Then it isn't proof. Why are we talking about it? We only care if you can prove it, and you can't. It isn't.
It's a real phenomenon. FED has to...
What's a real phenomena? Michelson-Morley? You think Michelson-Morley is a phenomena?
Hey, let me ask you this.
Why? No, you've claimed we are deceiving people, restricting their limited ability to look at this stuff when we censor the Michelson-Morley. Pause for breath while we don't say the word experiment. And then you give an example of how we call it a parlour trick. I point out to you that is you lying about our motivation when we call it a parlour trick. We're not shutting anybody down. Your further example is to say, my asking why we'd be talking about it then is in direct reference to us wanting to prove things with things that are claimed to be science, aka experiments. From there, where are we going? It's your turn. Ball's in your court.
Yeah, this is back to where the conversation started, where you conceded that you can prove things outside of science. And so what this proves is that there is an objective measurement that the light does a certain thing that's a real phenomenon. Now, whether or not we can figure out the cause of science is a different conversation, and I agree we cannot. But we still know it's a phenomenon that's real. And just so happens that measurement refutes the globe model. So flat earthers should talk about it. And whenever I say it's not an experiment, you start saying, oh, well, then we don't care. Why are we talking about it? Because it's not proven, blah, blah, blah.
Oh,
you can prove things outside of science.
Well, because if we've got a phenomena, that would be an effect observed in nature, then you know what we've got? We've got an empirical method to prove the cause of that there phenomena. It's called the scientific method. Now, if you're saying that this experiment, oh, well, it didn't go through that method to give us the proof, then why would we be talking about it? I mean, obviously, it's a bit of an issue if you're going to infer that this experiment is giving you an empirical measurement and then go on to babble about ether for 20 minutes. That we find objectionable. Because when you say experiment, we're going to ask you for your independent and dependent variable. Now you're saying, well, we've got a dependent variable. Well, who cares? There's loads of phenomena out there. Science proves the cause of it. That's quite useful. But you want to tell us about your logical framework that goes alongside your phenomena,
Yeah, we're
right?
not currently capable of varying any IV for that. All we can do is manipulate our altitude and our position on the Earth and the time of year and get That's not the IV, though, because that's not the cause of it. So it's not science.
Cause of it.
It's
What's
just
it?
a measurement.
Be specific. What's it? What's that? What's it and that?
Interferometry.
So you're saying you're trying to find the cause of interferometry. So that which you say is it is interferometry. We're trying to find the cause of interferometry. You're having a fucking laugh.
No, it's the variant.
So it's not the natural phenomena then. So you seem to be lying. While we ask you what the dependent variable is, you told us we got a phenomena. It's not interferometry then. What's the phenomena then?
Dude, what the? It's the variant propagation of light in a preferred direction relative to altitude.
That's your phenomena. What's it look like?
Yes. Light propagates faster in a preferred direction.
No, that's a description. What's it look like? What's it look like?
What does light look like?
No, the phenomena. The DV in this case. What's it look like? What is it?
That the light gets to the receiver faster in a certain direction.
No, not your description of what happens in an experiment. Just the DV, the occurrence only. Don't give me your explanations or your suppositions of cause. I don't need your logical framework. Just tell me what the observed natural phenomena is, please, Witsit.
Variant propagation of light relative to direction.
What the hell does that mean?
that the light, quote unquote, speed varies in a specific direction, and it's been done millions of times. Okay?
Sorry, hold on. Stop. It's been done? Do you mean men have done this? Do men do this?
Yeah, because
stop.
Only light
I don't need anything more. It's okay, Witsit. Just calm your pants.
That's why I said it's not.
So it would be men that cause this then. So it's a very much a man-made effect.
It's not a man-made effect because
where do I observe it in nature?
Based on...
Okay, fine. Where do I observe it in nature?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You could look at the sunlight and try to measure, does the sunlight actually go faster or something like that? But that's super difficult.
Asking a question about what it does isn't observing a natural phenomena. It seems like you don't seem to understand the difference between just telling me what the effect is and supposing the cause of something the sun does. I don't need you to give me your logical framework for what the sun might or might not do. Is it the sun that is the natural phenomena? Is that what we're looking at, the sun, right?
No, I'm saying it's not science.
Why are you finding... Oh, I see. So we can get proof from this. It's got a dependent variable, you say, and then when we try and peg you down on the bits that could be put through the scientific method, you just tell us it's not science. So it's just bullshit, basically.
No, I said...
No, well, you said you got a dependent variable, a phenomena. You told me you got a phenomena. Now we're at the sun. Is the sun the phenomena or not?
I didn't say a naturally occurring phenomenon.
So, right, well, it's unnatural. So why would we concern ourselves? We are realists here. Unnatural. No, we're only interested in the physical and natural world. We're science lovers here. You see, Witsit. The physical and natural world is all we're interested in as flat earthers. We are true flat earthers. So therefore, the physical and natural world is all we're interested in. You want to go and talk about the unnatural? Piss off. Get lost, you stupid tosser. Go and wank somewhere else. You stupid idiot. No, we are only interested in the physical and natural world. That's what we do on Flat Earth Debate. You are a wanker. Go wank somewhere else.
No.
Yes, wanker. Go and have your philosophical musings and your logical frameworks elsewhere, wanker.
Hey, do we have man-made measurements?
Do we have physical and natural world to concern ourselves with, gentlemen? Not rhetorical.
Yes.
Do we concern ourselves with
it's not science? It's engineering. It's something. Not science.
Unnatural. No. The world, the Earth that we dwell atop, that's natural.
No, it was like 30 with it.
Natural only. We're only.
This is crazy.
Go to a technology forum.
We got some super chats.
I said it's not science 20 times, and then Gollum comes in here talking.
Yeah, we know. We heard Witsit the first time, and we told you you're in the wrong place. Here on Flat Earth Debate, we are exclusively interested in the physical and natural world. That's all we are interested in. You aren't. That's fine, son. Just go to a different forum.
Okay, got it. So you guys ignore measurements. Cool.
No, we're interested in the natural world. That's all we're interested in. I keep telling you. Physical and natural world. That's what we're interested in.
Okay, so we can't take measurements.
You can do whatever the hell you want, stupid little boy. What part of this aren't you getting? I'm not censoring you. I'm not shutting you down. Saying that we, here, on this channel, we're interested in the physical and natural world. You are interested in your philosophical musings and your logical frameworks for phenomena that when asked what is the phenomena, we get to the sun and what it might do. But you don't detail an actual phenomena, and you go on to talk about what science could prove over and over again. Yeah, inferring that you got some science for this shit. No, Dumbo, go away with your musings. You're a wanker.
I said it's not science, it's just measurement.
We know it's not science, so sod off to a different forum. Science is the study of the physical and natural world. That's what science is.
So don't talk about photons on here anymore then. Why don't you stop being a hypocrite and stop talking about things that aren't natural like you do daily?
What, you think photons aren't natural? Unnatural? Are you kidding me? Sorry, I didn't realise. No. Before we jump to judgment on this guy, Dicelo, right? You are in fact blind. Therefore, the ability to see things
that's a lie.
I don't know. I'm assuming that you don't see things, right? You know, you're not having photons hit the back of your eye and turn into visual data and stuff like that, because you're denying them as a reality in the physical and natural world.
Oh, I know.
But wait up. Okay, I'm just saying the way that we know the Earth's flat is with measurement, and measurement is not science. So if we're saying that flat earthers can only talk about science, then you're saying we can't even prove the Earth is flat.
Okay, no, that's fair.
Who the
Fair
hell
comment.
says that?
No, fair
Hold
comment.
on.
Okay.
When did we say that?
Hello, fair comment, Witsit. So if I say, okay, well, it's unreasonable for me to say you can take a tangible physical measurement of a flat baseline with reference to your position to the stars. That's a measurement. That's a math. I'm mathing it, right? Okay.
Yeah.
But I can describe in those things the tangibility aspect of the flat baseline, the ground we're navigating, the ground position, things like that. Tell me in physical, tangible terms what you'll be looking at.
Light. How fast light propagates.
How fast light propagates. So what you're actually studying, your dependent variable, is light.
Wait, why did you bring up a dependent variable? Because I thought we were just talking about how it's measurement, and you can make measurements to prove the Earth is flat, and you went right back into your science script.
I'm just asking what the phenomena you're studying is, and you're saying light.
But it's not a naturally occurring phenomenon, because to get that precise in measurements, we have to use interferometry, so like concentrated light beams or laser. But that's just like we use a sextant.
Sorry,
it's just an instrument to make measurements.
I understand now. I understand your objection. Your objection is because I contextualised it with a dependent variable, making it sound like I'm trying to force you into science. Now I see. So light's what we're dealing with. I won't call it a dependent variable. And what exactly are you measuring?
That the propagation of light is faster in a specific direction, just coincidentally the same direction that the sky moves.
No, that's not what I asked for. That's a statement of what light might do. What are you measuring?
No, that's what it does.
That's fascinating.
Oh, we're measuring.
Fascinating stuff.
We're measuring. The
fascinating,
time.
But we were actually indeed talking about a measurement, were we not, Witsit? Did you not follow along with the conversation that you were saying about qualifiable physical measurements in the physical world and that? So with the light, what are you measuring exactly?
How long it takes the light to get to the receiver.
I see. So your endeavours on flat Earth are to find out how light is met by receivers.
Well, no, it refutes the globe model, because they claim that ring laser gyros detect the rotation. They claim that interferometry doesn't detect the orbit because it's a linear path, blah, blah, blah. So when we show that they're actually relativity is wrong, there isn't a constant speed of light, it's variant, it has a preferred direction, and it changes with altitude, which it has to stay the same at latitude, it directly refutes the globe model's claim of rotation and orbit.
But you got all of that from how long? Sorry, that was the measurement of light coming to the receiver, was it?
Yeah, in different directions.
Okay.
So technically,
what was the measurement? What you say it's a measurement. What was the measurement itself? Give it me in a number and a value.
Oh, it depends on your altitude and stuff like that, and the size of the instrument.
Why am I getting these such convoluted answers? You've said it's really simple. I say Earth is flat. You measure a flat baseline. What's that, Nathan? Well, it's the ground position that will meet the star. It's like the point on the ground below the star. Well, you've got a flat line that goes out along the ground to that position. Flat Earth, that's the measurement. It's you measuring the angle. Well, what's being measured? Well, the angle between that flat baseline and the star, like the two lines meeting at a vertex. That's what you actually measure. So the physicality of it is the ground. That's what you'll be navigating. And the star, that's what you'll be measuring. And the angle between them. So I've got a qualified physical measurement on the ground of Earth. It's really easy to understand. I'm asking you what you measure, and you're telling me about what light might do. And you're not just saying, well, it's 10 of these. What's the measurement?
It's
just
not what light might do. It does it every time, millions of times.
Sure, but this is in answer to a question. What is the measurement that you said you've got? It's really simple. It's just measurement. It's not science. You haven't answered. You haven't listened to the full question, Witsit. You said it wasn't science. It's just a measurement. I'm like, okay, we're interested in physics, physical. You're like, oh, well, don't convolute it with science. And I go, okay, well, let's not convolute it with science. Let's just convolute it with how we can do this in physical reality, what we're measuring. Now I've given you an example of something physically being measured. Now you give me the example and tell me what it is that you're measuring when you talk about the light.
Okay.
When it receives.
Okay. So
when still not quite finished with my question. You've told us already, we've got already that it's light being received at a receiver. Okay. So what's the measurement that you took, and what is it?
It's the time it took the light to get to the receiver, and it gets there faster when you shoot it in a certain direction. And when you get closer to the sky, it gets there even faster. It has a direct relationship with direction, altitude, and season, and it's been done millions of times.
But when it gets to the sky, where is this receiver?
Yeah, as you increase that. Well, it's like, well, it's normally just like you have a little mirror and then it intersects the light and then it comes back and recombines and goes to a little electronic receiver.
Okay.
That's the question.
Action path, correct?
Damn, I got in there first, John. Shit.
That's sorry.
When you go on top of a mountain, it goes even faster.
Hold on 1 second, Witsy. I'm really sorry.
to
Just 1 sec. I think Eli wanted to ask you a question. Go ahead, Eli.
So you said that it travels faster when you point it in the direction of, I guess, what the celestial bodies move. Faster in relation to what at one altitude? At one point.
Faster in relation to what? The light at a different altitude or in a different direction. Like literally, if you take the light at the same altitude and turn it perpendicular to each other, one goes faster than the other one. When they claim the speed of light is constant, it's provably not. It changes with the direction that you shoot the light, and it changes with altitude.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that the first pattern changes with altitude? That you're saying?
Do I?
How was it measured?
The waveform seems to be changing. Is that what you're saying? Of the light?
I can't hear you. Say it one more time.
The waveform of the light seems to be changing with altitude. Is that what you're saying?
The quote unquote speed, yeah. It's a death blow to the globe model. Like it literally
with altitude. It's measurement. Is diffraction.
Yeah, yes, it's been measured. Right. Yes, it changes with direction, altitude, and even season. Like literally, the fringe shift correlates directly with the position of the sun, which they claim, of course, is that the Earth's tilted, and that's why it's on this ecliptic path. But really, it just moves over the Earth, and based on where it is, the light also travels at a different speed, quote unquote speed.
What?
Hold on,
right, but
you didn't know this?
Hold on, Witsy.
Hold on. The waveform you're addressing is the diffraction pattern. The diffraction pattern is calculated from the photons that are arriving on the plate.
Hold on a second. John, can you drop and rejoin me? I can hardly hear what you're saying. It's awful.
Yeah, we're not talking about photons, dude. We're not even talking about what light is. What we're talking. Go ahead.
Give us a sec. He's just dropping and rejoining. I didn't hear his question, to be honest.
He's trying to force photons into the conversation.
I didn't hear what he said. He might be. I don't know. Try again, John.
No, it's
everybody else. Can you not, Eli?
Oh, go ahead, Rod. I didn't hear him. Sorry, I thought he was still dropping.
What I'm saying though is the diffraction pattern is changing with altitude. That is where you're measuring the points of interaction on that plate, right? That's what this is all about.
The time it takes. The time it takes for the answer.
Witsit, he's got a crap line. Yeah, so you're Fundy muting him is 10 times worse. Like much more effective.
Oh, sorry. I thought he was.
Hello.
Try once more, John. It's only the 6th attempt.
Right. The points of interaction on that plate.
Bye-bye.
Seriously, Eli, for fuck's sake. 7th attempt from John. Seriously, guys. For the love of Jesus Christ, please can you all keep yourselves on mute while John just tries this for a 7th time?
Okay. I don't know how my connection is doing. I'm just going to go. The diffraction pattern is changing with height. The diffraction pattern, it can be calculated into a waveform that you can refine into a wave. But the waveform itself is made up of discrete points that we measure as photons.
So it is blatantly a red herring, just like I said. So yeah, we are measuring the interaction at the plate, and that interaction happens at different times based on the direction you shoot the light.
Okay, you've sort of whistled past this point, though.
Points of interactions.
It's a red herring.
That's what you're reifying your waveform and speed. Everything else is based on that. How's it a red herring?
Because it doesn't have no one cares what light is or isn't. The fact is that light gets to the receiver faster in a certain direction.
How do you know it was even
Hold on, Arwin. You know, here, John, really struggling. Everybody, let's try that again because Arwin didn't get the memo the first 7 times. John is trying to have an interaction. Can you let him?
Adam, could you help me because my line is crap, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
But
maybe we
Adam,
can just ask the question again. I think John's asking you, Witsit, what are we measuring? Before we express it as a waveform and any mismatch between them, what are we actually measuring to be able to put those numbers together to create the wave pattern and the differential between them? What do we actually measure at the point of interaction, of measurement?
Yeah. The interaction at the receiver and the amount of time it takes the light to get there. Trying to debate about what light is a red herring fallacy.
What?
I don't think there's a red herring there. It was a technical question. How is the equipment? How does the equipment work? What does it do? I don't see that as a red herring.
Well, there are different types, right? Some of them use photographic plates to measure the interaction with how long it takes the light to get there. So we can use that. It doesn't matter. Just use that. Whether or not it's a physical photon means nothing.
What a physical photon?
We're just talking about light. They want to change it to is light a photon or a wave? That's a complete red herring.
No,
which I would happily destroy you guys on, but that's not what this is about.
Okay. Let me just put this to John and Adam. Hold on a second. So the position, as I understand it, John is saying the interaction when you're assessing the diffraction pattern on the sensor is made up of quantized chunks of light. That's what you'll derive the wave function, i.e. wave, from, right? You don't disagree, I'm pretty sure it's it, right? But you're saying that isn't the point. So John and Adam, his response is, I'm not detailing the interaction with the plate. I'm detailing the journey for the light between it's being fired. I don't understand what's firing it, but it doesn't matter, but I presume. And when it does actually interact with the plate, it's that journey and the differential between how long it takes to actually get to the plate that he's detailing, from what I understand. Correct, Witsit?
Correct.
There you go. Adam.
I'm not sure why it wouldn't be relevant what's having a journey and how we detect it. It's just a point of clarity. So we could maybe understand any mismatch that we're seeing in this setup. Yeah, it would seem sensible to realize how we're making this measurement, what it is we're measuring when we take these numbers and move forward with them, what it is actually doing. It's not a point of rebuttal, it's just a point of clarity I was asking for. What is it we're measuring?
Yeah, but Oakley just clarified. So,
No,
this is what I'm saying. This seems like an attempt to not address the measurement again. This is what I'm saying. You guys are always responding with a way to not address the phenomena. I'm just talking about the measurement. Well, you guys know I disagree with you on light. You guys know I disagree with you on light. So you're trying to bring that up. And I will happily debate anyone on the panel about light at a different time. I can't be here much longer. I just want to talk about the fact that light gets there fast.
Please, both of you stop. I don't think he is trying to. He's just trying to get a point of clarity. I don't think he's actually challenging you or critiquing in any way. He just wants to clarify what we're discussing. I think that's all he's doing.
Okay, fair enough.
Go ahead, Adam.
Fair enough. I think you did a good job, right? So.
Can I ask a point of clarity too? Witsit, you keep on talking about quote unquote speed when referring to light. So does light have a speed or does it not?
It has a speed only in the sense of it's a rate of induction, but I don't think it physically travels from point to point. It just looks like that to us as it's illuminated, and I'm not trying to change the subject to a different debate right now.
Okay, so thank you for that factor. Hold on. So it's the rate of induction on the sensor then?
Well, yeah, like how quickly the sensor detects the light it changes based on what direction you shoot the laser or light beam.
Okay, maybe I'm a bit confused again, because my understanding is it's a very much a binary thing. I thought, but maybe you can explain what you mean by rate of induction.
See, that's what I'm saying. Okay, yeah, I think that light is the excitation of the background, and when it gets perturbed, then it is excited and illuminates, and then it induces back to its original state once the perturbation ceases. And that's what we call the speed, because it does that with a certain time, typically based on the magnetic permeability and the electric permittivity, which is where we got Steve from Maxwell's equations. But that's a very complex and nuanced conversation. We can disagree about that, but we should all be able to just acknowledge the light gets to the sensor faster in one direction than the other one.
When you say perturbation, what do you mean?
A disturbance. It's basically a vibration, a disturbance, a perturbation,
like a wave,
displacement.
I thought the excitation was a good description. I liked what you said. That actually made a lot of sense to me, except for perturbation. But
I'm still unclear of what it means.
Okay, well,
when you say disturbance, is this when you say the perturbation? Is that specifically when detailing the diffraction pattern?
No, just in general, I think that's what it is. Yeah, like usually it's transverse. I don't think that waves are a thing in and of themselves. I think it's just the type of movement. We came up with the mathematical construct to quantify that movement. But waves are just movement. They're not things.
Okay, so what's perturbating?
Good question. Good question. It's perturbing, but I mean,
Perturbing.
I know you're not going to like my answer, right? So my answer is, I think it is the...
Don't say it.
Sorry, I got a call. I think it's the background that's being excited, and when it's excited, it becomes illuminated, and then whenever that excitation ceases, it goes back to its initial state of equilibrium.
Hold on.
And then you can't...
Sorry, I'm stopping Neil, not you. Neil. Oh, listen.
Look, I'm well aware we disagree on this, right? Like, I think there's a background.
I haven't disagreed.
It's fine.
I'm just trying to get clarity, because so far I'm really lost, if I'm honest with it, because we've gone from what we're looking at and measuring to where we are now. I'm still not clear what has been measured, and if it's the diffraction pattern, what is it that's being measured? You said we've got a measurement of something. And at the beginning of this little dance, we've gone all the way around the Reekin. I'm still not clear. Maybe that was the point. But what's been measured again?
Light. It's you guys that have turned it into this conversation because you want to not address the actual measurement because you've shit on Mickelson Morley for so long. So can we address the measurement? Light gets to the sensor faster. Light gets to the sensor faster, dude. It doesn't matter what light is right now. That's a separate conversation. It's a red herring.
Is it not critical to what it is? I mean, is it not part of your framework, what light is?
Whatever light is, the way that we observe it, it appears to have a speed, and we can measure that observed quote-unquote speed by using stuff like an electronic sensor or a photographic plate. And when we shoot the light in the direction of the plate, it has an interaction faster in one direction than the other, and it has an interaction faster at altitude. Okay, that's the actual point. It's not about what light is, because I have to go take care of Aaliyah. I'd happily come on and debate light some other time. I've been wanting to do it for a year. I just wanted to point out that I don't think it's a good idea for flat earthers to turn their head from an objective repeated measurement that refutes the globe model.
Of what?
Okay.
What's the measurement of? You've said of light. What specific bit is being measured?
Dude, I've said it 20 times.
I'm just trying to wrap up what you've told me. You've said it's the speed, and then you've told me that it's not taking a journey. Then it's the rate of induction. Then we clarify what the rate of induction is, and you say that it's induced higher in one direction than in the other. I'm like, when do I get to understand what's being measured and what the number is attached to it? And it seems like the answer is never.
Nathan, can I try to help? I think I have something that will help you in the whole room, maybe. And I just beg to say it now. I'll put the mic down.
You can, but I think Witsit's trying to get going, so I want to thank him first.
I know.
Thank you.
Okay.
Witsit. Okay, yeah, I do have to go. But and maybe he can explain it. It's all good. Like, just for intents and purposes, we can use the word speed, which is why I use the word speed and use the word travel in conversation, because I'm just trying to, for intents and purposes, get to another point. And then the point about is it technically a speed from point A to point B is a much more nuanced, convoluted conversation typically. And I'm just saying, let's just say there's a speed, right? What we perceive to be travel, the light is received at the sensor faster in one direction than the other. That's what we're measuring, is how long it takes the light to interact with the receiver, right? If we want to talk about whether or not it's really traveling or not, it'll have to be at another time, because I have to go take care of my daughter.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, Witsit. I mean, that does to me just sound like a technological issue, how quickly something will interact with a man-made sensor. Isn't that just a technological issue?
But why would the technology have a preferred direction?
I don't know.
So that was Einstein's excuse. He was like, oh, it's an instrumental error. They had to say that. That's what Einstein's excuse was, because if it's not, if it actually just gets to the sensor faster in one direction, it objectively refutes the globe.
Sure.
So they had
that's
to
the
make
case. But what I'm trying to get across, though, is that how things work with sensors when we're dealing with the nature of the world that we're living in, things like the sky vacuum, claimed to be space, just the sky, that's the physical and natural world. The ground that we're standing on, measurements of elevation angles, that's the world, that's the physical and natural world. How light interacts with the sensor, that's a technology question. You're saying, well, some other scientists had looked at it. Who cares? It's just a technology question, isn't it?
Well, it's not how it interacts, it's just how quickly it interacts, changes with direction. It can't be human error. It can't be technology, because it happens every time. It's been like systematically measured.
I see.
And
so
it consistently
sounds like a scientific method.
I understand. So with science, I know this is just maths, but with science, a phenomena becomes a phenomena that you can study when you observe it, an observed natural phenomena, obviously. So in this instance, is there a way you can show me this occurrence in nature so that I can concern myself with it?
No, because we're pretty limited on the natural source of light.
Sorry, no. No, we won't be observing this happening in nature.
Hold on, couldn't you test it with fire? And then looking at it from different distances?
Thank you, Witsit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Witsit. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah. Talk to you later.
Thank you. Good to have you.
Hey, let me drop my quick thought, and then I'll hand the mic over for a while.
Then Alwyn. Go ahead.
You mind?
Yeah, then Alwyn. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is what I used to believe about light. And you have to picture a dark room, just a 8x8 or 10x10 room, that anybody, like a bedroom. I used to think when I turned the light on, light was super fast and it shot from the light bulb into every corner of the room almost instantly. But now I have the understanding that the light is already there in the whole room, even though it's dark, because it's not in the visible spectrum, but there is light there present, even though my eyeballs see a dark room. When the light bulb comes on, the excitation from the light bulb, be it LED, halogen, whatever the source is, it's designed in a way that shoots out, that it propagates out that excitation, and the light is already in the corner of the dark room, but it takes it a second for the excitation to get from the light bulb to the corner of the room. So did that make sense or help at all?
Not really. I mean, you're talking about the various different spectrums of light.
Right, but I think what Austin was saying was they shoot the light in one direction, but in the very beginning, the light is already everywhere. The light that they're shooting to test, all they want to know is the speed at which it gets to the sensor.
Sure,
and going east or going west, it changes its speed.
Sure, but he also said it doesn't have a journey, it doesn't have a travel, it just has a rate of induction on this sensor. That's what he said.
Well, right, like the bedroom analogy where it's a dark room, the light's all there.
Sure, you understand. So when I then went on to ask him where we observe this in nature, you understand his response was that we don't. So to then compare...
Well, I think he said... I think he said that there's a limited source, like the sun would be one, fire would be one, but man has invented light bulbs that excite the background medium as well. Different ways of exciting it
with the sun,
and making light happen.
I see. So he was just wrong.
There we go with background mediums.
So he was just wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying.
It is actually utilising the sun, you're just saying Witsit was wrong when he said there is no natural phenomena. We would need the sensor to show this. You're saying, no, Witsit's wrong. We can show this rate of induction change being different with the sun. Could you explain how you'll show me that with the sun?
Well, Witsit just said there's a limited source of natural light to find it naturally occurring. But my question to you is,
I understand
do you
it might be
think-
difficult. Hypothetically, where would I see this? I appreciate it might be difficult, but where can I see it if he's obviously wrong? And there's like the examples where it is natural as opposed to just on the sensor, as he said. You're saying different. Well, do you want to just give me the example where I will see it in nature so I can concern myself with it like I asked Witsit? He said I didn't need to concern myself with it because it only occurred in this piece of technology. But you were saying different, so just give me the example where it happens like on the sensor.
Okay, I guess the only example I could give you is if you could not have fire and then turn fire on, because I believe that you need the firelight to be there before you could test how fast the excitation happened.
No.
Because the sun comes up and slowly illuminates.
No, you're not understanding me. Right, Witsit
Go
will
ahead.
present the sensor and say, look, there's a difference in the rate of induction. Here it is shown on the sensor.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Now show me that in nature.
The only way I think this test could be possible is if you could not have fire.
No. It's not a test.
Well, you're talking about an experiment. You're talking about a
Are we?
test, correct? You want
really?
to test it?
Sorry, no, we're not. That's the bloody point. Witsit told me I was shutting people down. No, this is not an experiment. It's not science. It's not proof. Did you not hear Witsit say all those things about it? It's not an experiment we're talking about. We're trying to tie down merely the phenomena that we're observing. Witsit's conceded only exists in this technology. You're saying otherwise. So now you just need to show me where it occurs in nature. That's it.
What I'm talking about occurring is man doing tests, though.
So it's
and having
only
conclusions.
okay. So it's only induced by man then.
No, man has found that this is happening naturally.
So where's it happening naturally then?
Everywhere.
Do you want to
because
show
light
it me?
Is everywhere.
Show me.
Light
Show me.
is everywhere.
Don't just say everywhere. Show me
Then
where
why-
I
then
see.
why aren't the photons-
Why are you babbling through me?
I'm so tired of
Right.
this hippie shit.
Yeah. Just show me where the rate of induction change, as described by Witsit on the photographic plate, can be observed everywhere. I've got a cup in front of me. I don't see a rate of induction change on this cup. That was absurd and stupid. Don't do that again. Now, for the
Okay,
seventh.
the
Stop.
rate of induction only
Stop.
has to do
You're
with
really
the propagation
irritating
of
me.
the light
Stop
through the medium.
interrupting
You
me.
know what I'm saying?
Stop doing that.
I tried to
Stop.
help. Okay, I'll stop.
I heard your answer. Everywhere. Looks at cup. Does not see rate of induction change. Do you want to try again by telling me where, according to you, everywhere? No, that was a total fail. So do you want to give me a minute ago? It was really difficult. Then it's everywhere. Do you see how you're kind of double speaking and contradicting yourself? You just need to give me the example that contradicts Witsit when he says it's only man-made, only induced by man. Pretty much what you said a moment ago. But apparently when men induce this, it's indicative of nature. No, you'd have to show me it in nature first. Not tell me it occurs everywhere. So, let's try that again. Where do we observe the differential rate of induction of light naturally occurring, please?
Nathan, may I make a comment to you before we
No,
continue
you could
to
just show me where what you say is something that we'd be finding in nature actually happens in nature rather than asking me something.
May I please make a comment before we continue to talk?
No, just show me where the rate of induction change a moment ago is everywhere, therefore it should be very easy.
It would have to be a conversation. Can we talk?
No, you can just show me this natural phenomena. I mean, it sounded almost science-like earlier. So you've said it's natural.
Well,
You've said everywhere.
I'm not a professional debater.
And now you're talking straight through the middle of me while I re-highlight your stupid shit that you parroted from the idiots like Witsit, who also double-speak and contradict around their stupid nonsense when describing mathematical measurements for things that only occur in man-made devices when man induce them. No, that's not going to be something that we'll concern ourselves with because we concern ourselves with the physical and natural world. You, on the fantasy side of ether belief, like to concern yourselves with the inductions of effects by men. Then you go on to tell us that it's actually induced everywhere in nature, so I ask you to show me where, and you told me that it's got to be involved in a conversation I have. No, it's the point where you just show me this naturally occurring, my friend.
You don't understand what light is.
Oh, I don't understand.
Or how it travels and what it travels through. We're all trying to...
Witsit said it doesn't travel. It's the rate of induction observed on the plates, he said. Not travelling. So you're now completely contradicting Witsit by saying it's got a journey when he made it explicitly clear that it doesn't, and it is, in fact, the rate of induction on a man-made plate.
I can explain that.
You can talk straight through me, too. And maybe you can blame a mute button when I rip your asshole through your own throat. You can do that, but I can also very calmly just shut that shit down immediately and point out that we've gone from it being a rate of induction that a man induces on a plate, and only a man can induce on a plate, to you telling us that this occurs everywhere in nature but failing to actually show it. Are you going to show it?
Do you want me to try to explain it again?
Not explain, show.
Okay.
Explanations come from the scientific method. You explain what caused the effect when you vary your independent variable to make damn sure that it does cause the dependent variable that you can't seem to show me in nature, and Witsit made clear was a man-made induction. It only occurred on the man-made device when they did the tests, in quotes. The tests would be hypothesis tests if you're dealing with the physical and natural world. Like, occurs everywhere, you say? Show it me.
I understand. Yeah, I'm new to this, man. I've been doing this a year.
Couldn't give a shit! Show me that which you say occurs everywhere in nature. Don't bleat about how fucking long you've done this. Just show it us or concede you can't. Don't tell me how long. I don't care. I don't know your name. I don't care who you are. I couldn't give a shit how long your flat earth journey's been. Show me this induction rate change in nature.
I'd like to have a conversation, though. And
I don't give a crap. I want to see this phenomena that is only man-made and only induced by man. Therefore, beyond the concerns of real flat earthers who are not fantasists detailing things that men have produced. The things that men conjure, the things that the men rustle up, you wankers can deal with what men fuck around with. We, the realists, the real flat earthers, will deal with our physical and natural world and not the tossy stupidity of what men do when they do their tests. Yeah? Because a scientific test would first observe a natural phenomena. This hasn't got one. This is what is claimed to be proving a measurement for ether, and there isn't anything occurring in nature. It's only man-made.
Okay, well, I'll try again when I learn a little bit more. Sorry if I wasted your time, sir.
No, it's fine. It's perfectly acceptable to come here and at least try your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about what maybe I thought light was, but I appreciate it. I'm going to set the mic down now. Anybody else want to have fun with it?
Do you want to know what light is? They've been studying it for centuries.
Right, but let me ask you, do you think when a light bulb
you just told me you wanted to be educated, and now you're asking me something.
Travels from
Why are
the
you
bulb?
asking me a question when you've just told me that you wanted to be educated on light?
Well, go for it. Yeah, I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
They've studied light for a long time.
Yeah, tell me what light is.
I don't know, but they've studied it. It's a very, very mystical thing that we know very, very, very little about. But what we have found out about light has led to great advancements in technology. I suggest you start with the double slit experiment. That's where I suggest you start. These are things that occur in nature. So when someone says, like, what's your phenomena? I go, light diffraction. It says, like, 2 words. Not, I need to take you on a journey of logical frameworks and flawed men with their musings on what they think light might be. I mean, while on other platforms like Witsit's platform, Jeranism's platform, whoever's platform, they might be interested in your philosophical musings about what you think light is. Here, specifically here, we are only interested in what we can demonstrate and prove. That's what we're interested in. So, I mean, sometimes amongst friends, we muse about things. Now, when we've got people who claim we're scammers, who also, like you, want to talk about Lite and how there's, differentials in what happens on a photographic plate. Oh, how interesting. I mean, maybe that will advance humanity with technology. But it's not really of our concern. We're only interested in the physical and natural world.
I thought you're only interested in natural phenomena. Why would you interest him in the double slit experiment?
Because the natural phenomena would be light diffraction. And you've got this effect where you can actually induce that, i.e. you can stop light diffraction. You can stop the phenomena occurring.
Yeah, with branches
this is an experiment?
Sorry, this is an experiment. That's right, Dicelo.
It happens in nature.
It's a natural phenomena.
Yeah, that's right. Natural phenomena, diffraction. You can vary and manipulate knowledge of which path the light travels through. You know that? Which path the light travels through?
Where do we see this natural phenomena of this double slit?
Everywhere. Like walk under a tree in a hot day, and there's a good chance that you will see light diffraction as light passes or traverses between a slit between leaves. Diffraction's really common.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you see how what I say in terms of the journey of discovery for light with science, when someone asks me what the phenomena is and where it's happening in nature, just like, easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, when you need to talk about ether, you need to take us on a little journey of logical frameworks. From the flawed men who might get stuff wrong that Jaron objected to, we need to listen to their stupid, shitty stories about this stuff and how they might imagine how it might work and how they've got measurements of real phenomena. That's not science, but, you know, the phenomena really only happens on this photographic plate, therefore man-made. But this could be the background medium for everything in the known existence of the universe. So you better pay attention and not shut it down when you point out that all of that crap came with a claim of an experiment, that it wasn't. Therefore we call it a parlor trick and what, are censoring it? No, it's just these outrageous shitheads that like to call us scammers when we point out that they're using scammy terms like experiment for stuff that isn't. That's what we do.
It's projection. They're the scammers. Listen to that whole shit that I had to endure about backgrounds and bullshit. Tired of it.
Yeah, it's okay. Witsit's all over it, man. He's got Dave coming here. He's got Jaron making his retraction video for the damage he's caused me. He's all over it, man. Witsit's a good guy.
Oh, all that stuff was great.
Nick,
hold on before you go, because I know you got a good story, Brian. But I think it's a shame because if all this stupid infighting nonsense, which you can classify this as, even though we have a legitimate position, if it wouldn't happen, then we could have very interesting journeys of discovery together and talk about.
Oh boy, all we got to
finish, man. Like, what is that actual nature of light? I am interested. Yeah,
me too.
But now we're all just bickering back and forth because they're falsely making a case and we're making them look like a fool, and that pisses them off. And it's such a shame. We could have actually gone on to a discovery if all of this hadn't happened. I'm not blaming you guys, or it's just
and you could join the Witsit crew.
No, I'm not joining the Witsit crew.
No.
Okay, Brian can go next. Brian will obviously take a while. Sorry, Brian. No offense. We know it's true.
Arwen can join the Witsit crew, but you can't, Neil.
You hear that, Neil? You're not welcome.
I want to join that dumbass hippie shit.
Okay, right. Well, they all start ranting. I'm going to read out a few super chats. So, Joe Vilcomer, thank you very much for the super chat. He says, you deserve dollars for this. Thanks. Gives me cash. Thank you very much. I'm not going to read out the amounts. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just going to tell people that you've super chatted. Okay, Nicole Blue Jacket says, Nathan is happy you are here, Witsit. It's good for views, and he's hoping it will bring income. The negativity is toxic, though. It's called operating in sin rather than through the fruits of the spirit. Not the Witsit choice, not the wisest choice. Yeah, I agree with your sentiment there, Blue Jacket. Yeah, can't disagree. And I have as much toxicity in me. It's not wrong when he says that, and I'm being toxic because I feel wronged. You know, you sense it and it's right. And two wrongs don't make a right, so I'll agree with your sentiment. Okay, Eli, thank you very much for the super chat. It says, glad that's cleared up. I'm not exactly sure when that super chat came, but he's obviously referencing something that was said there and then when he paid his $2. Sorry for not shouting it out in the moment, Eli. I was probably telling you to shut up at the time. Really, really sorry about that. Anyway, shout out to Blue Pill Devolution. He says, hey, Witsit, we want to prove FE, not the ether. It's not that complicated. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate the support. Shout out to Godzilla37. I'd feel guilty if I didn't super chat this show. One of the best on record. Thank you, Nathan, and panel. Really appreciate the support, Godzilla. And D Rose again. Thank you very much for the super chat. Did I miss the memo? There's an empirical Earth measurement claimed by flat Earth proponents debunking 3959 radius and 24,000 miles circumference. I don't know if you did hear right. Black Swan. Shout out to D Rose again. He says, Witsit said there are empirical measurements. For example, of Earth. It's on recording. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate the support. 4 more hours, says High Score Boy. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much for the super chat. Another super chat from D Rose. He says, I haven't heard an empirical measurement of Earth. I don't know if we got there or not. I'll have to go and review it. Banter, thank you very much for the super chat. Witsit, does light have a speed or not? Shout out to you. Really appreciate the support. Another shout out to D Rose. Only Earth measurements purported by Flat Earth are measured distances by celestial navigation using elevation angles, which empirically prove horizontal level. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate the support. Also, Crockett, who gifted 5 memberships out to Nathan Oakley 1980. So thank you very much indeed, Crockett. And last but by no means least, Liz, the Iron Maiden, who smashes the super chat and gives me a little winky sunglass wearing smiley face. Thank you very much, Liz. Thank you, all of you. Really appreciate the support. Right, Brian, don't feel like you have to keep this brief. Knock yourself out.
No, I don't. I'm not going to. I was going to just say something there about what Armand said, but I'm not going to even go into that. The question I have, and if Dyslow can answer it, or whoever is there, who knows, is this phenomenon ever observed outside of interferometry? Like even with another man-made apparatus, is it ever observed outside of the likes of the ring laser gyro?
Who's supposed to answer
That's
that?
to you, Dyslow.
Right. Look,
In case you don't know, that's to the guys like in Discord, the Dyslow or the other guy that we're talking about, Ether or whatever.
Well, I'm
That's
thinking,
you guys.
I'm thinking I've been on the earth for like 57 years and I don't.
D Rose, not you, D Rose.
Sorry, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is it observed anywhere other than interferometry? Like, example of interferometry, ring laser gyro. If there's a claim it's observed within the use of a ring laser gyro, but that's the only, within interferometry, that's the only place it's observed, then I don't know why it's getting such press. Because it's not, obviously, as admitted, it's not a natural phenomenon. And if it's only observed within that apparatus, or those apparatus, or that, that system, then how can we build anything upon that? We can't. There's nothing to build upon. It's something that's happening, it's claimed to happen. I don't know what the story is, whether I haven't looked into all the details. But this phenomenon that's created within these man-made devices, if it's only happening in this one man-made device, then you could spend years building a case, right, for a claim of ether or anything else, and it could just be an issue with the process that goes on in interferometry. Rather than jumping straight to something else, look at interferometry first. Because it seems to me that like something is happening in interferometry, and they're jumping to there's a background medium. You know what I mean? It's a massive leap. How do you go from that to that when there's no other? Yeah, well, there's no other phenomenon, even in another man-made voice, and there's no natural phenomenon.
Right, so they just use a model that presupposes the light speed and then get all technical and measuring with it, basically. That's what I try to tell Witsit. Like every time, where is the speed of light involved, even in a device? They basically make you presuppose that it's the speed of light. That's what happens.
Well, rate of induction is a speed, rate. So that is still a changing, because rate is speed. So regardless of what way you describe it, the claim is still that there's a differing speed.
Well,
you know what I mean? That's still the claim.
In something, in the light emission, in the actual expression, in the induction, you could say, right? But it's not the light, but in what the light does, perhaps, right?
I'm just still baffled about when I'm in a dark room that the light is really there. It's just that I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around that. That's all.
There's no such thing as dark. There's just light that you can't see.
They just got some freaking
Listen,
verbal skills. I
what
wouldn't take a chance.
What was important today is not all this personal shit. It was the fact that there were certain aspects that Witsit clearly said that Jaren was wrong.
Oh, I heard it.
And that's what we've been saying. Why is one faction saying one thing and the other saying the other thing? And why is nobody consistent? Why are you guys not calling each other out? Now, if Witsit goes back and tells Jaren that he was wrong about certain things, that yes, you can prove science, that you can prove things with science, then I think that was productive.
Did you say did it?
Along with
I don't think all the personal. I don't think all the. I understand the anger, but I'm 100% with Chocolate. There was no production in getting lost in who in continually repeating that someone, like what happened here today was like basically you couldn't make it much better.
Hold on, that's what I meant when I said you got to be foolish to come in.
Oh my God! And then Neil right back.
Neil, you're going to have to contain yourself. Neil, I know you're excited, but you're making it inaudible by reaffirming something we've already heard you say. So by saying, well, that's what I was saying. We heard you say it. Thanks. But it would also be nice to hear someone else say something. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, I'm with Brian on that. Like, it was productive to have that happen because it needed to happen. It's the same thing I always say with the ballers, right? They got their own things they got to worry about. Well, it's the same thing with these guys. They got their own things to clear up and worry about before coming dealing with us, right? And if if those things are pointed out, if Witsit does go back and tell Dave Weiss, hey, might not be using the word scientific the way you should be, and Jaren, hey, you're a little bit wrong for saying that science doesn't prove things, and to say that is a scammer, because I'm saying it. Science proves things. Prove it. Now, yeah, it comes with a caveat of control variables and fallibility of men. I don't know why that has to be stated every time. That's a weird thing to me, especially when we jump to empirical measurements that apparently don't come with that same caveat. I don't know. I'm just saying that's a little weird. But other than that, I think it was very productive.
Okay, and that's what I meant by coming in and trying to challenge Nathan on that. He's going to get the confessions he wants, and he did. So to me, you got to be foolish to do that. Now, maybe there's a reason why he came in. Maybe subconsciously he's starting to realize what's happening. Fine.
But why are you condescending it? Why does it have to be foolish? Maybe he just wanted to come in and have the conversation. Right? It doesn't always, Neil. Okay. I get it, bro. You my dude, bro. But it doesn't always have to go to the emotion, man.
When are you going to start to pay attention to what's going on? You really think that's going to make a freaking difference?
We don't pay attention? Is that what it is?
Video, what Jaren said. Have you even heard any of that? Doesn't make a difference what happens here. They're going to say the same shit. They're backstabbing low-life piece of shit that deserve what they're getting. And watch what they're going to get. You're going to see.
Okay, Neil, let me ask you something. Right, I understand your anger. I get it, right? I totally get it, because remember who was saying that there's a problem with the Globebuster many years ago. But that's what the way you're dealing with it will never progress anything. You would never have gotten what you got today, which was Nathan. Witsit said, no, Jeremy was wrong to say that Nathan was a scammer because Nathan says science proves things because science does. Right? Just that alone was massive progress because that might never have happened. And if Witsit came in and Nathan started screaming and shouting at him, and now I didn't hear the start because I wasn't there for the start, but if Witsit came in and you were dealing with Witsit, it would have been a shout fest, and Witsit and you would have said, go fuck ourselves, sorry for the language, and Witsit would have left. You know what I mean? I understand your anger.
I would not have said that. First of all, I did not say that when he first came in. It's when he gets carried away.
If it was you in place of Nathan, if you took Nathan's place, what would have happened? An argument.
Oh, I don't have the verbal skills Nathan has. I wouldn't even try to do that.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is, I'm trying to get you to see that, oh yeah, your passion, yeah, I understand your passion, I understand that you're upset, but look at what's productive on a live show.
I said that from the beginning. It was great because you got the concessions he needed. I mean, you got to be really foolish to do that. Nathan was saying it all along. Oh, this is great.
Okay, fair enough. We got it. Thank you, Neil.
I'll freak you too, Nathan.
No, I'm saying thank you.
It's overexcited, Neil. It's kind of disruptive.
No, it's not. You got to admire Neil's passion.
Fucking disruptive what? I said 5 words the whole freaking show.
Yeah, and it becomes kind of unintelligible.
Don't antagonize them. Don't antagonize them. Come on, Alvin.
Listen,
don't do that.
Right. It's good.
Oh,
Neil's excitement directly echoes the audience's excitement on a general scale. So if Neil's exasperated and wants to interrupt and scream things, typically what I get in the comment section after the fact is people reiterating what, admittedly, Neil has had an outburst to interject with, but the audience echoes the sentiment. You don't know how often people are saying the exact same thing that Neil's actually trying to get through in exasperation or irritation or frustration. Normally those are the circumstances that Neil wants to interject. But like I say, he's echoing the sentiments of the audience. So he's saying currently, Neil, that why would you be so stupid as to come in and give Nathan exactly what he wants? I don't know. Who cares? Let's not divide his motivation.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Neil is actually left.
I get him too. It's just that if he gets so rowdy, then his mic is not clearing up any when he does that, and it just makes things like messy, right?
Yeah, sometimes
you complain about it too. I mean,
there's you, Arwin.
I get the sympathy, but it does make a mess out of things sometimes.
Okay.
Well, Neil got drunk at Adam's birthday party.
As much as I had my hand up,
which is a shame.
As much as I had my hand up and remained silent, I heard quite a bit of you, including Neil, interjecting during the thing. So we're all guilty of that. And I'm on Neil's side with the passion about it. You know what I'm saying? That's why Nathan said my panel keeps interjecting and rumpusing this, that, and the other. So we're all guilty for doing that. However, I'm always fucking forced to do a super chat to say something, which I don't mind. But I wanted to ask him a question pertaining to those super chat. Ask Witsit something regard to it because of what they were just talking about, empirical measurements and empirical scientific methodology and all that stuff like that. But didn't get a chance to. But I'm pretty sure everybody knows that he's just like Chaka just said, there's going to be fallible human beings creating these devices, which means devices are not flawless. And that means the interferometry measurements and this whole experiment is done by fallible human beings. So what was the point Witsit was saying? All he was doing was he didn't make any points. He didn't make any points.
That was my only point in saying that. Was just I didn't understand why bringing up the scientific method had to come with the caveat that we need to control and fallibility of humans. Okay. Isn't there the fallibility of humans in anything we do?
Yeah.
So then how do you jump straight to empirical measurements that doesn't come with the same caveat? That was the only thing that just confused me. Why does that not come?
But not only that, Chocolate, I'm talking about empirical measurements. And he said, like, for instance, measurements
That's
of
what
Earth.
I mean. That's what I mean.
You know, but listen, when he said measurements of Earth, anybody listening from the outside that doesn't know anything about celestial navigation, elevation angles, they would assume like, what you mean, like 3959 radius, 706? I mean, you mean like 24,000 miles circumference of the Earth? Yeah, there are scientific empirical measurements of that. NASA says it. That's what I'm saying. He right there, by saying that, he wasn't specific on that and just threw that out there vague, like there are empirical measurements of the Earth.
Yeah, but there's a problem there.
Yeah, exactly.
Just 1 second. There's a problem there. The scientific method is formulated in such a logical way. It's logically formulated to take the fallibility of man out of it. That's the point.
Exactly.
When you follow the steps, then there can't be fallibility of man. That's the point of it.
And then if there is fallibility, not everybody is going to have that same level of fallibility. That's why you have the systematic experimentation. You do it again and again, and then you hand it off to your man, and he does it, and then somebody else does it, and then everybody does it. Right? That's how you get the empiricism.
Yeah,
it's just weird that it has to come with that caveat, because other than that caveat, again, we're in agreement. Science proves things. Yes, thanks. But the problem is we got a dude over there called Jaron who wants to call us scammers for saying that very thing. And of course, again, if Witsit goes back and tells Jaron was what, then cool. This was a good thing.
Well,
that's where I kind of see it, where Neil's coming from, though, because I feel like Jaron has already pivoted away from the science proving things makes Nathan a scammer position, and he's, on all these other reasons why Nathan's a scammer. So I can kind of feel why Neil feels like it's hopeless.
Yeah, but Jaron hasn't retracted it yet. Let's see what happens now. Let's see if Jaron retracts it, because he should do a public retraction.
But that's the other problem, is that Jaron reiterated that. Jaron also reiterated that same thing after conceding it to Nathan himself. Yeah. See, this is the problem. Right. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you're using the words and you're not either understanding what you're being asked or know what you're saying. And then it comes out crazy. And then later on, you call the same guy you just agreed with 6 times that, now that guy's a scammer again. It's like, what are you saying, bro? Get your shit together.
Yep.
It was like he was trying to maintain that Nathan was wrong about something.
Yep.
Even though he conceded to the things that Nathan wasn't wrong about. Even in the end, after all of that was... Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just saying it's just working backwards like the Clovers do. Jaron already has the conclusion that Nathan's a scammer, so he's going to find any kind of reasoning to back that up at this point. But I mean, I guess that's not the important part. The important part is to make sure that his assertion that science doesn't prove things is proven to be inaccurate. The rest of it is just ad homs and nonsense.
Well, is it possible? Now, I'm trying not to divine motives too much here, but is it possible? Because it's not motive so much. Well, maybe it is. Is it possible that Jaron, because he's such a conspiracy theorist, that like a whole lot of conspiracy theorists, that they forget that when something is proven, then it isn't a conspiracy anymore? So what I mean by that is it possible that Jaron, in his own mind, can't accept that it actually is flat and it's not a globe? Is it possible that is actually freaking him out? Is that possible? Because conspiracy theorists love conspiracies, but they jump from one to the other, and never gets proven. And that's the problem. Jaron is a massive conspiracy theorist. Then that's what makes him and Nathan different. Nathan is not a conspiracy theorist. Nathan will entertain something, but he won't dive into it like Jaron. Nathan will go,
I don't know. I've heard
that's all right, but there's nothing there for that. Nathan sticks to what can be proven. And the thing about it is, I think maybe it's possible that Jaron is such a conspiracy theorist that he can't believe that the biggest of what he thinks is the biggest conspiracy theory ever, what he thinks is a conspiracy theory, is not. It's actually true. Is it possible that he can't actually entertain that he doesn't realize that in the back of his head he can't entertain. He knows it's not a globe, but maybe he can't accept that it's flat. Is that possible?
You guys hear
Maybe
me all
he
right?
can't.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, listen, I've been around this topic long enough that I cut my teeth with Jeranism, right? So his original shtick was to say that science doesn't prove things, and that was because we've all been fed the pseudoscience. So it's going to be hard for him to abandon that because he will lose his platform. As a conspiracy theorist, you have to undermine science and say anything is possible. Therefore, I can't even go along with the supposed idea that science proves things. He has to hold on to saying science doesn't prove anything, or everything else that he's worked so hard for he'll undermine himself.
I'm not sure it has anything to do with being a conspiracy theorist, though, or that conspiracy theorists are more inclined to not believe the biggest conspiracies. I mean, from my perspective, I think conspiracy theorists tend to want to jump the gun on what's not provable. And I mean, I don't know. I really just think it's hard to discern Jaren's motivations, and it seems almost entirely personal at this point. And like, I mean, if I want to speculate wildly, I'd think that he partially holds Nathan responsible for what happened to Bob. Like, as unreasonable as that is.
I have to say, excuse me. I'm very satisfying how Witsit was behaving and how he talked and how he was explaining about it. And I think we really have to think about it. Just like he said, it's not about the scientific method there, it's about measurement. And if you take in this measurement that has been proved, like he said, a million times, that will show. You don't use scientific method to see how far you can see. There's not scientific method you need there. We're talking about measurement. And that is a measurement of how light propagates and the behavior of it. And that's all.
Yeah, Johnny, that's cool. And I hope everybody understands that, again, nobody was getting in the way of anybody saying that. Like, you can say what you want. Nobody's gatekeeping. Like we've been charged with. Nobody's going around misrepresenting and lying on this side. Maybe you get things wrong here and there. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure if you're able to prove that, each and every one of us would concede and go, okay, I was wrong there. So you have to actually give it the opportunity. I told him to come on Nathan's today because he couldn't get on. Kiwi wasn't going to let him get on the show. You know, Kiwi, when he's doing his shows, like they're his shows, he doesn't really let us interject until the end anyway. So I told him, yo, just come on Nathan's. Like, you act like Nathan is not going to let you talk. And that's exactly what happened. There was a conversation that got a little testy, but I'm really happy with how the conversation went.
What did he? I got a question about that. Did he concede to the discrete points of interaction on the photographic plate?
No.
He wouldn't admit that.
No, he said that. He said it was a red herring.
Yeah, said it was a red herring.
Yeah, but let me throw something out there. Let's just talk about this phenomenon that's happening only, from what I can tell, only within interferometry. How do you measure something if you don't have a baseline? Look, if I'm going to measure something, let's say a piece of wood, I have a baseline. I can use centimeters, inches, meters, whatever, right? Feet. What is the baseline for the measurement with the interferometry? It's time, isn't it? How much time? That's what it has to be. So what is the baseline that's been used? Is it not a two-way calculation?
The point Witsit wouldn't address was what we were measuring. What was irrelevant. It was a straw man. What we were measuring, so we could go forward and use this measurement to declare things. He wouldn't express what was being measured, what the device for the measurement was doing, how it was working. That's what he dodged and said was irrelevant.
Did you detail that, Adam? Hold on a sec. Did you detail that? How it's measuring discrete points of interaction that we can then take and quantify and describe as a wave function? Did anybody get to that point with
We
him?
got close. We didn't quite get there, though, no.
I tried to get him to say what was happening. So I said, so that we can then, I did mention, derive a wave pattern from calculation, which wasn't responded to. So I alluded to it, but it was for him to explain. That's what I wanted him to state, what the device was doing, how it worked. Because surely it's important how the device works, what it's doing, before you can then draw inference on the measurements you've taken from it. If you don't even know what it's doing or how it's doing it is irrelevant, that seems a very confused logical framework to me.
I have to round out on that note, I'm afraid, gentlemen. So with that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, hitting me up on PayPal, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!